Hello everyone, my name is Jan Marshall, and in today's video you're going to build a digital marketplace. Now this video is very special not because I spent 100 hours on it and I already started this video 1 month ago, but because this is the most in-depth and also the best video I have ever shared on YouTube. I started this video on the 15th of April, today we have May 15th and I'm just now finished. So you can see I spent 1 whole month on it, hundreds of hours, and now we have this masterpiece of an actual digital marketplace. Now, as I already said, in this video we'll create a digital marketplace. Now this digital marketplace will have the name Marshall UI and it will have all the features and bells and whistles you could have ever actually wanted, all in this one video. We'll start our project by actually using Next.js 14, and as the video will continue, we'll actually dive into advanced concepts of Next.js 14. After that, we'll then start styling our application using Tailwindcss and Shadcn UI. Shadcn UI is a styled and actually accessible component library which builds on Redux UI and it's very easy to customize but also to extend. We'll extend our components manually and we'll also customize that, and it's quite great that Shadcn UI offers that with a complete ease. We'll then go on and actually implement the most vital component, or I guess part, in this video, and this is authentication. Now for that, my kind friends at Kind sponsored today's video to make authentication very easy. It's as easy as drinking water. Wait, does this make sense? I think so. But also with them, this video would have never been possible. It took a lot of time, and again, without them, this video would have never ever seen the face of YouTube. But wait, we're still not done. When we do authentication, we'll actually customize our sign-in pages, sign-up pages, and you know what? We'll actually implement multi-factor auth with only 1 click of a button. You heard that right, 1 click. Then once we are done with the actual vital part of this video, so authentication, we'll actually continue to Stripe, which is also something very important. Now most people know Stripe checkout. With Stripe checkout you can check out and buy a product. But you know what? We create a digital marketplace, so what do we need? We need Stripe checkout, but also Stripe Connect. Now Stripe checkout will be actually responsible to handle our payments, so when the user buys a product, Stripe checkout is what the user will see. And then we'll use Stripe Connect to actually facilitate the payment while we are a man in the middle. And then we'll actually use Stripe Connect to make the whole marketplace functionality work. That means we'll actually process the payments using Stripe Connect, then we'll actually send the product to the user using email, and then after that we'll pay the user out while actually taking a commission from the total payment. So let's imagine $100, we'll take 10% and then send the rest of the money to the actual seller. This is how a digital marketplace works, and this is how you can actually make money from this whole project. Now the interesting thing is Stripe Connect is a functionality which is not much covered on YouTube. That means that I'm actually one of the only people who actually cover Next.js using Stripe Connect, how to implement everything and how to actually make everything work great and also look good. And also, before I actually forget that, we'll also implement a Stripe Express dashboard. If you never heard of that, the seller can then log in and can see all of the transactions which have ever happened using his product. So he can see what fee he got and what fee we got. Then once we are finished with Stripe, we'll continue with our mutation layer, which means we'll use Supabase and also Prisma. In this case, Supabase will be responsible for storing our actual data in a Postgres database, and then Prisma will actually function as a TypeScript ORM, which gives us TypeScript types and just in general makes our lives very easy when querying or mutating our data. One also very important topic in this video will be file and image uploads. For that we'll actually use Uploadthing, which actually gives us scalable and also fast solution to upload files and images. Uploadthing uses in the background AWS S3, which in today's standards is already an industry standard. Of course, we'll also create a rich text editor in this video so that the user can actually describe his product. For that, we'll use actually TipTap. At the start, we'll actually have a non-styled and quite ugly TipTap editor, but as the video progresses, we'll actually style it beautifully using the power of Tailwindcss and Shadcn UI. So now we have come to our last part. So at the end of this video, we'll deploy our application to Vercel, and Vercel is one of the best actual hosting providers for Next.js. Now, while deploying our application to Vercel, we'll get a lot of errors, and I'll fix them live with you so that you can see how to actually handle such errors and also how to actually fix them. Oh, and also, before I actually forget that, there's one very important thing which we'll also implement, and that's sending emails. So when a user actually buys some product, we'll send an email to the user with the product link with a beautifully designed email, again with resend and React email. Now with all of this said, at the end of this video, you'll have a beautiful, functioning and very fast website which is deployed. You can start making your first dollar in the internet, and also you'll learn a lot in this video because I personally also had had to learn a lot to first of all make this video. Since you have now learned about all of the technology behind this actual video, it's now time to actually check out what we'll build in this video. So now let's actually check out the demo which I've prepared for this video. So let's dive into it. Let's go. Alright, I'm now right here in my deployed version of our YT project, Marshall UI. What you now see is our homepage with all actual product rows. So we have a newest products row, we have a templates row, we have an icons row, and we have an UI kits row. Now what's one very cool thing which I implemented right here? Well, I created an image slider just as you know it from Airbnb. Then what I have also right here on my navbar is all of the categories, so I can click on the templates. We are now in nice pending state. That's the fallback from our actual streaming. So right here in this project we use React 18 streaming. Then I also can click on the UI kits. We again have our loading state, and then we see our nice products. So what I can do now is first of all actually log in. So let me right here click on login. What you now saw is that we got redirected right here to Kind. We have a nice looking page. We have our logo, and then right here on the top left corner our fav icon has also our logo. Let me now log in with Google. As you now see, I got redirected back to our homepage, and now if I click right here on my user nav, you first of all see my logo, but also all of the links which I can now click since I'm now signed in. The first thing we can do is right here click on the settings, and now inside of here I can change information regarding myself. So for my first name I could say Jan, and then for my last name let's say Marshall. Let me click on update your settings, and then we'll see right here nice loading state, and then on the bottom right corner we have a nice looking toast which we created using Shadcn UI. If I now again go right here on my user nav, what I can do now is click on sell your product. We now have a loading state, and we got redirected to billing. Weird, I wanted to create a product. Well, that's because we have to now actually link our account with Stripe, so in other words Stripe Connect. So let's do that right now. I have now clicked on the button, and I now got redirected to Stripe Connect, so our actual service to make our marketplace functionality work. Right here I can use a test phone number, and let me click on continue. Then let me right here use a test code, and now we'll actually again get redirected. So right here now Stripe asks me a few questions regarding my business. So I'm in the US and I'm an individual. So let me now click on continue. Then inside of here I have to now give more details about myself. So my first name is Jan, my last name is Marshall, and for the website you can just actually paste whatever you want. So I right here just pasted the GitHub URL. Let me click on continue, and now we get again redirected. So right here I have to now actually select an institution for my payout. So in bank account, let me click right here on test institution. Then let me right here click on agree and continue. So Marshall UI uses Stripe to actually connect everything. Then right here Stripe retrieves my accounts. Let me click on connect accounts, and then let me right here click on not now. I don't want to save my account data with link, and I can now click on done since we are now actually successfully finished. Right here I can now select my account for payouts. Let me click on continue, and now the last thing which we have to do right here is review everything, and I'll click on agree and submit. So now you see our account onboarding was finished, and now we got redirected, and right here it says linking was successful. Let me now go back to our homepage, and what I can do now is actually sell my first product. So let me click on my user nav, and let me click on sell your product. Now inside of here I have to give it a name, so let me right here just say test product. Let me choose right here in template. For the price I'll say $50. For the description I'll write something real quick. Then for the bigger description we now have our rich text editor where I can for example toggle in H1, then I could right here get in bold, I could right here also get in italic, and I of course could also get in strike right here. Then I can now upload an image right here, and I can also upload a product file. I can now right here click on upload one file, and also right here click on upload one file, and now you see right here in loading state, and now you see on the bottom right corner we see in success toast, and again we created this toast using Shadcn UI. So now I can click on create your product since we have now propagated all fields. We again have a nice loading state, and I will now get actually redirected to our product route. So now you see right here our product route with the image, a small description, and everything like that. What I did now is click on the other product which I actually described a bit better. You now see the capabilities of our rich text editor. It looks very beautiful as you see right here. The description is better, and our images have right here in slider. Let me now click right here on buy for $69. We have a nice loading state, and I'll now get redirected to Stripe checkout. So as you see I'm now in Stripe checkout. For the email I could now just say my test email right here. Then for the card data I'll just do 4242. Then for the month 442 and the CVC 424. Let me right here also give it my name, Jan Marshall, and let me click right here on pay. We have now a loading state, and we'll now get redirected back to actually our homepage. So as you see this was now successful, and we'll now get redirected to our successful payment page. And since we have now actually bought our product, I can now open my emails and check out my email. Now Now I won't actually open my Gmail right now to not leak anything, but you can go right here into resend and see the email which I got sent. If I click on this button, I can actually download my file, but I won't do that right now. So you see, buying and product work beautifully, but now let me right here click on billing, and I want to now actually see my dashboard to see what payments I have actually got. So let me click on view dashboard. We have now a loading state, and we now get redirected to the Express dashboard hosted by Stripe. So I'm now right here in my Stripe dashboard, as you see, and then you see right here all of the payments which have been made. So you see total earnings of $500. That's because I already made a few payments right here with this account, but as you see, this fully works, and that's great. So that's the cut that the user gets, and we will also get a cut, so about 10%. So that's in our Stripe dashboard. Now I won't show that because it's not that interesting, but we also see in our own Stripe dashboard the payments which we actually got. Alright everyone, so this is now what we built in this website. The last thing which I can show you right here is actually my products, and you see my product right here. But that's the whole application for this video. So now let's actually get started. So you're back from the demo. I hope you enjoyed it. I mean, I know you enjoyed it. It was quite a good project, and I spent a lot of hours in creating this video. And I think we can now start with the fun stuff, which is actually to start coding our application and then later on to deploy to Vercel. So now let's get started with today's video. Alright everyone, it's now time to get started. So let me cd into my desktop directory, let me cd into my YouTube directory, and then inside of here let me run npx create-next-app add latest to install the latest package of Next.js. So the CLI will now ask me a few questions. So first of all, we'll name our application right here, let's just say digital marketplace -YouTube, and let me click enter. Then we'll use TypeScript because what would be a project without any types? Nevertheless, if you want to use JavaScript, it's fine. We don't really use any advanced TypeScript, so it does not really make any difference. But I will click yes, then let's click on ESLint, let's use that. Let's of course use Tailwind. Now for the source directory, I don't need that, so let me click on no. Let's use the app router, so let's click on yes. And no, we won't customize the default import alias, so let me click enter. And now this installation will take about a minute or two, and once that's done, I will of course come back. So let's wait for that. Alright, so Next.js is now finally installed, which is great. So now we can actually head over to VS Code and open our project. And now I'm in VS Code, and as you see, I already opened the project. And if you want to do the same, you can go on top, click on File, and click on Open Folder. But on the right side, you currently see my Explorer, and what you see in the Explorer is the code structure of our empty Next.js project. Or actually, it's not that empty, because if you, for example, click on the page.tsx, which is our index page, you already see some code. And what I want to do now is actually start our dev server so that I can actually see our code, or in other words, our website in real life. For that, I will open my terminal with either Command J or on top on terminal and new terminal, and then inside of here let's do an npm run dev to start our dev server. Now this dev server, as you see, will open on localhost 3000, so let me actually copy the URL and open that in Chrome. Alright, so I'm now in Chrome, and as you see, I'm now also on the localhost 3000 URL, which is our homepage right here. Let me also actually zoom in a bit for you guys, and currently, as you see, I have a white background. Now if you use dark mode for your screen, you will now have a black background. Let me show it to you. So I will change right here my preference for my display to dark mode, and if I actually do that right here, you will see that the actual background color changes to this black background. But this is actually not quite what I want. So if the user has a preference for a black background or for a dark background, I want to actually still show the white background. I don't want to create any theme switcher. I just don't want to do that. I want to actually make the website white mode. So what we have to do actually is go to our globals.css file, and then inside of here you'll see some extra style which we don't actually need. So right here on the top we have add Tailwind classes, and we need them to actually make Tailwind CSS work. So it's quite good that they're already marked right here, but all of this style which is underneath these 8 Tailwind classes have been actually installed when installing Next.js. Now I don't need that, so if I now delete that and only leave the Tailwind classes, you will see that automatically everything changes back to white mode, and this is what I want. Now of course, do I want to have this, I guess, Next.js default homepage, index page, whatever you want to name it? No, not quite. I want to actually make it my own, so let's actually change that. So what I'll do is open my Explorer. You can either click right here on the button on the top, or in shortcut is Command command B. Then inside of here we have now my page.tsx, and this is again all of the code which renders this homepage right here. So what I'll do right here is actually delete everything in the return statement, so this whole main element and then all of the children of the main element, and instead let me render a div element. Let's do an h1 and let's say hello from the index page. Let me click on save and then let's go back, and now you see hello from the index page. Cool, so we see our project works, we have white mode, and this is all good. Let me again open my Explorer and let's again look at the whole, code structure or what we actually installed right here. So first of all, we have our ts.config file, quite standard stuff if you use TypeScript. We have our tailwind.config file, which we'll actually later on adjust a bit. We have a readme, a post.css file, a package.json file. We have all of our dependencies right here, our scripts, our dev dependencies. Then we have our next.config file. This is quite important later on when we have to whitelist domains for next/image. But for now, this is not quite important. We'll just leave it like that. We have our git ignore file. And before we actually continue, it's quite important right here that we mark right here .env. So later on, we'll create environment variables and I don't want to push them to GitHub. That's why I will right here add .env. And with that, I'm safe that actually right here Git does not push our env file to GitHub itself. Then let's continue. We have an ESLint file, we have a public folder where we actually store all of our public files, and then we have the app folder. Now for us, the app folder will be the most important thing in this whole project, and this is where we'll work mainly on. So we have our page.tsx, this is our index page, and this is what we just changed. So again, we said right here in h1 hello from the index page, and this is what we see now right here. Then we have our layout file, and the layout file is, you can imagine that as a parent file. So what that means is actually that the layout right here wraps all of the children, which is for example the page.tsx or any child route. So if I would want to right here above the children, I could again say h1 and say hello from the layout. If I now save that and again go back, we now have our layout right here and then our index page. So again, our actual files get rendered in our children and our layout file is kept persisted on all routes. Let me again delete the h1 from here. I don't need that. We already talked about the page.tsx, we talked about the globals.css file, and now I think we all understand what our code structure looks like, and I think we can now actually get started. So what's the first thing I want to do? Well, the first thing I want to do is actually code our navbar. So what I want to do is start from the top and then go to the bottom. So let's actually start with that. And instead of writing everything inside of our page.tsx file, I'll actually create a separate component. So inside of the app folder, let me create right here a components folder, and then inside of the components folder, let me create a new file, which will be the navbar.tsx file. Now what I want you to do is uppercase navbar, that's quite important, but now we can actually get started with our component right here. So let's right here get started with an export function, we'll call it navbar. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Then inside of here, let me create a return statement, let's do a div, let's do an h1, and let's say hello from the navbar. Let's save that, let's go back, and I don't see anything. What's wrong? Well, the problem which we currently have is that we actually don't render our navbar anywhere. So the navbar is currently just a component which I guess lives in our app folder, but is not rendered anywhere. So what we could do now is, for example, go in the page.tsx, then above the h1, I could now import our navbar from our components, and then close that, go back, and now you will see right here, hello from the navbar. So now this works, which is good, but let's think about it. Do I really want to render my navbar inside of the page.tsx? Wouldn't it be actually smarter to render it in the layout file? Yes, it would be actually smarter to actually render it in the layout file, because I want to make the navbar persistent. So on all routes which I will visit, I always want the navbar to be on top. So what I'll do right here is go above the children in the layout file, and then inside of here let me import my navbar from the components. This is self-closing. Let me again go back, and now you see hello from the navbar, hello from the navbar. That's because I have to delete it now from the page.tsx. Let me also delete the import right here. Let me save that, let's go back, and now this looks good. So now I think we can now actually get started with styling the navbar, so let's do that right now. Now to get started with our navbar, let me delete right here the div, and let's start with a new semantic static tag, which will be our nav element. Let's right here start with giving it a class name. Let's right here just say relative, so it will be a relative element. Let's do max width of 7xl. Let's do a W of full, so 100%. Let's also do a flex, so on small devices, or I guess on mobile devices, we'll just have a flex element. And then on medium devices or bigger, so MD right here means just that our screen has to have a minimum width of 768 pixels, and then right here we'll just say grid. So on devices which have a minimum width of whatever this was, 600 pixels, we'll say grid. Then let's also do an MD of grid calls 12. And then let's also do an items of center. We want to center everything vertically. Let's also do a padding x of 4, so padding on the horizontal side of 4. Let's also say on medium devices a padding x of 8. Let's do mx of auto to center everything in the center. And then let's do a padding y of 7, so padding on the y axis. Now inside of here I could now just render an h1, say hello, and if I would now save that and go back, what you now see is that we have padding on the left side, and that looks good. But now before I actually continue, one thing which you probably or maybe don't understand is why I right here say grid calls 12. So what exact layout do I want to create right here? So let me right here go to Excalibur, and then inside of here let's imagine this is right here our navbar. Now our navbar is quite interesting. As I said, we have now 12 grid columns. So let me right here create 12 columns. So as you see, we have now our navbar with the 12 columns which I created right here with the grid calls 12. And then what I want to say is that right here on the left side, our navbar will take 3 columns. Then we have our, I guess, middle part. This will be our nav link, so the home link, the templates link, etc. This will take 6 columns. So now I'm not quite sure how many columns this should be, but this should somewhere be like 6. I'm not sure. Let's give it a different color. And then the last 3 columns will again be our sign in button and register button. So now you see what we have done right here. So on the left side we'll have our logo, 3 columns. Then in the middle we have 6 columns. This is for our items, our link items. And then on the right side we again take 3 columns to render our logout button at the end if we are signed in, and if we are not signed in, we'll render in and sign up button. So this is how our navbar layout will look like. And now let's actually code that. So right here, let me delete h1, let me create a new div element, let's give it in class name, and then right here we'll say medium devices or bigger, let's give it in call span of 3. Again, why call span of 3? That's because I want to take right here 3 columns. Then inside of here, what I want to now render is the link component. This is imported from Next.js. Now you might ask me, why do you use a link component and not the normal A tag as you know it? Well, it's actually quite simple. The A tag does not actually have the same features as the link component. The link component, for example, offers client-side navigation and prefetching, which is quite important with server components. Now the A tag actually does not offer that, and just in general, it does not give such a nice experience. So let me delete the A tag. Let's continue with the link component. Let's right here give it an href since it's currently complaining to us. The href will just be an empty slash for our index page, and then inside of here I want to now render our actual logo. Now for now I will just render an h1. Later on I will actually render an image when I develop one, because currently I don't have one. But for now let's just render an h1, and I will just say Marshall, and then let's say UI. I will probably change the name later, but for now I'll leave it like that. Let me now actually go back again to our code, and now on the left side you see Marshall UI. Does it look nice? I don't think so. Let me actually style that a bit. Let's go to our h1, let's give it in class name, and then inside of here, let's say, I don't know, text to XL, font of semi-bold, and I think this is already all. Let me now save that, and yeah, this looks quite good in my opinion. You see, if I hover over this logo, I guess over my Marshall UI h1 right here, on the bottom left corner, you see that we link to the index page, which is good. But one thing which I would do right here is actually also style the UI. So what I'll do right here is wrap this UI in a span element. So let me copy that, let's create in span, paste the UI, let me delete the space right here, and let's give it right here in class name, and let's just say, I don't know, text violet of 500. Let's save that, let's go back, and yeah, I think this is good. I think I will leave it like that. This looks quite good. Let's actually now continue. So what I want to do now is actually render right here in the middle my navbar links. Now for that, I could again just write them inside of here, but what I'll do is actually create a separate component. Now I will explain you in a second why we have to do that, because it's actually right here a necessity to do it right here. So let's actually first of all get started. For that, let's go in the app folder, in the components folder, and then inside of here, let me create a new component or a new file, and I'll just name it navbar links.tsx. Now inside of here, let me actually get started with an export function. Let's call it navbar links. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement, and for now I'll just return a div in h1 and I will say hello from the navbar links. Let's save that, let's go back, and you don't see anything. Now you probably already know the answer why we don't see anything. That's because we don't render this component anywhere. So let's go to our navbar component, and for that I will go under the link component, under the div right here, and then right here I can now import my navbar links from my components. This is in self-closing tag, and now let me save that, let's go back, and now you see this. Does it look good? No, not really, but at least we already see that this works. So let me again go back to our navbar links component, and let's actually now get started with actually making this look good. So what I want to do first of all is create an array with our actual links. So right here on top, above the export function, what I'll do right here is an export constant. Let's name it navbar links. This is right here equal to an array, and then inside of here I will now store our links. So let me create my first object. Let's give it an ID. This will be of 0. Let's give it a name. This will be of home, and let's also right here give it an href, and this will just be our index page, so an empty slash. Let me now create right here a second object. Let's right here give it an ID. This will be of 1. Let's give it a name. For the name, this will just be templates. Let me right here add a comma. Now for the href, I currently don't have an href, so let me just give it a hashtag. Let's right here create another object. Let's give it an ID. This will be of 2. Let's give it a name. This will be of UI kids. And then let's right here give it an href, and again this will just be an empty hashtag. And now let me actually create my last object. So let's give it an ID. This will be of 3. Let's give it a name. The name right here will just be icons, and then let's give it an href, and this will be again an empty hashtag. Alright, so now we have right here our navbar links array, and now we actually have to also render it somehow. So what I want to do right here is map over our navbar links and then render them right here. So before I do that, let me delete everything in the return statement. Let me create a new div element. Let's give it a class name, and we'll say right here on mobile devices, this will be hidden. Then on devices which are medium or bigger, we'll say flex. Then let's do a justify of center to centered in the middle. Let's do an items of center to actually centered vertically. And then let's do a call span of 6. And then let's do a gap x of 2. Now again, I added the call span 6 because if you can remember, we want to take 6 columns. Then inside of here, I want to now actually render or map over our items. So let me get my navbar links. Let's do a .map. Let's right here get an item, and then let me just return that. Then inside of here, let me get my link component from next/link, and then let's open that right here. Now currently we get an error right here for our link component. That's because we are missing our href. So let me actually pass our href. This will be the item.href. Let's also get in key. This will be equal to item.id. And now inside of here, I can now render my item.name. Let's save that. Let's go back to our navbar. We already render our component. Let's go back. Let's go to the code. And now we see our 1, 2, 3, 4 links. This looks quite nice. And if I hover, for example, on the home page, it links to our localhost 3000 index page. Cool, so this looks quite nice in my opinion, but of course it could be styled even better, so let's do that right now. So what I want to do for our navbar link right here is actually style it dynamically. What I mean with that is if we have, for example, on the home page, I want to give this home link right here in background color so that the user knows that he's currently on the home page. Now for that, what I have to do is first of all get the path name. So if we are on the route / template, I want to get that through our path name. So what we can do with Next.js is use a handy hook, which is called use path name. So right here, let's do a constant. This will be called location, and then this will be equal to use path name. This is imported from next/navigation, and now let me invoke that. What I can do now is also console log our location. So let's do right here in console.log, and let me console log my location. Let me save that. Let's again go back, and we see an error. What's actually the error? So let's read it right here. You're importing a component that needs use path name. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked as use client. So what we have to do right here is actually mark this component as use client. So this use path name hook actually relies on the client, and that's why we have to mark this actual component not as use path name, but as use client. With that, if I now save that and again go back, you see the error is gone, and this is great. So this looks beautiful in my opinion, and now we can actually get started with the path name. And now before we continue, let's see what the actual console.log gives us. So let me actually zoom in a bit for you guys, and as you see, the console console.log is just an empty slash. So this looks great. If I again refresh our page, you might here see an empty slash, and this is what the console logs right now. So what we can do now is again delete the console.log. I don't need that. And now let's actually style it dynamically as already said. So for that, what we have to do right here is add a class name. And now, before I actually style that, what I want to do now is first of all install a component library. Now, we don't actually need it right here right now, but if you now go to ui.shadcn.com, this is the component library which I want to use, you will see a themes page right here. So what we will have right here is in design system, or I guess in color theme, preference system, whatever you want to call that, and I want to use it right here. Now we won't actually just use the colors, we'll of course also use the components, like for example the button component. Let me open that real quick, and for example also other components like the card component. Now Shadcn UI is actually an accessible and styled component library. It builds on Radix UI and it styles everything with Tailwind CSS, and the great thing in contrast to example other component libraries like Mantine or MUI is that it's actually very easy to customize. So that's why we'll use Shadcn UI. So let me click on Docs right here. Let's click on Installation, Next.js, and then right here we have in Quick Start Guide. Now the first step right here is to create a project. We already did that. So let's go to the second step, and that's to run the CLI. So let me right here copy this installation command with npm. Let me open my terminal, and then right here I will for now stop my dev server. Let me clear everything, and then let me paste right here the installation command. Then right here you will see now that the CLI will ask us a few questions. So first of all, which style will we use? We'll use the default style. We'll use as a base color slate, and then we'll use CSS variables. Let me click enter, and now this actually will initialize everything and install all dependencies which are needed for this actual project. So if you now open your Explorer, you will see that actually Shadcn UI created actually a few things. So if you go to the tailwind.config file, you see that Shadcn UI right here extends everything and adds its own CSS color theme. Then if you go to the package.json where we have our dependencies, you will see we have a few more actual dependencies. So we have class variance authority, CLSX, and for example also Lucid React. Now if you didn't know, Lucid React is an icon library, and you can actually open that in Chrome, and this is right here lucid.dev. This is the website, and there are hundreds of icons which you can use for completely free. Now I personally also use it for my project, so it's great that it's actually already installed right here. What you will also see is that we have a components.json file. This is just needed for actually making Shadcn UI work, or I guess the installation CLI. We also have a lib folder with an utils file for our CN helper, and we also have a components folder where we'll have all of our components. Also, one thing before I actually forget that, if you now open our globals.css file, so let me open that real quick, you will see right here that Shadcn UI has now actually generated CSS variables, and the nice thing is that we can now actually change them to our liking. So if I click on themes right here, you now see the actual themes or the themes palette, and you can actually customize it and use whatever you want. So you could use rose, orange, green, whatever you want. Now let me think, what do I want to use? Do we use blue? Do we use green? Do we use violet? I think we should use blue, and maybe we'll change it later, but for now I'll just do that. So let me click on copy code, let me copy the CSS variables, let me right here go back to our globals.css file, and what I want to do now is delete all of the CSS variables. Now one thing which is also quite important, that you please don't delete the add Tailwind classes, but that you also don't delete the add layer base. This is all quite important and we need that. So let me again copy right here our new theme, and let me paste it right here in the middle. Let me again save that, let's again go back, and now let's actually use our theme. So let me again go to our navbar links, and now I can use it right here. So let me right here delete this string, I don't need that, and let's use this, I don't know, object braces, I don't even know how you actually call them. And what I want to do right here inside of here is get my CN helper. Again, if you can remember, we installed that right now with Shadcn UI. Then right here I can now open that and give it now dynamic styling. So what I want to do right here is, if our location is same to our item.href, so if our location is in slash and our href right here is in slash, this will be then active. Then what we can do right here is use internally, so in question mark, and let's just say bg of muted. Now we use right here now our CSS variables, which are actually provided by Shadcn UI. If this is not true, let's use in colon, and then let's right here just say hover of bg, which will be muted. Let's also do hover, which will be bg opacity of, let's say, 75%. Then let's write here also add a comma, and now all of these styles will be applicable to both states. So let's write here just say group, let's do flex, let's do items, which will be center, let's also do padding x of 2, let's do padding y of 2, let's also do font, which will be medium, and then let's do rounded, which will be medium. If you now actually save this and go back, you will see that our actual dev server does not run anymore. So let me again open my terminal, right here, clear everything, let's run npm run dev to restart that, and let's see how our actual now navbar looks like. Alright, so my dev server is restarted, and what you see now is that we have an actual background color right here. If I now hover over the templates link, you also see it right here. If I hover over the UI kits, you see it right here. And if I hover over icons, you also see it right here. So this looks quite beautiful in my opinion, and I would now say that we're actually done with our navbar links. So what I want to do now is first of all close my terminal, and let me actually also close the component. I don't need that anymore. And what we could do now is actually render on the right side the button to sign in and also to sign up. Now for that, I will go under the navbar links, and what we have to do right here is create a new div element. Let me right here give it a class name, then this will be flex, items, which will be center. Let's also right here do a gap x of 2. With that, I just create a bit of spacing in between the items. Let's also do an ms of auto. Now it's important not mx of auto, but ms of auto. And then on medium devices or bigger, let's do a call span of 3. And now inside of here, I want to actually render our buttons. So what I want to do right here is use the button component. So let me go again to ui.shadcn.com. Let's go to the components and let's search for the button component. So this is what I want right here. So let me copy the installation command. Let's use npm. Let's open the terminal. And instead of stopping the dev server, let me click right here on the plus icon to create a new terminal. And then let me just paste right here the installation command. So this will now install our button. Okay, our button is now installed. I can now close my terminal and use it right here. So let's right here use our uppercase button. This is imported from our components, and then inside of here I can now just say log in. Let me now copy paste the button, and then for the second button I will just say register. Let's save that. Let's then go back. Let me go to my home page. And yeah, this looks quite cool. Log in, register, we have a bit of spacing in the middle. Yeah, I like it quite a lot. Of course, one thing which is not that good, we don't really have a difference between the color. So what I want to do for the register button right here is actually give it a variant. And for the variant, we'll say secondary. If I now save that and go back, you'll now see that our login button has this blue background, and the register button has this, I guess, grayish background color. Now, one thing you will also see is that currently our Marshall UI logo, I guess, has this violet color. Let me change that real quick. So let me go to the navbar again, and then instead of text violet 500, I can just say text of primary. If I go back, we now have this blue color, and this looks already way better. Cool, so our login button looks good, our register button looks good, our nav elements look good. Now all of this looks quite good in desktop, but how does it look on mobile? Let me right here go to the mobile screen, and if I now make it smaller, you will see that our nav links should go away. Yes, at 760 pixels they go away. And if I now go right here on the iPhone 12 Pro, so on a mobile screen, you also see that this looks quite good. But one thing which I actually want to do is also create like a mobile menu. So currently there's no actual way to toggle our navbar links. So again, our home link, our templates link, our UI kits link, etc. So what I want to do right here is on the right side create a burger menu so that the user can click on that and then actually see, I guess, our links. So for that, I can actually again close everything, and what we will have to do is create a separate component. So let me again open my Explorer. Let's go right here in the app folder, in the components folder, and then inside of here, let me create a new mobile menu.tsx file. Inside of here, let's do an export function. Let me just call it mobile menu. Let me right here invoke that, and let's open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement, and now let's actually start styling that. Now, the interesting thing for the mobile menu is that we have to somehow, I guess, create an overlay. Now we could write the whole HTML and CSS ourselves, and we could sit here for 5 hours if you want to, but why should we do that if Shadcn UI has our back? So what I want to do right here is get our sheet component, and this is where I render our mobile, I guess, hamburger menu. So if I click on that, I want to then create this overlay, and then I will just render all of our links. So let me right here copy this installation command for the sheet. Let me open my terminal, let's paste that, and let's install the sheet. Alright, our sheet is now installed, and now we can actually get started using that. So in the return statement, I have to get my sheet from my components right here, and then let me right here open that. Now inside of this sheet, we'll have a sheet trigger. This is our button with which we'll open our actual sheet. This is imported from the components. Let's open that. Let's also give it a property as child. And then inside of here, what I now render is again our button component imported from our components. Now for this button, what I want to now render is again this hamburger menu. So let me right here get the menu icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and let's give it a class name of W4 and H of 4. Let's save that. Let me go back to the navbar, and what I want to do now is actually render this mobile menu in our navbar. So what I have to do right here is go under this button currently and create a new div element right here. Give it a class name, and we'll say on medium devices or bigger, we'll say hidden. So if we're on a mobile screen, we'll see the hamburger menu, but if we're on a desktop screen, I of course don't want to see that. And then inside of here, let me now render my mobile menu from my components, and let me save that, and let's see how that looks like. So let me go back to Chrome. This is currently reloading. Let me go again to mobile screen, and now you see right here, yeah, I don't know really. Nah, I don't really like that. Right here, this has a blue background color. It does not look good. Let's actually change that a bit. So this is thankfully quite simple with Shadcn UI. Let's go back to the mobile menu, and then for the button right here, I can give it a variant. This will right here just be outline, and we can also say in size, and the size will be icon. If I now save that and go back, yeah, this looks already way better. This looks way better than this blue background color. I will leave it like that. But now one problem which we have right now, if I click on this button, or I guess on the sheet trigger, nothing happens. So let's now actually create our sheet content. So let me again go back, and right here under our sheet trigger, let me get my sheet content. Now this sheet content again is imported from my components. Let's open that, and let's get started with styling that. So inside of here, what I want to do first of all is create a div element. Let's give it a class name. Let's do margin top of 5. Let's do flex, padding x of 2. Let's do space y of 1. And let's do flex of call. So with flex call, I just say, hey, stack all of the children right here vertically and not horizontally as you always do with flex. Then inside of here, I want to now map over my links. And again, if you can remember, if I go to my navbar items, so this is the incorrect file, but my navbar items, where do we have it, or links, I'm sorry, we right here have an array which I export. So what I can do right here is now get my navbar links imported from my navbar links file. Let's do .map, let's get an item, and then let me just return that. Now inside of here, I want to use a link component again from next/link. Let's open that. Then right here in the link component, let me pass it an href. This will be the item.href. We also have to give it a key. This will be equal to item.id. And then let me actually right here open that. Inside of here, I will now just render our item.name. So now let's actually save that and let's see how that looks like. And we got an error. Attempted to call .map from the server, but map is on the client. Weird error message. What does this error actually mean? Well, it's quite simple. So currently we import our array right here from the navbar links component. Now the navbar links component is marked as use client. So if I want to import this file from there, I have to also automatically right here mark this file also as use client. So let me mark the mobile menu right here as use client. So let's do use client. Let's save that and let's again go back. And now this error should be gone. Let's again go to a mobile screen. Let me click on that. And now you see our sheet. And now we have our 1, 2, 3, 4 links. Now, of course, we now also want to style that, and thankfully we already did that in our navbar links. So what I can do is just copy this whole class name, go back, and then right here for our link, let me just give it the same class name, which I already created in the navbar links. Now, currently we right here get an error, and that's because we haven't actually imported CN, and we also haven't imported our location. So let me right here first of all import our CN helper from our lib, and let's also get our location. So right here on top, let's do constant, this will be called location, and this will be equal to use path name imported from next/navigation, and let's invoke that. So the error is now gone. Let's again go back. Let me again open our mobile screen, and now you see that the home button right here has again this background color, while all of the other links don't have that. So this looks great, and if I click on close, you also see that this fully works. Great. Alright, so our whole navbar looks great, desktop looks good, mobile looks good, everything works great, but there's one thing which does not work. If I click on the login button or on the register button, nothing happens. Is that what we want? No, that's of course not what we want. We want to make the whole experience work, so when the user clicks on a button, we want to get redirected to authenticate. We want to also have right here a logout button, and for that we first of all have to set up authentication. Now, as you already know from the intro, today's sponsor is Kind, and with them we'll make authentication work. So what I want you to do right now is click on the first link in my YouTube description description. This link will actually redirect you to Kind, and this is my link, so it has my UTM source. If you click on that, this will show Kind that you came from my video, and this would also enable me to actually make more videos with Kind and to actually make great tutorials as you see them right here. So I would highly appreciate if you would click on the link down below. This would help me a lot and I would highly appreciate that. And I'm now at the Kind marketing site, and again, if you don't really know what Kind is and what they offer, let me actually right here try to summarize it for you. Well, Kind is actually an authentication provider which makes authentication very easy. I've been personally using Kind already for many months. I use it for many projects. There are like no bugs, at least I haven't had any bugs, and just in general Kind works great. Now for our project, what we'll use right here is actually OAuth. So you see right here what they offer, and they offer of course standard email password auth. We'll also use that, but we will also use OAuth. They also offer enterprise sign-on and multi-factor auth. This is quite important in a B2B context. Now we won't use it right here, but in the next tutorial which I will create, I want to actually right here incorporate the multi-factor auth, and then later also organizations, which they also offer. Of course, they also offer machine-to-machine connections, which is also quite cool. Now, as I already said, Kind also offers organizations, which is great for authorization, and it's actually not that simple to build yourself, so it's quite cool that it's already offered inside of here. Also, Kind actually offers a lot of SDKs, as you see right here, and one thing which I also want to talk about real quick is the pricing, which is also quite important, and pricing right here is free for us, so 10,500 free users are actually included in the free plan, and they are actually monthly active users and not just standard users. So this is Kind, a great authentication provider. I've been using it already for many months. I highly recommend that, and I'll thank you Kind actually for sponsoring this video, making this whole video actually possible so that I can actually put this whole time in this video. So now I think let's actually get started. If you have an account, click on sign in. If not, click on start for free. I will click on sign in since I already have an account, and then I will now see you in a second in the dashboard. Alright, I'm now in the Kind dashboard. Let me zoom in real quick. I'm right now already in a business or a project, in other words. If you have never used Kind, you probably don't have this screen. So what I'll click right now right here on the top is click on businesses and switch businesses. Now businesses is just a term for projects. That's what Kind uses, but I think you probably understand what I mean. So these are all of the projects which I already created with Kind, but what I want to do right here is click on add business, or again, in other words, create a new project. Right here we have to give it a name. Let's just say marketplace-YouTube. Then for number of employees, this is fine. And for the region, I will choose the US, and then let me click on save. And then right here you already see I get an error, and it tells me domain name can contain only letters and numbers. So let me delete right here this dash. Let me click on save. Let's see if this works. And yes, as you see on the bottom, business successfully created. Let's see, where do I have it? I have it right here, marketplace-YouTube. Let me now click on that, and let's then continue. Alright, so now we have like a little, I guess, quick start guide, can you call it like that? So first of all, I want to use Kind in my existing code base since we already created one. Let me click on next. Then for the tag, or I guess for the SDK, we'll use Next.js. Let me click on next. Then right here, how do we want to allow our users to sign in? So let's use email, let's use Google, and then let me actually also use GitHub. Where do we have it? Right here, GitHub. So we have email, GitHub, and Google. Let me click on next. And now you see we are almost there. What I'll now click right here is, oh no thanks, I'll explore at my own pace. And now what we have right here is our dashboard. So we currently have 0 users, which is fine since we haven't really set up Kind right now. But we see already that this project is working and that we can now actually set up our whole Kind actual authentication in our Next.js application. So what I'll do right here is click on top on docs to actually open our documentation page. And now inside of here, we have to choose our SDK. For the SDK, we'll of course choose Next.js. And now we can actually get started with this quick start guide right here. So the first thing we have to do right here is actually install the Kind package. So I'll use npm. So let me copy the installation command. Let me open my terminal. Let's open a second terminal tab. And then let me just paste the installation command. So while this is installing, let me head over back to the docs. Right here, the second step is to set callback URLs. So the thing is, if you go back to the dashboard, click right here on your application view details, you will see we'll get redirected in a second. And then inside of here, we have our allowed callback URL and our allowed logout redirect URL. Now these are already correctly set as you see right here, and we don't have to change anything, so this is looking good. The next thing we have to do is right here configure our environment variables. So what we have to do right here is actually paste all of these environment variables in our env file. So let me right here copy that, let's go back, and then where do we have our env file? We don't have one, so let me right here create one in the root directory called .env, and then let me just paste this environment variables. Again, if you forgot to add your .env in your git ignore, please do that right now or you'll get problems at the end of our deployment phase. Let me now go back to the env, and what we have right here is now 6 environment variables. Now these are actually quite simple. Right here we'll store our client ID, our client secret, our issuer URL, so this is the actual domain where, or I guess the business name we chose. Then we have our client site URL, this is localhost 3000, so this is correct. Our client post logout redirect URL, which is localhost 3000, that means when we actually log out, we get redirected to our home page. And then we have the client post login redirect URL, this is just the URL where we redirect after actually successfully logging in. So instead of saying /dashboard, let's just choose the home page right here. So let me now actually go back and let's now actually propagate right here the environment variables. So as you already know, we already opened right here our settings in the dashboard, and then right here we already have our domain, our client ID and client secret. So let me right here copy our client secret, let me go back, let's paste it right here for our environment variable. Let me get my client ID, this is right here, I will copy that and then paste it right here for our client ID, and then let me also get our domain and I will paste our domain for the client issuer URL. So let me paste that, and now this also looks great. So we're now actually already done with the environment variables. I can now go back to the docs, and then the next step is to set up our auth route handler. Now the route handler is just a different word for an API route. This is, I guess, I would say the marketing term for Next.js, but with that we'll make our whole authentication flow work. So what we have to do is actually right here open our Explorer, go in the app folder, right here let's create an API folder, inside of here let's create an auth folder, and then inside of the auth folder we have to create in this brackets the kind auth folder. So let me right here create that in the brackets, and now inside of here it's very important that you create a file which is called route.tsx, and actually not tsx, I'm sorry, but ts. We don't need tsx, this is not a JSX file. You can't name it, I guess, like core.ts or hello.ts. You have to name it route.ts. If you name it differently, this whole route handler won't work and you'll have problems in your authentication flow. So let me close the Explorer, let's go back to the logs. Let me right here copy this and paste that. With this we now initialize our route handler with actually kind. Let me go back to the docs, and now we are already actually done with setting up kind in our actual project. So the next step is to actually authenticate our users, and that's what we'll do right now. So what we can do now is go back to our navbar, and right here we have two buttons, right? We have the login button and we have the register button. And what I want to do is, if we click on the register button, I want to get redirected to register, and if I click on login, I want to get redirected to log in. So what I'll do right here is copy for now the login button. Please copy it, don't delete it. And then inside of here we can now use some component which is called login link. So this right here will automatically import, and let me again paste the login name. Now right here for the button, let me also say as child, since we now have a child, and now this looks good. One thing also on top right here, it currently imports from @kind_oss/kind of Next.js. Let's also right here at the end append a /components, and now this looks good. So let's also now do the same for the register button. So let me copy the name and let me get the register link again from our components, or I guess from this package. Let me paste the register name, and then for the button let's say as child. Let's save that, let's go back to our page, and if I now click on register, we should now actually get redirected to kind. So let's see, we have a spinning fav icon as you see, and now we got redirected to kind. So as you see, this looks beautiful, it works perfectly, but nevertheless I think we can make it look even better. So I will actually head over back to our dashboard right here. Let me click on the top left on home, let me again zoom in a bit for you guys, and then let me click right here on the left side on design. So what we'll do right here is actually make our whole kind, I guess, authentication page look a bit better. So first of all, for the theme, let's say user preference, we'll see right here in light theme, and if the user has a dark theme preference, we'll see dark theme right here. Then for the background color, this looks all okay. For the border size, this also looks okay. Then for the button color, I think this is all fine. Also the links look all fine. The only thing we have right here is our logos. Currently I don't have one. Later on we'll also upload a logo right here. But for now I think this looks all good. So let me click on save. This will now save our preferences right here. And if I go back to our actual sign up page and right here refresh that, we now see this dark background color. So this actually worked perfectly. So what I'll do right now is actually right here continue with GitHub. So let me click on this button to actually log in with GitHub, and then we should get redirected to our index page. Alright, so as you see, we got redirected to our index page, and I don't see any logout button. I again see my login and register button, but of course this is not quite what I want when I'm actually authenticated. So what we have to do right here in the Navbar is actually fetch the user session and then check if the user is actually authenticated. If yes, we'll actually show a logout button, and if not, we'll show this register and login button. So let's actually do that right now, and thankfully it's very simple with Kind. What we have to do right here is inside of our navbar is firstly actually right here get our Kind server session hook. So let's do in const, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to get Kind server session. Now this is imported from @kind_oss kind of Next.js/server, and let me actually invoke that. Now right here what I want to get is the get user function, and then what I want to do at last is actually fetch our user. So what I can do now is a constant user, and this will be equal to await get user. Let me now invoke that, and now we get an error. So right here tells me await expressions are only allowed within async functions at the top levels of modules. So what's the problem right here? So the problem which we have right here is that currently our navbar is just a standard function. But what we have to do is right here mark it as an async function. If I now save that, the error is gone, and that looks good. And this is also safe to do because we're in a server component, and the server component only runs on the server and nothing is leaked to the client. Cool, so now I have my user, and now I can actually do internally where I check if the user is authenticated. So let me right here go inside of this div above our button, and then let me now create internally. So inside of here, let's do a user, and if we have a user, let's use a question mark, let's return something, let's right here just say h1 user is authenticated, and if not, let's use a colon, and then inside of here, what we'll now return is our buttons. So let me right here first of all return a div. Let's right here give it a class name. This will be flex, items which will be center, gap which will be x of 2. Now inside of here I can again paste these buttons. So let me copy them, paste them inside of here. Let's save that, and let's actually go back. So if I now go back, right here we have now an h1 which says user is authenticated. Now do I really want to have like an h1 where it just says user is authenticated? No, this is actually not quite what I want. What I want to do right here is actually render like a little drop down. So we'll create something called a user navigation drop down. At least that's how I call it. So for that, let's open our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, components folder, and inside of here, let's create a user nav.tsx. Now, also one thing which you'll probably see right here is that we have in the app folder a components folder, and then also a components folder in the root directory. Now, the components folder in the root directory stores all of our Shadcn UI components. And then our components folder in the app folder stores all of the components which are specific to our website. Now, some people might say that this is not a good architectural design. I don't know what they say. I really don't care. I like the look because I already know, hey, this components folder is for Shadcn UI and this components folder is for all of the other components. So I will leave it like that. Some people might say this is not a good look. Again, I think this is great. If you want to, you can change that. That's totally fine. But I think this is great as it is. So let me now actually close that since we have now talked about that. And let's now start with our user nav. For that, let's do an export function. Let's right here call it user nav, and then let me just open that. Now inside of here, let's create a return statement, and then what I want to do now is get our dropdown. Now if you try right here to get a dropdown, you see we don't have one, and that's because we haven't installed one. So let me go to ui.shadcn.com, and what I want to get from here is our dropdown right here, so the dropdown menu. If I click on that, that's what I want to create, so this is what we need. So let me right here copy an installation command with npm, let's open the terminal and let's paste it right here to install it. While this is installing, we'll actually need one more thing, and this is also the avatar. So you can right here search for the avatar in Shadcn UI, and this is what I want. This is like an image. So let me right here copy an installation command, and let's paste it right here to also install that. So let me again close the terminal. We don't need that anymore. And now let me get my drop-down menu. Now it's very important that you please listen now to me. You right here have to actually import everything from the components and not from Redux UI. If you import anything from Redux UI, you'll get like a Webpack error. So some people sometimes comment right here, hey, why do you get a Webpack error? Well, that's why you get it. So please right here check that everything is imported from the components and not from Redux UI. But now let me get the drop-down menu from my components. Let's open that, and inside of here we have to now create a trigger. So let me now get right here my drop-down trigger. So let's see, trigger. This is from the components, and let me right here open that. Let's also mark it as child, because inside of here I want to render our button component imported from our components. Now inside of this button, what I want to do now is render like the avatar image, so the image of the user. So what we'll do right here is first of all like render an avatar fallback, and then later on we'll render the image. So let me get the avatar fallback, and this right here, let's open that, and inside of here I'll just say for now Jan. Let me now save that. Let's actually right here save that, and let's see if this looks good. So if I go back to our web page, you see we don't see anything. Now you already know why we don't see that. That's because we currently don't render this user nav anywhere. So let me go back to the navbar, and then instead of rendering this h1, let me get our user nav component. Now this user nav component is imported from the file. Let's close that. Let's go back, and now we should see like a little avatar. So we now get an error right here. Our avatar fallback must be used with an avatar. So let me go back to the user nav, and yeah, I see I made an error. So right here this avatar fallback should be actually nested inside of the avatar component. So let me get that from the components, and let's again open that, save that, and go back. So this error should be now gone, and yeah, this is what we see. Does it look good? Nope, it looks quite ugly. So let's actually change that. Let's start with the button. So what I want to do is first of all delete this blue background color. So let's give right here our button first of all a variant. The variant will be called ghost, so it won't have any background color. Let's also do a class name, and this will be just relative, and then a height of 10, and let's also do a width of 10, and let's do a rounded of full. Then for the avatar, let me also give it a class name, and right here we'll just say class name of height 10 and width of 10. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and yes, this already looks way better. So now you see this little, I guess, round circle, and then also my name, or in other words, the avatar fallback. So for now I will leave it like that. Later on we'll also render the avatar image, but for now again we'll leave it like that. Now under the menu trigger, I will now create a drop-down menu content. So let's get our drop-down menu content. Now this is imported from our components. Let's open that. Then for the drop-down menu content, let me give it also right here in class name, and we'll say width of 56. Also we can right here use the align property, and then right here I can say where I want to align our drop-down menu content. So it could be in the center, at the end, or in the start. And what I want to do is actually align it at the end. Let's also right here do enforce mount, and now this should be already all. Now inside of here what I can do now is get a drop-down menu label from our components. Let's also right here give it in class name, and we'll just say font of normal. Inside of here I will now render a div element. Let's give it right here in class name, and this will be flex of call to align it vertically, and space y of 1 to have a bit of spacing in between. Then inside of here let's render a p tag, and let me just say Jan Marshall. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and let's see if I now click on this button, you see now right here my name Jan Marshall. So what I want to do is render my name, and then under the name I want to render my email. So what I'll do right here is go under the p tag. Let's again render a new p tag, and inside of here I'll just type my email, and let me again save that, and let's see how this looks like. Yeah, it looks quite good. Nevertheless, what I think we should do is make the name a bit bigger, and then the email a bit smaller and a different color. So let's start with the name. Let's right here give the p tag a class name, and let's right here just say a text of small. Let's do a font which will be medium, and then let's do also leading, which will be actually none. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. Yeah, our name looks good. Let's now style also our email. So let's go to the class name, and let's say right here text of XS. Let's do a leading, which will be again of none. Let's also do a text which will be muted or foreground. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and yeah, this looks beautiful in my opinion. What I want to do now is render a separator under my name and the email. So for that, let me go under the drop-down menu label, and let me get the drop-down menu separator. Now this separator right here is imported from the components, and this is in self-closing tag. If I now go back, you now see this little separator line, so this little distinction between this content and then later on our links, which will be underneath the actual drop-down menu separator. So let's now actually go back. Let's go under the drop-down menu separator, and what I want to get right here is the drop-down menu group. Now this drop-down menu group again is imported from our components, and let me open that right now. Now inside of here we'll now get a drop-down menu item. So let me right here get the drop-down menu item again from our components, and now I can create an item. So let me right here just say I don't know, test item. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see right here our test item. Now I could right here create multiple drop-down menu items, so let me copy paste that 3 or 4 times. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see 1, 2, 3, 4 links. So these are our drop-down menu items, and later on we'll make them actual links, for example for our settings page, for the products which we have bought, etc. So the last thing which I want to do is at the bottom right here also render a logout button. For that, let me go under the drop-down menu group, and inside of here let me get the drop-down menu separator. We already imported that, and underneath that let me get the drop-down menu item. Let's open that, and instead of saying just logout right here, what I want to do is right here get the logout link component from kind. So let me import that, and inside of here let's say logout. For the drop-down menu item, let's also say as child, because we have right here child component. One also very important thing right here at the top, we currently import logout link from @kind_oss/kind of Next.js. Let's append at the end a /components. Let's save that, let's again go back, this looks all good. Let's see if this all works. Let me click right here on my name, and then you see the logout button. Let me right here also click on the logout button. We should now get logged out. So you see the fav icon spun, and we got redirected to localhost. So what I will do right here is again log in. We should now get redirected to kind. Let me click on GitHub, and then we should again get redirected to localhost 3000 to our actual index page. Alright, you see we got redirected. Again, I have my drop down right here, and this looks beautiful. So what I want to do now is actually get dynamic values. So I want to get the name, I want to get the email, and then I also want to get the image. So let me again go back, and what I will do right here is create an interface for that. So let's do right here an interface, and we'll just name it iAppProps. So let's do iAppProps. Let's open that, and then inside of here we'll have an email. This will be of type string. We'll also have a name. This will be of type string, and then we'll also have a user image, and this will be also of type string, or it could be undefined. Let's save that, this looks good, and now we actually have to provide that to our user nav. So what I have to do right here is go in the params of the user nav, let's destructure it, let's give it a type of iAppProps, and then right here where we destructure, we can get the email, we can get the name, and we can get our user image. So if I now go back to our navbar component, you now see we get an error for our user nav, and it tells me right here that I'm missing in total 3 properties. So I'm missing the email, the name, and the user image. So let's right here actually provide them. So for the email, this is quite simple. This is just the user.email. Then let's see, the next step is the name. This will just be equal to the user.given name. And then the last thing which we have is the user image. And this is equal to the user where do we have it, picture. Now if I save that, you see we currently get 3 errors. So if I hover over the first one, this is email, it tells me right here type string or null is not assignable to type string. Now this is actually a TypeScript problem, but I know that my email is 100% defined, so what I can do right here is mark it as string. The same is for the name, this is also as string, but for the user image, it is actually not 100% defined. So if the user signs in with Google or with GitHub, I'll get a user image, but if the user signs up with email, I won't get a user image. Now to actually fix this problem, what I'll do is use a handy API. So what you can do in Google is search for Vercel avatar API. Then let's search for that. Let's go to this GitHub repo. So that's the first one right here. And then what we can do is right here use this URL. So let me right here copy that. And what I'll do right here is a nullish collision. So if the user.picture is not defined, I can use a double question mark, and then I can just paste this URL. So let me use upticks and paste that. So what is exactly this avatar.vercel.sh URL? So if you go back right here, and if I zoom in a bit, you see that right here, this is the avatar which we'll get. Now this avatar right here actually is quite, I guess, customizable. Can I say it like that? So this avatar depends on the name. So currently right here, it appends Rauch G, and that's why you get this image. Now, if you would right here say Marshall, you would get a different actual avatar PNG. So let me go back, and then instead of hard coding rauch.g, what we'll do is a dynamic value, and we'll just say user.givenName. Let's right here also now save that. Let's again go back to the user nav, and now I can actually use these values in our user nav component. So let's start right here with the name. Let me right here paste the name. This will be equal to the name. Then right here for the email, I will actually not use this email because this is my private email. I will leave it hard coded, but you can actually use this email, and then it will show your actual email. And then the last thing which I can do right here is also give my avatar fallback an actual name. So instead of Jan, let me right here get our name, and instead of rendering the actual full name, we can use a name.slice, and I want to get only the first 3 values, so we can do a 0 up to 3. So with that, we'll now actually get 3 letters, and if I now save that and go back, you still see that we have right here Jan, and that's because this is the name of my GitHub account. So this looks all good. Now let's actually also render our actual avatar image. For that, let me go above our avatar fallback. Let's get the avatar image. This is imported from our components. This is self-closing. Let's right here pass it in source. This right here will be our user image. And then let me also actually get an alt. And then for the alt, you can say whatever you want. This is not an SEO course, but I will just say user image. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now you should see right here my image. And this looks again beautiful. So now you see the name, you see the email, you see all of the items, and you can also log out if you want to. So our user nav is done, and actually in total also our whole navbar is done. So I would say we can now actually continue with the next part of this course. So let's do that right now. Alright, since we're now done with our navbar and also with the authentication part, we will now come to the next section of this course, and this is to create our sell page, so where the user can actually sell the product, so the template, the UI kit, the icon, whatever he wants to sell. Now what I want you to know is that this section will be, how do I say it? It isn't that easy. So what I want you to do is actually focus 100%. It's quite big, this section. It goes quite in depth. That's why I want you to actually focus right now. It will be a bit complicated again, but we'll go through it, and I think you'll understand it at the end. So to get started, we have to go in the app folder, and then inside of here, we want to create a new route. So we'll name it sell. So let's right here create a new folder. Let's call it sell. And then inside of here, let's create a new file called page.tsx. Now inside of here, we can get started with our route. So let's first of all do an export default function. Let's just name it sell route, and then let's invoke it and open that. Let's create a return statement. Let's do div, let's say h1, and let's say hello from the sell route. Let's save that. Let's go back, and if I now go right here to my URL, I can reach the /sell route, and then you should see in a second right here hello from the sell route. So this looks good and this works, so we can now actually get started. But before we actually do that, let's right here now create this route inside our user nav. For that, let's go back to our user nav component, and then right here instead of the test item, or I guess for the first drop-down menu item, let's right here mark it as child, and then right here let me delete the name test item. Let's use inside of here the link component provided by Next.js, and let's say sell, I guess sell your product. I think this is fine. Let's save that. We now get an error that the link is missing a property, which is the href. So let's right here give it an href, and this will just be our /sell. Let's save that. Let's go back. And if you now click on your user dropdown, you have now your sell your product page. And if I click on that, we get redirected to the sell route. So let's actually now get started with our sell route, make it look good, and make this whole route look good. So let's do that. To get started, for that, I will actually delete everything right here. So we'll delete everything in the return statement. Let's create a new div. I guess we could do in section, because why not? Let's do in section. Let's open that. Let's also give it in class name. I want to again give it the same width, I guess, as our navbar. So let's do in max width. This will be 7XL. Let's do an mx of auto to center it in the middle. And let's do in padding x of 4. And let's do in padding x, or on medium devices and bigger, a padding x of 8. So padding x of 8 right here corresponds to 32 pixels, and yeah, this looks good. So now inside of this section, what I want to use is the card component. So let me again go back to ui.shadcn.com. Let's search for the card, and now this is what I want to use. So this is the card component, and this is what we need, because inside of the card component, I will then render our input, our text area, and everything like that. So let me right here go to the installation command, let me copy npm, let's open the terminal right here, and then let me paste it to install it. Now, while this is installing, let's also right here already search for the input, since we'll also need that. This is the input component. As you see, it's in standard input. That's what we'll use. So let me copy the installation command. Let's paste that. And then the last thing which I need for now is the label. So let's right here search for that. This is the label, as you see. So let me copy the installation command. Let's go back. Let's paste it in the terminal and let's install that. So let's now actually get started. So inside of the section, let me get my card component from our components. Let's open that. We won't give it any styling because it's already completely styled as we want. Then inside of here, I'll create a form. Now we'll delete the action for now. I don't have one. And then inside of the form, we can now actually get started. So the first thing which we need is the card header from our components. And then inside of here, I will create a title and a description. So let's right here, first of all, get the card title again from our components. And let's just say, sell your product with ease. Let's save that. Let's then also create a card description. So let's get the card description component again from our components. And let's just say, please, describe your product here in detail so that it can be sold. Something like that. I think this is fine. Let's again go back. Let's go back to our page. Yeah, this looks good. And now let's actually get started with our input, so our card content. For that, let's go under the card header. Let's create right here in card content, again from our components. Then for the card content, let me get right here in class name, and then this will be flex of call to align it vertically, and let's do gap y of 10, so spacing in between of all the items of 10, and 10 right here corresponds to 40 pixels. Then inside of here, let me now actually right here create a div element. Let's right here give it in class name. This will be flex of column, and then a gap y of 2. Now inside of here, let me right here get a label, again from our components, and then we'll just say this will be for our title, or our name. How do we want to name it? I think we'll just name it name, or let's say title or name. Let's just say name. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now you should right here see the label which says name. And again, this is then for the title. Yeah, I think I will leave it name. I think this is fine. Let's now also render the input. So let's get our input component from our components. This is self-closing. Let's also right here give it in type. This will be of type text. We can also right here say placeholder. And then for the placeholder, I will just say name of your product. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now you see the input with this nice placeholder. And this looks beautiful. So now we actually created our first input. And the second thing which I want to do is now actually render like a little category selection. So what I want to do is actually make the user be able to select what actual category the product lives in. So it could be the template category, it could be the UI kits category, it could be the icons category. So whatever the product is, the user will choose the category, and then the user can continue. So for that, I want to actually make like 3 little cards right here, so in card selection, because I think this will look way better than just in standard, I don't know, drop down or something like that. And for that, we'll actually have to create a separate component, and that's what we'll do right now. So let me open right here my Explorer, and then let's go in the app folder, components folder, and then inside of here, let's create a new component, and this will be the select category.tsx. Now, before I continue with that, let me right here create a new div with the label. So under the input and under the div, let's create a new div element. Let's also get in class name. This will be flex of column. And then let's also right here say gap y of 2. Then inside of here, let's use a label. And then for the label, I will right here just say category. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now we should see the label. And now I want to actually render the category selection. So for that, let's again go back to the select category component. And inside of here, let's get started with an export function. Let's just name it as select category. Let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. And now inside of here, I want to actually return our category selection. For actually, first of all, testing everything out, let's do div, let's do an h1 or h2, and let's say hello from this component, just to be sure that everything works. Let's save that. Let's go to the page.tsx. Let's import that right here. So the select category from our component, self-closing. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now you see hello from this component. So the component works, and we can now actually make it look beautiful. So for that, I'll right here delete this div actually again. Let's create a new div element. So let's right here do a div, and let's start with giving it a class name. Alright, now for the class name, what I want to do is actually create a grid layout. So if you look at it in Excalibur, this is currently our page as you see it, and what I want to do right here is create a grid layout. And what I want to do is create 3 columns. So what you have to imagine is that we have 3 actual categories. We have the templates category, we have the UI kits category, and we have the icons category. So we'll have 3 columns. So first of all, for example, the template category, then the icons category, and then our third actual category. So these are our 3 columns. So we'll create a grid layout with 3 columns. If we're on a mobile screen, so let's imagine this is a mobile screen, we'll create 1 column and they will then stack vertically. So as you see right here. So let's actually create this layout right here because it's actually not that hard. So for the class name right here, let's give it a grid. Then let's right here say on a mobile device, we'll have a grid calls of 1 as already said. Then on a medium or on a small device and bigger, we'll do a grid calls of 2. Then on a medium device or bigger, we'll do a grid calls of 3. And this is already all. Let's also right here give it a gap. So we want to have a bit of spacing. And this will be a gap of 8, so 32 pixels. So this looks good. Let's now actually create our children right here inside of our div. So what I want to do right here is actually map now over our categories and then render them. So what I'll actually do right now is create a separate array so that I can map over it. So what I'll do is open my Explorer, then inside of here let's go in the app folder, then inside of the app folder let's create a new folder which will be the lib folder, and then inside of here I'll create a new file which I'll call category items.ts. So inside of this file, I will now create an array where I will actually store all of our categories. So let's actually first of all create a little interface right here. So let's do an interface. I will just call it iapp props. Let's open that. Then inside of here, we'll have a name. This will be of type string. So the name will be the name of the category. So for example, again, we have our templates category or UI kit category. Then we have our title. This will be of type string. Then let's do an image. This will be of React Node. React Node is imported from React. And then inside of here, let's also get an ID, and this will be of number. Since we have now created our interface, let's now actually create our array. So let's right here do an export constant. Let me name it right here category items. Let me spell that correctly. This will be equal to an empty array. And then inside of here, I can now create my first object, or I guess my first category. So right now, if I click on Control Spacebar, what you'll see right here is that we don't have any types. Now, this is of course not quite what we want, since we just created an interface and I want to get types right here. So what we can do right here is give category items and type. So we can do right here colon, iapp props, and then we can append an array symbol at the end, since this is an array and not an empty object. Now inside of here, if I click on Control Spacebar, you now see we have all of our types and I can now actually get started creating something. Now currently I see I have created a description for my actual interface. I don't need that, so let me delete that, and now let me actually get started. So the first thing we have is our ID. This will be of 0. Then we have a name. The name will be called template. This will be lowercase. Then we will also have, of course, a title. This will be uppercase template. And then the last thing which I have is the image. And for the image, what I'll do is actually use an icon provided by Lucid React. So we can import right here the globe icon, and we currently can't import anything. What's the problem right here? Well, it's actually quite simple. I named our file .ts. This should be actually a tsx file, not a ts file. So let me rename it to tsx. And if I now try to import globe, you see I can now import that. So let me import globe from Lucid React, and now I don't get any error, and that looks good. Now the next thing which I want to do is again create an object. Let's again give it an ID. This will be 1. Let's give it a name. The name will be right here UI kit. Then let's also give it a title. This will be uppercase UI kit. And then let's also do an image right here. And for the image, I'll just say, let's just get, I don't know, the chef hat icon from Lucid React. And this is self-closing. I misspelled image. Let me spell that correctly. And now this also looks good. Let's create our next object. Let's right here then start with an ID. This will be of ID 2. The name right here will be icon. Then let's also right here give it a title. This will be uppercase icon. And then the last thing which we need is an image. So let's create an image. And for the image, I'll just say, there's an icon called party popper, I will use this. Let me now save this. We have now an array with 3 objects or 3 categories, and now we can actually go back to our select category component and actually map over these items. So I'm now again in the select category component, and inside of here I can now get my category items from the category items file. Let's do a .map, and then inside of here let's get an item and let's just return that. Inside of here let me create a div element. Let's also right here give it a key. This is required. The key will be equal to item.id, and let's also right here give it a class name, and the class name will just be cursor of pointer. Let's now also right here inside of this div create a card, so the card component. This is imported from our components. Then for the card, let me right here create a card header. So the card header is imported from our components, and then inside of here I can render our item.image. Let me now save this right here. Let's see how this looks like. And yeah, this looks quite good. So we have now right here our 3 categories. So now let's actually also render a name, since currently we only render an image. For that, let's go besides this item.image, let's use an h3. And then inside of here, let me get the item.title. Let's again save that. Let's again go back. Yeah, this is good, but let's style the title. So let's go to the h3. Let's get right here in class name, and let's just say right here font of medium. Let's save that. Let me make a bit of space. And then let's go back, and yeah, I think this is fine. I think we can leave it like that. Now, nevertheless, what I want to now also do is actually style right here our border. So currently we have right here in border, and what I want to do is actually style that. So if I select it, I want to have this bluish background color, or I guess for the border, I want to have a bluish border color. So for that, we have to create actually state, since I want to do a new state. So if I click on the card, I want to manipulate my state, and then I want to show the border as already set. So for that, we first of all have to create a new state. So let's do a constant. Let's right here create a getter and setter. So let's right here give our getter a name of selected category. And then for our setter, let's do set as selected category. This will be equal to useState. useState is imported from React, and let's invoke that. For the initial value, this will be just null. And now let's actually save that, and yeah, we have an error. So you're importing a component that needs useState. It only works in a client component. So useState actually relies on a client side, which means that we have to actually right here, I guess, mark this component as useClient. So this can't be a server component, but it has to be a client component. So let's right here mark it useClient. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and this error should now again go away. So the error is now gone, and we can now actually use our state and manipulate it. So what I want to do is, if I actually click on this card, so if the user clicks on the card, I want to now manipulate our state, or actually set this item inside of our state. So for that, we have to create right here an onClick handler for our card. Then right here, this is an inline arrow function. Let's get our set selected category. And what we'll do right here is set the value of our item. So this will be the item.name, and I can now save that. How do we get our item.name? Well, in our array, we have a name and we have a title. The name is what we'll store in our database. The title is what we display in the UI, as you see right here. So if I now again go back, we currently get an error, and the error right here is cannot invoke an object which is possibly null. What's the problem? So what we have to do right here is tell TypeScript that we can actually have 2 values. So what we have to say is that this state right here can be either null, or it could have a string value. So what I'll do right here is use in generic, so these brackets, this is in generic, and now we will say this is either in string or it could be null. If I now save that, you see we currently still get an error, and the error is that I currently just see that instead of saying set selected category, I said right here selected category. So I use the getter instead of the setter. So let me copy the setter, let's paste it right here, and we see we don't get any errors, and this looks now good. So what I can do now is actually style our class name based on our actual state. So let's do that right now. So for the card, I will give it a class name, and what we'll use inside of here is instead of a string, we'll use again these object brackets, and then inside of here I want to now use an ternary. So I want to check if right here the value of the selected category is equal to our actual item.name, then I will give this border color as already said, and if not, then not. So let's right here create our ternary. So let's say if selected category is true to item.name, then we'll use right here a question mark. we'll say right here border, which will be actually of primary, so this bluish color, and a border of 2. If this is not true, let's use a colon, and let's just say this will also be a border, which will be 2, and then the border will be of a color, which will be primary, of 10% opacity. So if I use right here the slash, I tell right here React, or I guess Tailwind CSS, that I only want to have 10% of the opacity, and yeah, that's how I do it. So let's now save that, let's actually go back, and if I now click right here on the category, you see we have now this bluish color, and this also looks beautiful, and this works also great. So I would say we are now done with the category selector, and we can now actually continue. So what I want to now render is actually the price of our actual product. So let me go back, let me close the selected category, let me close the category items, the user nav, I don't need anything of that. What I want to do right here inside of our page.tsx is right here again create a new div under this div. Let's again right here give it a class name, this will be a flex of call, and a gap y of 2. And then inside of here, I can now render a label. So for the label, we'll say price, and then under the label, I render right here again our input component, which we already imported, and then let's right here give it a placeholder, and for the placeholder, I will just say $29. I think this is fine. You can do whatever you want. This is just a placeholder. It does not really matter, but I think this should be fine. Let's go back. Yeah, this looks great. The input, we have the placeholder. And if I type right here, you see I currently can type whatever I want. I don't want that. So what we'll do right here is give it also a type. And for the type, this will be of type number. And if I now go back, what you'll see is if I try to type some gibberish, I can't do that. I can only type a number, and this is great. So we have now our actual title or the name, we have the category selection, we have the price, and then the next thing which I want to do is like create a little, I guess, text area so that the user can actually create a small summary of the product. So for that, let's again go under the div, let's create a new div element, let's give it a class name of flex of call, and then let's also do a gap y of 2. Inside of here, let's get our label as we already know it. Then for the value, we'll just say small summary. And now instead of using right here an input, I want to now use a text area. So what I'll do right here is go to our UI.Shadcn website, our lovely component website. And what I want to get from here is now the text area component. So let's search for that. This is right here. So this is the text area where the user can write any content. So let me copy the installation command. Let's go back. Let me right here install that. So let's open the terminal, second terminal tab, and then let me just paste the installation command. Let me again close my terminal. This should now be installed. And now let me get right here my text area from the components. This is self-closing. And then inside of here, I can again give it a placeholder. I will just say, please describe your product shortly right here, ... I think this is fine. Again, write whatever you want. It really does not matter. So let's again go back. Let's see how that actually looks like. Yeah, so we have right here our text area, and this looks actually quite good. Now, one thing I already see right here is this gap does not look good. I don't have any spacing. What's wrong? So right here, you see I misspelled flex. So let me spell flex correctly. And now we have the spacing which I wanted. And this looks already way better. So since we are now done with this, I guess, these little inputs, the next thing which I want to do is create an actual rich text editor so that the user can create a description. Now, you could actually do everything within text area. I guess it's fine. But you don't really have the flexibility which you get with a rich text editor. So you can't create an H1, you can't create any underlines, you can't change the boldness of the text. And I think we should actually use a rich text editor to give the ability to the user so that he can express the product even better. Now, there are a lot of providers right here on the internet for rich text editors, free, paid, good and bad. But what we'll use is actually TipTap. TipTap is actually free, it's headless, it's quite easy to use, not that easy, but we'll get through it. And just in general, it's what I use, it works quite good, and I can't really complain. So what I'll do right here is click on docs, that's what we need the documentation. Let me right here search for Next.js, since I want to have the docs for Next.js, and then we already have right here a quick start guide. So the first thing we have right here is create a project. We already done that, we already have our Next.js project. The second step is to install the dependencies, so that's what we'll do. I will right here copy the dependencies, open my terminal, and then let me just paste them right here. So we install TipTap React, we install TipTap PM, and then the TipTap Starter Kit. So this looks good. Then the next step is to actually create a component, and this is what we'll do right now. So let me again go to our project. Since I don't need the docs anymore, let's open our Explorer, and then inside of the Explorer, we'll now create a new component. So for that, let me go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, and then inside of here, let's create a new file, which we'll name editor.tsx. Now right here, this component will be marked as use client, since this actual whole editor relies on a client side, so we'll mark it as use client. And now we can actually get started. So how does an editor actually look like? So on the top we have something which is called a menu bar. So with the menu bar, the user can actually select what he wants to use, an H1, an H2, an underline, etc. And then underneath the menu bar, we have the actual editor content, so where we see the content, and then also the styled content itself. So let's actually first of all create our menu bar so that we can select again the H1, H2, whatever we need. So for that, let's right here do an export constant. We'll name it menu bar. Then what we'll do right here is just create a standard arrow function, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, what I want to get through our params is first of all the structure, our editor. We later on pass it to our menu bar. Then this will right here have a type, so currently TypeScript complaints, and this editor will of course have a type, and this will be of type editor. Now it sadly does not import for me automatically, so what I'll do is just do an import, then let's structure it, and this will be from at TipTap React. Then inside of here, what I can do now is get our editor, and this will be of import type editor, since this is in type. Then let me now open that. One thing I also right here forgot is that our editor could be either defined or it could be null. So let's do an editor, or it could right here be with a vertical line null. Then inside of here, inside of our export function, let's do a real quick check so that our editor is actually defined. So let's do an if there's no editor, you do a no with this exclamation mark. Let's open that, and if there's no editor, we'll just return null. So we will return actually nothing. If we have an editor, so if we are safe that there's an editor and everything is initialized, then we can actually start returning our menu bar. So let's right here create a return statement, let's create right here a div element, and then let's right here start with a class name. So for the class name right here, let's do a flex of wrap, and then let's also do a gap of 5. Now you might ask me right here, why do you use flex wrap? What does that mean? Well, that means if there's not enough space on the horizontal side, our elements will just wrap, and then everything will just actually right here function inside of our website. Now inside of here, what I want to first of all get is our button component from our components, and then inside of here, this will be the H1 button. So let's right here say H1, and now we actually have to also create a bit of functionality for this button. So first of all, it's very, very important that you get right here in type. The type will be button. Now please right here be sure that you name a type button, because if you name a type submit or anything like that, you'll get problems, errors, and you don't want that. So now what you would probably do is right here now create the on-click handler to make the actual functionality work, but this right now won't work because we first of all have to actually initialize our editor. So let me go under our menu bar, let's create a new export function. So let's right here do an export function. Let's right here just call it TipTap editor, and then let me just invoke that and open that. Now inside of here, let's do a constant, we'll call it editor. This will be equal to use editor. This is imported from TipTap React. Let's open that, and then inside of here we have to actually now pass a few values. So first of all, we have to pass right here an extensions property, and this will be equal to an array, and then inside of here I want to get our starter kit. Now this does not import for me automatically, so on top what I can do right here is an import. Let's import starter kit. And then this will be from at TipTap, and then this will be /starterKit. Let's save that, and then inside of here, let me now again get my starter kit, and now this also works. What I can do now is underneath here do a return statement, and then we'll return our div, and then inside of here let me get our menu bar, which we already created on top. And then right here you see that our menu bar currently is throwing an error, and it tells me that I'm missing the the editor property. So let's pass our editor, and this will be of the value editor. And now since we have actually initialized everything, I can now actually right here create an on-click handler. So let's do an on-click. This will be an inline arrow function. Then inside of here, what I can do now is get our editor. Let's do dot chain, let's invoke that. Let's use dot focus, let's invoke that. And let's use dot toggle heading. Now right here for the toggle heading, I have to invoke that and I have to say what level this is. So this could be the level 1, level 2, so the equivalent would be an H1, H2, etc. So since this is an H1, we want to get the level, which will be an 1, so the level 1, which is an H1. The last thing which I have to do right here is at the end do dot 1 and invoke that. So now we have actually created our menu bar, and this would now actually also work. So the next thing which I also want to do is actually style it a bit. So what I can do right here is create an invariant, and I want to say if this actual button is currently active, so if I clicked it, I want to actually have right here the default button color, so this blue background color. If the button is currently not active, so it's not clicked, I want to have the secondary background color, which is this grayish color. So what I can do now inside of here is get our editor, say if this is active, so if is active is true, then I want to get right here our heading, so please spell heading correctly. Then I will say I want to get the level, which is 1, so the H1 heading, and then what we can now use is internally. So if this is true, let's use a question mark, let's right here say default, and if not, let's use right here in colon, and let's just say secondary. So what I did right here is just check if our heading and the level 1 in that case is true, so if it's active, we just say, hey, please make the button default, and if not, make it secondary. So this now looks good, and I think we could actually test it out if it works, and first of all actually import that in our page. So for that, let's again go back to our page.tsx, and then under our text area and under the div, let me create right here a new div element. Now inside of here, let's give it again a class name. Let's right here say flex. Let's do a flex of call a gap y of 2, and then inside of here, let's create a label, and let's just say right here description. Then under the label, let me now get our editor, so this will be the tip tab editor imported from our components. Let's save that and let's see how our page looks like. So we have now right here our description, and now we have this H1 button. If I now click on that, you now see what I talked about. We now have this blue color, so our actual H1 button is currently active. If I again click on it, you now see we again have the default state, and this now fully works, which is great. Let's now actually create the rest of the buttons, so the H2, the H3, the bold button, the italic button, and then also the strike button. So what I do right here is copy paste the button. So let me copy it, paste it down below. This will now be an H2. Then for the level right here, this will be in level 2, and right here also for the level, this will be in level 2. Let's again go back. So we have an H1 and H2, and if I click on them, you see it fully works. Let's now create also an H3 button. So I'll copy the button, paste it down below. This will be an H3. So let's right here say on the bottom, this is an H3. For the level, this will be a level 3. And right here on the top, this will be also a level 3. The next thing which I want to do is create a bold button. So I will again copy paste this button. Let me copy it, paste it down below. Now for the name, this won't be H3 anymore, but bold. And then also instead of saying right here toggle heading, we will now say toggle bold. So let me right here delete that. And then let's use dot toggle bold. Now we have to invoke that, let's save that, and now this error is also gone. Also right here for the editor is active, we also have to change that. So instead of saying level 3 and heading, let me delete that, and we'll just say if editor.isActive for the bold value is true, then we'll render this right here. So what we did right here is changed, instead of toggle heading, we say toggle bold, and instead of right here saying editor.isActive heading, we say editor.isActive for the bold value. So this looks good, let's again go back, and yes, all of these buttons work, and I can click on them and this looks great. Let's now continue. The next button which I want to do is the italic button. So let me copy paste this button. Let me paste it down below. And instead of saying toggle bold, we'll say right here toggle italic. And then also for the value, instead of saying bold, let's say right here italic. And then also right here, instead of saying bold, let's say italic. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And yes, this also works great, which is beautiful. Let's now create our last button. This is the strike button. Let me copy paste this button right here. So I will copy that, paste it down below. And instead of saying italic, let me right here say strike. Instead of right here saying toggle italic, let's say toggle strike. And then also right here, instead of saying italic, let's also right here say strike. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we have all of our buttons and they look great. Now the next thing which I want to create is our actual content. So for that, let me again go back right here to our tip tab function, and now underneath our menu bar, I want to get our editor content. So let me right here get our editor content. This is imported from tip tab React. This is in self-closing tag, and now I get an error. So the error right here is that I'm actually missing an property which is the editor. So let me right here pass our editor, and the value will just be the editor. editor. One thing which I also want to do is create like a default, content field. So right here inside of our use editor function, what I can do right here is get the content field, and then for the content, we'll just say that this will be for the start just in p tag, and inside of here, we'll just say hello world, and then let me also close my p tag. So let's close that, save that. Let's now save this right here. Let's again go back, and right here you now see right here this buttons and hello world. So this looks good. Nevertheless, our input right here should be actually styled a bit. So let me actually change that. And also let's create a bit of margin to the bottom, since this is also not that great. So let's go again back to the page.tsx, and then inside of here, I'll just say a margin bottom of, I don't know, 14, I guess. Let's save that. Let's again go back. We should now have a bit of margin. Yes, this is already better. Let's go back to our editor component. Let's also style that. I can right here get then in class name, and then this will be right here in rounded, which will be large. Let's also do in border. Let's do in padding of 2, and let's do minimum height of custom value. So you can create a custom value with the array brackets, and let's just say 150 pixels. Let's also do in margin top of 2, and now this should be already all. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and yes, this looks already way better. Now, one thing you probably see right here is that we have this, I guess, ugly blue, I don't know, border. Can you name it like that? I don't really like that, so what I want to do is actually change that. And to do that is actually thankfully quite simple. Let's again go back to our use editor right here. Let's right here say editor props, so you can open that, and then inside of here let's get the attributes, and then inside of here let me get the class, and now I can actually style this right here. And what I want to say is, if we focus this, I want to do an outline which will be of none. And if I now save this, go back, refresh the page, what you will now see is that we right here don't have this ugly border anymore, and this looks already way better. What you could also do right here is give it a minimum height. So I could go right here to the class, and let's also say a minimum height, and this will be of custom value 150 pixels. If I now save that, refresh our page, you will now see if I click right here on the bottom, I still can input everything and still write everything. So this looks also quite good, and I would say that this is actually done. Now, one thing which I don't like right here is, if you right here test it out, if I create an H1 right here, nothing happens. If I use an H2, nothing happens. If I create an H3, nothing happens. Why is that? What can we do? Well, the fix for that is actually quite simple. So what we can use is actually a Tailwindcss plugin. This Tailwindcss plugin is called Tailwindcss Typography. Now, this is a free plugin. You can use it. It's a dev plugin, so it won't actually right here show up in your production bundle size. You can right here install that, so it's in development dependency, as already said. So let me copy that. Let's open our terminal, install that, and then what we have to do is go to tailwind.config.ts, so our file, and then right here tell the plugins that we want to use that. So let me go to our tailwind.config.ts file. Let's scroll down a bit, and then right here for our plugins, so the plugins array, I can right here paste our Tailwindcss typography plugin. So right here I tell Tailwind that I want to use this plugin, and that it should right here do all of the Tailwind magic. So let's again go back, let's go to our page, and if I should now actually use the H1, I should now have a bit of styling. And you see, I don't see anything. So what's the problem? Well, I have to tell our code now inside of the editor that I want to use the typography plugin. So right here for this class in our attributes, so what I can say right here is just say pros, and then let's also do in pros, which will be -sm, so pro small, and then we can also say in smaller or bigger devices, so on devices which are bigger than a mobile screen, we could say pros of -base. Let's now save that. Let's see if this works. So I will go back, I will refresh our page, and then right here I can now create right here an H1. And now you see we have our full styling, which already looks way better. I can create all of the H1, H2, H3s. I can right here write bold. I can right here also write italic. I can also write right here in strike, and this looks great. Alright, so we are now done with the first part, I guess. We have our first import for the name, we have the category selection, we have the price, the small summary, we have the big summary, or I guess the description, however you want to name it. And now I want to come to the last part, I guess, of this UI, and this will be actually our uploads. So I want to have two uploads. First of all, for our images, I want to have an image upload, and then also for our files. So we'll later on deploy, not deploy, but upload a zip file with the contents of the product. So if you sell a template, you'll have a zip of your template. And for that, there are a lot of services on the market, good ones, bad ones, easy to implement, hard to implement. And what we'll do today is use something very, very easy. And this is actually called Uploadthing. Now, Uploadthing was created by Theo, you probably all know him. And Uploadthing makes uploading images and just in general files in Next.js very easy. And for us, we also have a free tier, which is great. And that's why we will use this. Now, of course, there's also Supabase storage. So we use Supabase and they also have a storage solution provided. It's okay, but you have to actually create your own, I guess, uploading sequence. So you have to create your own UI and then you have to create all of the pending states and everything like that. I don't want to do that. Uploadthing makes your life so much easier, so that's why I will use this right here. Now to actually get started, you can now actually first of all create an account if you don't have one. And if you already have one, then click right here on dashboard. I already have one, so I will click right here. Now right here you already see 2 projects which I've created. Now if you have never created any projects with Uploadthing, this will be empty for you. But since I already created a few projects, I already have 2 right here. But to now get started, let me click right here on top on create a new app. And right here we have to give it a name. I will just name it marketplace-yt. Then for the app URL, we can leave it empty since it's optional. And then for the region, I will just use the default one, so Seattle. This is fine. And let me now click on create app. You'll now see that we'll now get redirected back to the dashboard, and yeah, this is currently empty. We have 0 files uploaded, 0 usage, so everything is fine. And now let's actually implement Uploadthing in our actual website. For that, let me click right here on docs because we want to actually get started. And right here they first of all tell you or talk about what Uploadthing is, what makes it good and everything like that. It's not that important for us. If you want to, please read about it. It's quite a good read. But since I already know everything Uploadthing and since I already know why I will use it, I will skip this right here. Now let's right here go to the get starting page, and what we need is the Next.js App Router. And the first thing which we need is first of all to install 2 packages. So first of all the Uploadthing package and then also the Uploadthing React package. Let me right here copy the installation command. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's open our terminal and then let me just paste that to install this. Alright, since this is now installed, we can now actually continue, and the next step is to add an env variable. Now what we'll do is actually go back to the dashboard, so let me click it in a new tab, since we can just copy it from the dashboard. Let me click right here on our project, let me click right here on API keys, and then right here we already have our environment variables. I will just copy them. Let's go back to our .env file, and now I can paste it right here. Let's now go back to the docs, let's again continue, and now you see the next step is to actually create a file router. Now, how does the whole, I guess, concept behind Uploadthing work? So what you have to imagine right here is that we have one file router, and the file router has multiple routes. So right here you already have an example, so we have one file router, and then we have multiple file routes. So instead of writing everything by ourselves, we can just copy this example because this is actually all we need. So right here, copy that. Let's go back. And what we have to do right here is first of all create a new API folder, an Uploadthing folder, and then create a core.ts folder. So let's go to our Explorer right here. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the API folder. And right here in the API folder, we have to now create an Uploadthing folder. So let me copy the name. Let's right here go in the API folder. Let's create a new folder, which is called Uploadthing. And then inside of here, let me create a core.ts file. Now inside of this core.ts file, let me again copy the file code and let me just paste it right here. So now again, what do we do right here? This is actually quite important. So first of all, we initialize Uploadthing right here. We name it F. Then right here we have just a dummy fake authentication function, as you see. We don't need that, so I can just delete that actually. Then the next step which we have is right here we create our file router, and our file router then right here houses our file route. Now you can have as many file routes as you want, 1, 2, 3, how many you want and how many you need. Now right here our first file route actually accepts an image with a max size of 4 MB. We then have a middleware function where we actually see that the user is authenticated. If not, we throw an error, but if the user is authenticated, we just return the user ID. And then right here we have an onUploadComplete callback, and then we just right here return the metadata and the user ID and everything like that. So this is our basic file route, and now we can actually already work with this. So the first thing which I want to do is actually make, first of all, our auth function work. So let me delete this constant user await auth. I don't need that. And let's right here use kind. So let's do a constant. Let's right here destructure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Now this already imports everything automatically. And then right here, let me now destructure the get user function. Let's now fetch our user. So let's do a constant user, which will be equal to await get user. Let's now invoke that, and this looks good. So right here we already found an error, as you see. see if there's no user, throw new Uploadthing error, unauthorized, this looks all good, and then this also all looks good. Now one thing which I also have to do right here is currently we accept, I guess, infinite amount of images. I hope this makes sense, but what I want to do is actually limit the amount of images uploaded. So what we'll say right here is in comma, and we'll say a max file count of 5. So the user can only upload maximum of 5 images and not more, and this is just to not, I guess, create too many resources in our actual S3 bucket, so an upload thing. So this is our first file route. This looks all good. We could now change the name, I guess, but I think this is all fine. We can leave it like that. And let's continue again to the docs to see what the next step is. So the next step, as you see right here, is to create a Next.js API route using the file router. And that's what we'll do right here. So what we have to do is go back inside of our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, API folder, and then in the Uploadthing folder, let me create a route.ts file. Now for the route.ts file, let me just copy right here the code and let me paste it right here. So we have now created an API route for Uploadthing where we can actually upload our images, and this all looks great. So what we did right here is just passed our router, our file router, and again our file router is right here called our file router, and then right here we set our router to our file router. So this is right here the logic behind that. So we have our router has multiple file routes, and then we just right here create our API route where we pass our actual router with all the routes. So Uploadthing, I guess, is already initialized. I guess the backend is already initialized. Now we can create the actual front end. So the first thing that we can do right here is add Uploadthing styles. Since we use Tailwind, we can use right here in with UT helper, and that's what we'll do. For that, let me go right here in our tailwind.config.ts file, and then right here I have to wrap my config with the with UT helper. So on top, let me first of all import right here, import with UT from Uploadthing /tv, and then right here where we export default config, let's right here get our with UT, and then let's right here pass as an argument our config. So our config is right here, as you see, our constant config is an object, and we now wrap this config with our Uploadthing helper. So now this looks good, and the next step is to create the Uploadthing components. So you could now use them from the actual package, but what they want you to do is actually to re-export them with the types. This is great because again TypeScript is our friend. So let's actually do that. So let me go back, let's open the Explorer, let's go in the lib folder, actually in the app folder, then in the lib folder, and then inside of here I'll just create a new file which I'll name uploadthing.tsx. Then inside of this file, let me just copy everything right here and paste this right here. So what we do right here again is first of all import the upload button and the upload drop zone, and what we want to do now is actually pass our types to this button. So right here we just pass our file router. Now right here I have to import that, so I will import that from our API, and instead of importing everything, let's import type our file router. So as you see, the errors are all gone, and this looks again great. Let's now continue right here. What's the next step? And then the next button is to actually mount our upload button or our actual upload drop zone. So that's what we'll do right now. So I can actually go back from the docs. I don't need them anymore. I can close this Uploadthing file. I can close my Tailwind. I can go back to my page.tsx for our cell route. And now I can actually use this right here. Now to do that, it's actually quite simple. We'll go under our div. We'll create a new div. We'll give it right here in class name. This will be our flex of call, and a gap y of 2. As you already know. Then inside of here we'll use a label. We will say right here product images. So let's get our product images, and then inside of this right here under the label I can now actually render our drop zone provided by Uploadthing. So let me right here get our upload drop zone, it's called like that, and this is now imported not from at uploadthing/react, but from our lib folder. Again, why do we now import that from our lib folder and not from Uploadthing directly? Well, that's because, as already said, we assigned our types inside of our lib folder, or in the file, I guess in the Uploadthing file, and that's why I want to use that and not the actual Uploadthing component provided by the package. So let me now import that from our lib folder, and now this component is self-closing, and I have to now pass a few properties. So first of all, we have to pass an endpoint. Now what you can do is click on Control spacebar, and here you already see your first actual endpoint, and this is the image uploader. Now again, where do we get the image uploader from? Well, if you go to the core.ts file, we right here created a file route, which is called image uploader. And again, you can create multiple file routes and then right here access them through the front end. Okay, this looks all good. Let's now also, I will actually not bother with the callbacks right now. Let's leave it like that. Let's save that and let's see if this actually works. So let's go back to Chrome. Let's go to our page and we see a drop zone right here. We have a loading state. That's weird. Let's refresh the page. Let's again go back. We again have a loading state. Yeah, I don't know, we have like a server-side rendered page. I don't really want to have any loading states. And the nice thing is that actually Uploadthing helps us a bit. So what you can do right here is use the optional Uploadthing SSR plugin so that we don't have this annoying loading spinner. I don't want that. I want to have this already with SSR, everything rendered. And that's why we'll use this Next.SSR plugin. So what we'll do is go to our layout file right here. Then I will import right here the Next.SSR plugin from Uploadthing React Next.SSR plugin. And then what we have to do now is actually render it on top in our body. So I will copy right here our Next.SSR plugin. Let's go right here in our body above our navbar, and then let me just paste that right here. So what we do right here is it tells us the router config will extract only the route configs from the router to prevent additional information from being leaked to the client. The data passed to the client is the same as we were fetch API/Uploadthing directly. So right here Uploadthing just tells you everything is safe. Don't worry about it, everything looks good. So let me just delete this comment, I don't need that. Let me import this extract router config. This is imported from uploadthing/server. And then we have to import our file router, again from our API route. And this also now looks good. Let's now go back. Let me again hard refresh our page right here. And now you see we have 0 actual loading states. And that's again what we wanted. So now we have our full SSR experience, which is great for the user experience. Okay, cool. Now this looks great. What do we do now? I think we should now create our second actual upload drop zone and now for our actual zip file. So what I'll do actually is go back to our core.ts file, and what I want to do inside of here is actually now create a second file route. So what I'll do right here is just copy our image uploader route. So I will copy this right here and then just paste it again down below. But instead of right here naming it image uploader, I of course want to name it a bit differently. So how do we name it? Well, what I'll say right here is a product file upload. Let's save that. We don't get any errors and that's great. Now I don't want to actually upload right here an image as you see, but I want to upload a zip file. So let me right here delete this all. So I don't need an image, I don't need the max file size. And what I want to do right here is use a string and I want to get in zip. So what we can use right here is an application, how is it called? Application/zip. That's what I want. And then I can actually right here do an extra config and say I want to have a max file count of 1. So I want the user to be only able to upload 1 zip file in total and not any more, just 1 file and that's all. Now for the actual rest of the code, the middleware is the same, that's fine. For the onUpload complete callback, this also looks all good and I think we can now continue. So now we can actually use that, so let's go back to our page.tsx. Let me right here go under our div, let's create a new one. Let's do right here in class name, this will be flex of call and then a gap y of 2. Inside of here, let's create a label. Now for the label, I will just say product file, and then under the label I can now get again our upload drop zone. This is in self-closing tag, and right here I can pass an endpoint, and now for the endpoint I need the product file upload. So not the image uploader, but the product file upload. If I now save that and again go back, what you will now see for our code or our page, is that we now see 2 drop zones. One says right here application zip, the other one says images. So with the one upload we actually right here upload images, and with the other upload we right here upload in zip file. So yeah, this looks great in my opinion. And what's the last thing which we need? Well, that's of course a submit button. What is in form without a submit button? So for that, what we have to do is go under the cart content, create right here in cart footer. This is imported from our components. Let's open that. Let's actually right here give it in class name with a margin top of 5. And then inside of here, I want to create a button. This is imported from our components. And I will just say submit form. I'll just leave it for now like that. Of course, I'll change it later on because we have to do a bit of more stuff. But for now, let's leave it like that. Let's see how it looks like. And yeah, we have a button right here, submit form. Cool, I guess my form looks great. We can test it out. If I now click on submit form, what we do right here is a get request. So you see right here, we had a fav icon which spun and we just did a get request, nothing happened. But we see that everything loads right here, everything looks good. And what we can do now is actually make our whole mutation work. And for that, this will now again take a bit of time. So please grab some water and let's get through this. Alright, now to actually create our mutation, we first of all have to store our data somewhere. Now, where do we store it? Quite simple. We store it in a database. Now, there are a lot of database providers on the world. I don't know, PlanetScale, Neon, Supabase, and Fly.io, and whatever there's on the world. But what we'll use in this video is actually quite simple. This is supabase.com. Supabase is actually like a Firebase alternative. It's open source. They offer a lot of stuff which we actually don't need for this project. What we need from Supabase today is the database. The database is actually a Postgres database. So Postgres is my favorite database actually. Supabase has a free tier. It works great. I use it also for johnmarshall.com. So that's what we'll use today. So let me right here click on dashboard to actually get started. Now I'm right here in the dashboard. I know I'm in white mode. Yeah, your favorite theme. But to get started, let me right here click on new project. Let me click my organization. And now we have to first of all create a name. For the name, I'll just say marketplace YouTube. Then I will generate a password right here with this button. Let me click on copy. Let me go in my env file and I will just paste it right here right now. We'll need it in a second. Then for the region, I'll leave it in the US and then let me click on create new project. Now initializing right here our project will take about a minute or two. I'm not quite sure, but it will take a bit of time. So while this initializes, the next thing which I want to install or I guess initialize is Prisma. And Prisma is actually an open source database, ORM. It's a TypeScript ORM. I use it for my personal projects. I use it for all my YouTube projects. It's easy to use, it's fast, and it works great. And that's why we'll use this. If you want to learn more, check out the website, check out the docs, whatever you need. But I think we can now actually get started. So I'm now again in my project. Let me open my terminal. Let me clear everything. And then inside of here, we need for Prisma 2 actual dependencies. Let me install the first one. So let's do an npm i-d Prisma. So right here I install Prisma as a development dependency, and this actually means that this package right here, so Prisma, does not show up in our actual production bundle size, but only in our development. Then the next package which I need is Prisma client, so let's right here do an npm i add prisma/client. So this is Prisma client, this is the normal dependencies, and this will just make the actual connection to our database work. So this is now installed, and the last thing which we have to do is an npx prisma init to initialize Prisma, and this right here already gives us a few, I guess, steps and warnings. So first of all, you already have a git ignore file. Don't forget to add .env. We already did that, so that's fine. And then the next step is to set in database URL, to set in provider, and to run a few commands. So let's first of all open our Explorer. What has been created when we now installed Prisma? So first of all, right now we have right now in our environment variable now a database URL. This is currently just a dummy database URL. It does not work. It just will throw an error. But this is what we'll have in database URL, and we'll paste our own Supabase URL right here. Then you will also see that we have created a new folder. This is the Prisma folder, and then inside of here we have a schema with all of our models. So currently we don't have any model, but later on we'll create right here a user model, a product model, and everything like that. So since we now understand how this whole Prisma, I guess, layout works and how Prisma looks, I think we can now actually head over to Supabase again. I think everything is now initialized, and what we can do now is right here click on project settings and then click on database. Now inside of our database we have now right here a connection string, but if you would now use that you would get an error. So what I want you to do is actually go in Chrome, and inside of here what I want you to search is Prisma Supabase guide. Then right here what you will see is the first link. This is a Supabase website, and right here this is the Works with Prisma website. And right here we have a guide how to actually set up Prisma with Supabase. So the thing is that Supabase currently supports IP4, which means that you actually have to use a transaction and then also a session URL. And that's why we have to now not only create a database URL, but also actually a direct URL. So how does it actually look? So if you scroll down a bit, you see we have now two actual environment variables. So first of all, a database URL, and then also a direct URL. So right here for the database URL, we have to set this to the transaction connection pooler, which we copy in step 1. And then the direct URL, we have to set that to the session connection pooler. So let me right here first of all copy this environment variables. Let me again open my .env file. Let me delete this database URL URL, I don't need that, and let me paste this right here. So what I have to do now is actually go back to my dashboard, and I first of all want to get the transaction connection pooler. So let me go back, let's right here click on mode transaction, and let me copy right here the URL. Then let me paste that for our database URL, and then let's now also go to the session mode, let me copy the session mode, and let me paste that right here for the direct URL. So if you look right now at this, you don't really see a difference. The only difference between the two URLs is that one ends with 6543 and the other one ends with 5432. So these are now the two URLs, and right here we have to paste our password. I already copied it right here, so let me again copy that, and then let me paste that for my password. Let me paste it right here, and then let me also paste it right here. Now we're still not done, there's now one thing missing. If I go back to the docs and scroll up a bit, what you will see right here is that for the transaction mode, we have to actually append a $BG_true and connection limit 1. Now why do we have to do that? Well, $BG_true disables Prisma from generating prepared statements. This is required since our connection pooler does not support prepared statements in transaction mode yet. And then the connection limit 1 parameter is only required if you're using Prisma from a serverless environment. So we use Prisma from a serverless environment, that's why we have to do connection limit 1, and then also right here we have to then also do $BG_true. So let me right here copy this, and then let me go to my database URL, and I only have to paste that for the database URL. So please don't do that for the direct URL, only for the database URL. So the direct URL is fully done, and now our database URL is also fully done. Let me also delete this comment right here, I don't need that, and now this looks good. There's now still one thing missing. First of all, let me delete the password. Let's head over back to the docs. And if you scroll down a bit, you see right here in your schema.prisma file, you have to now pass an URL and a direct URL. So let me copy this data source DB. Let me go back. Let's go to our schema.prisma file. And then let me just replace this data source DB with what I've just copied. Let me also delete right here the comments, I don't need them, and now this all looks great. So now before I actually create the model for our product, which we also need, I first of all want to create the model for the user. So I want to store my user in my database. So currently what happens is, if you check that out in Excalibur, we have our user right here. Now this user is now on our website, clicks on the sign up button, and then gets redirected to Kind. Now Kind actually authenticates our user, and then actually stores all of the data in the Kind database. So not in our database, but in the database from Kind. Now this is all cool, and this works for our user nav and to actually check if our user session works and everything like that. But if we want to actually create, I guess, relations, we want to actually store our user in our own database. So what I want to do is actually right here, if the user actually authenticates with Kind, I firstly want to actually store the user in the Kind database, but I also actually want to store the user in my own database, so my Supabase database. So for that, what we have to do now is first of all create a model in our schema, and then somehow store the user in our database. So let's actually first of all tackle this, and then we'll tackle our whole product creation, mutation, whatever that is. So let me go back and let's first of all create our user model. So let's create a model, we'll name it user, and then let me just open that. Now, what fields will our actual model have? So our user model. Well, they're actually quite simple. So first of all, we'll have an ID. Now this will be of type string, this will be an @ID, and this will be @unique, since of course an ID has to be a unique identifier. Then our user will of course have an email, this will be of type string. Then our user will also have a first name, this will be of type string. We'll also have a last name, let me spell that correctly, this will be also of type string. And then of course we'll have a profile image, and this will be of type string. And now this is actually already all. So our user has an email, a name, so I guess the first and last name, and then a profile image. We don't need anything more. What I can do now is click on save, and now you see this little formatting. If you don't get that, that's probably because you haven't installed a Prisma extension. So in your extension, search right here for Prisma. So this is the Prisma extension. It gives you a syntax highlighting, formatting, auto-completion, and everything like that. So let me again close the Explorer. So this looks good. I can now open my terminal right here. Let me clear everything. And now I want to actually sync my database with Supabase. Because if you right now go to actually Supabase, click right here on the table editor, what you will see right here is that we don't have any models. So it tells us right here, no entities available. So let's actually make a few entities available. For that, again, open your terminal, and then let's do an npx prisma db of push to actually sync our database with our Prisma schema. This will now take a bit, so let's wait for that. Alright, our Prisma schema is now in sync with our database, so let me again go to Supabase, and now you see already a user model right here. Now if you click on this user model right here, you will now see we have an ID, an email, a first name, a last name, and a profile image. So this looks again great. So what I can do now is again go to our page.tsx, and now let's think about how can we actually store our user in our database. So there are a few options actually. One very, I guess, prominent answer or solution which you could do is listen to some webhook. This would work, I guess, you can do that. But let's make our lives way easier. So if you open your .env file again, what you'll see right here is that we actually have something which is the kind post login redirect URL. So this is the URL where the user gets redirected after he logs in. What if we could actually right here redirect the user to an API route, and then in the API route we could create a new user in our database? Let's do that actually. This is a good idea. So right here, for the kind post login redirect URL, we could actually first of all leave it empty. Let me first of all actually create the API route. So let's open our Explorer. So let me open my app folder. Let's open our API folder. And then inside of the auth folder, let me create a new folder which we'll name creation. Then inside of the creation folder, let's create a new route.ts, and this will now be our route handler. Now inside of here, let's now create our actual function. So let's do an export async function. We'll call it right here uppercase get. Let's invoke that and let's open that. So what I want to do right here now is actually fetch first of all our user, and then we'll do a few checks. So to fetch our user or to get our user first of all, let's do a constant, let's structure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that, and then inside of here what I want to do is get the user function. So this is called get user. Let's get that, and now let's fetch our user. So let's do constant user, which will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that, and now this looks good. What I want to do now is check if we actually have a user, so if we don't get any errors. For that, let's do an if check, and then inside of here we'll do an exclamation mark, and if there's no user, or, so in double vertical line, if the user equals right here to null, or again two vertical lines, if there's no user.id, we'll right here open that, and we'll just throw a new error because then something went wrong. So let's throw a new error, and for the message I'll just say something went wrong ... Let's save that. So now we actually check if the user's existing, so if we don't have any errors. Since we have now done the check, what I want to do now is actually check if the user exists in our database. How do we do that? Well, for that we'll fetch our database and we'll check if the ID already is in our database. If yes, we'll just redirect the user to the home page, and if not, we'll create a new user in our database and then redirect the user. So how do we do that right now? So what I'll do right here is create a constant, and we'll call it db user. Now I already know we'll get an error in a second, but this is fine. I want to show you something, and then this will be right here equal to await Prisma. Now you currently see Prisma does not import for us. So what can we do? Well, in some examples you will see probably constant Prisma equals to new Prisma client. Now this works, I guess this is fine, but this is not a good solution if you use HMR. So we use Next.js. Next.js already has HMR, so hot module reloading. And if you would now initialize Prisma as already said, we would get errors. So what you can do is go to Google, and then inside of here you can search for Next.js Prisma best practices. So right here we'll now have our first link. This is right here, and what you can see is right here we have a solution. So I will just copy this file for now. Let me go in my Explorer again, app folder, lib folder, and then right here in the lib folder let's create a db.ts. Let me now paste right here this file, and what do we do right here? So I haven't really explained to you right now what we do right here, so let me show it to you. So right here the problem is many users have come across this warning while working with Next.js in development. So warning Prisma client, there are already 10 instances of Prisma client actively running. So right here in development the command nextdev, so npm-1dev, clears Node.js cache on run. This in turn initializes a new Prisma client instance each time due to hot module reloading that creates a connection to the database. This can quickly exhaust the database connections as each Prisma client instance holds its own connection pool. So what we want to do is actually check that if we're in a development environment, we want to actually create a global Prisma file. If we're in a production environment, we just create, as already said, this normal new Prisma client. And if not, if we're in a development environment, we just bind Prisma to an actual global, I guess, variable, if you can call it like that. So yeah, this is what it is. This is the explanation behind this code and why we have to create right here this global Prisma file. So this is now checked. This looks good. I can now close the file, and now I can actually right here import Prisma from our lib folder. Now please make sure that that you always import Prisma from the lib folder and not from @Prisma client. So let me get it from the actual lib folder. Let's do a .user, let's do a .find unique, since I want to find a unique user. Let me open that, and now I want to find my unique user where the ID matches the ID which I get right here, where I actually fetch the user from kind. So let's right here do an ID, and this should be equal to the user ID which I get from kind. And what we have to do now is an if check. If there's no DB user, we'll create an account, and if not, we'll just redirect the user. So let's do an if, and if there's no DB user, we'll right here open that, and now we want to create a user. So what we'll do is we'll get our DB user and we'll reassign it. So DB user will now be equal to await prisma.user.create. Now what do you see? We get an error. So as I already said, I created right here a constant DB user, and I already knew that an error would happen. And the error right here is that it cannot assign to DB user because it is a constant. So if you want to reassign a value, you always have to use the let, not a constant, but a let. So let me rename const to let, and now you see this error is gone. So now let's actually create our user. So I will right here get the data property, and then inside of here we have now a few fields which we have to propagate. So let me first of all get the ID. This will be equal right here to the user.id. Then let's get our first name. This will be equal to the user.givenName, and if this is not defined, we'll use nullish listen and just say empty string. And then let's also right here do a last name. This will be equal to user.familyname. And if it does not exist, let's again use nullish listen and say empty string. Then let's also right here get our email. Now for the email, this will be equal to the user.email. And if this is not defined, let's use nullish listen and an empty string. And then the last thing which we have is the profile image. And then this will just be equal to the user.picture. Now the thing right here is that the user.picture could be undefined. So it could be null, because if we sign in with email, it could be that we don't create an image. So if you go to the Navbar, you already know that we use the avatar or the Vercel avatar API. So I will right here just copy this whole URL. Let me again go back, and then if this is not defined, we'll use nullish listen and just use this actual URL. So let me use upticks and paste that right here. So now we are always sure that the user has an image, and that's great. So what's the last thing which we have to do? Well, we have to redirect our user. So for that, what we have to do is go under this if check just above the last, I guess, bracket, if you can call it like that. And then we have to do in return, we'll get our next response. This is imported from next/server. Let's do .redirect. And now I have to paste the URL where I want to redirect. So let me just get right here the localhost URL. I will copy this right here. Let's go back. Let's paste it in Chrome. And let's just redirect to the normal localhost 3000, so our index page. So yeah, this is now done. The last thing that we have to do is right here tell kind to redirect to this URL. So for the kind post login redirect URL, let's do localhost 3000/API/auth and then /creation. Let's now save that. And now I think we should actually test out if everything works. So to test out if everything works, we have to open our terminal. I first of all have to restart my dev server. Why? That's because I actually right here changed my environment variable. So currently you see also I get right here a warning. I'm not quite sure what that is right now. So what I'll do for now is just restart the dev server, and then I will later on look at this warning. So let's again do an npm run dev to restart our dev server, and let's head over back to localhost 3000 and then refresh our page right here. Alright, so localhost 3000 has refreshed, or I guess our dev server has again restarted. And what I want to do now is log out and then again log in to actually create our user in our database. So let me right here click on log out. We'll get again redirected to localhost 3000. Let me again click on log in. We'll again get redirected to kind. Let me click right here on continue with GitHub. And now we should get redirected to first of all the API route. And then the API route should redirect us back to our index page. So let's see, we currently have a fav icon which spins, or we have a loading state, and we got redirected to localhost 3000. So did it work? Well, I'm not sure. Let's see. Let's open our terminal. Let me open a third terminal tab. And then inside of here, what I'll do is an npx Prisma Studio. So this is just, I guess, an UI to see our whole database. So this will now open on localhost 5555. And then inside of here, we should now see a user model. So let's see. So what we now see is we have our user model. Let me actually zoom in a bit, and you see we have one user. Now I won't click on this user model just because that's my private email, but it all worked. As you see, we have one user and all of the fields are also propagated. So since we now know that this works, I can now again close this. I can delete this terminal tab. I don't need that. And what do we do now? Well, I think we should now create our actual product schema. So we now know our whole user thing, authentication, everything like that is all done. We're done with kind. It was very, very easy, as you saw. And what we can do now is actually focus on the product model to actually create our product. So for that, let me actually open my schema file. Let's again go right here and let's create a new model. So let's write here a model, we'll name it product, and let's open that. The first thing which we have to do is create an ID. This will be of type string, @ID, @default, and then this will be of UUID. So what this UUID does is just when we create a new row in our database, it just right here creates a unique identifier, just some string, and this is then our unique identifier or ID as already set. Then the next thing which we need for our model is the name. So let's do name of string. Then we'll also have a price. The price will be a number, or not a number, but an int, since we're in Prisma. Then we'll have a small description. This will be our summary. This will be of type string. Then we'll have a description. The description will be of type JSON. Then we'll also have our images, so plural, not singular. This will be of type string with an array, since we'll have multiple actual images, not only one image. And then the last thing which we have is the product file, so the actual URL of our product. So let me go under the images. Let's go to product file. This will be of type string, and that's already all. The last thing which I want to do now is also like create in created at timestamp. So that's what you do in created at, and then this will be of type date time at default, and we'll just say now. When we create a new row, it will just create a new timestamp. What's the last thing which I'm missing right now? Well, that's actually the category selection. So right here under product files, I can right now get my category, and now this needs a type. So what I'll do is instead of saying type string, I'll right here create a enum. Now this enum will have a name. I will just say category types, and then let me just open that. Now inside of the category types enum, I have to actually now say what categories we will have. For that, let me again go into the category items actual, array. So where we actually have our categories, and there you see we have three. So we have the template, the UI kit, and the icon. So I will copy these names. Please be sure that you copy them, because you don't want to have any misspellings between this category items array and then your Prisma schema. So right here, copy the name for template. I will copy that, paste that. Then we'll need also, what do we have? The UI kit. I will copy that, then also paste that right here. And then the last thing which I need is the icon. So let me copy this lowercase and let me also paste it right here. So we have now created our enum, and now our category will be right here of type category types. If I now save that, we don't get any errors, and that's great. And now the last thing which I want to do is actually create a relation between the user and the product. So since we actually use Postgres, this is an actual relational database, we can create relations between models. So how will our relation look like? So there are in total 3 relationship types. So there's a one-to-one relationship, a one-to-many relationship, and a many-to-many relationship. Now if you think about it, what relationship would work right here? Well, it's actually quite simple. A one-to-many relationship would work quite good. So a product can have one user associated, but a user can have multiple products. So a user is one and the products are multiple. So one to many. Now to create such a relationship, it's actually very, very simple, believe it or not. What we can do right here is say product, and then product will be equal to product, so the product model. We can append right here an array symbol. This right here just tells Prisma that I want to have a one-to-many relationship. I click on save, and everything is done automatically. As you see, pure magic, Prisma magic. So we're done. We have now created our 2 models. We have a relationship, our user model looks good, our product model looks good. And the last thing we have to do is actually sync our database. So let me actually open my terminal. Let me go to the second terminal tab. Let me clear this right here. And let me do an npx prisma db of push to sync our database. So this should now be all going on in the background. I can for now close my terminal. And then what we can do now is again go to our cell route, so to our cell page. As you see right here in the terminal, the sync between our Prisma schema and database worked. Everything looks good, so I can again close this. This is fine. Alright, and now we can actually get started with creating the mutation for our cell route. Now there are actually 2 ways to do that. Either we create an API route, so a route handler. That's what we did for our auth handler right here, or for Uploadthing. Or we could use a server action. Now, I already did a video for my members where I talked about the difference when to use what. So if you are not sure when to use what, please, I guess, become a member and check it out. But what we'll use for this is now in server action. Again, if you want to know why, check out the videos from members. But yeah, now how do we actually create in server action? Well, for that, it's actually quite simple. I will go in my app folder, and then inside of here, let me just create a new file, which we'll name actions.ts. Now this actions file will store all of our server actions, and what we have to do right here is just mark it as used server. So this is already all, and now we can get started with our server actions. Alright, now to create our server action, this will be a quite, let's say advanced server action, a special server action. At least this is the most advanced server action which I shared on YouTube, or at least which I created on YouTube. So what we'll do right here is actually server validation with Zod. So in the YouTube videos which I created before, I guess this tutorial, what I always did was just standard client-side validation. So this is our form right here. Let me just say this is right here our form. And what I did always is that we had our input. So let's imagine right here we have one input, then we have one more input for, I guess, our email. I can also say right here, this is for our email. Let's make it also a bit smaller. Then also let's create, I guess, an input, or this will be right here, I don't know, our password. And what I would always do before, I guess, this video, I would just do normal client-side validation. So we would say right here that this is in type of email. Then I would also, for example, say we would have a minimum length of characters of 5 and all of this. Now, what I would then say on the server is just mark it as string, and that's all. But what would happen if the user would not use our UI to actually make the input, but actually just, I guess, call our APIs from, I don't know, some other UI? Well, then we would not do any server validation and would just submit everything to our database. And this is just something security-wise, something not good. So what we want to do now is actually do a bit of server validation. So we would still have our client-side validation, as you see it right here, but then we would actually make a request to our server. So this is right now our server. And then in our server, we'll take this email input, which we have right here, and then we'll check right here, hey, is this a string? Is this an email? Then we'll also say, for example, min character, I don't know, 5. Is this all true? If yes, then we can submit it. If not, not. So if we use server validation, we just, I guess, have a double validation. So we check on the client and we check on the server. And the server right here is more important actually than the client. So for this, we'll use Zod, and I hope you now understand what we want to actually do in the server action. And the first thing I want to first of all create right here is actually our Zod schema. So what we have to do first of all is open our terminal. Let me clear everything, and let's do an npm i Zod to install Zod. So Zod is just a server validation, I guess, function tool. This makes just validation on the server very, very easy. And I know there's also like Valibot, which is like a smaller dependency size. But honestly, I think Zod is fine. We don't really use that much, so it should be okay. So what you have to do is first of all create our Zod schema. So let's do it in constant. We will name it product schema, and then this will be equal to z.object. So what you have to do is first of all import Zod. So let's right here do an import. That's the structured, and this will be from Zod. And then now where I destructured, let me just get z. So z from Zod. So now I can right here use my z. So let's do z.object, and then right here let me now create my Zod schema. So now what's the first thing we have in our schema, or I guess what fields do we have in my schema? Well, we have a name. So let's do name. This will be equal to z.string, and let's invoke that. But now we just say, hey, the name has to be in string. But what I also want to say is that the name has to have a minimum character length. So let's right here do an .min, and then let me invoke that. What I can do right here is now give it as an argument the number. I will now say 3, so we have 3 characters. Let's also now do a message, so we'll have an error message. So let's get right here a message, and then for the message I'll just say the name has to be a minimum, I guess, character length of 5. I think this is fine. Okay, so we have now created our name. Let's now create a category. So let's do right here in category. This will be again a z.string, since this is in string. Let's invoke that. And then we want to say that the category is required. We do that with a .min, and we say that the minimum length should be 1. Let's also create a message. So let's do a message. And for the message, I'll just say category is required. So this looks good. Let's now create our next field. This will be the price. So let's get the price. And this will be a z.number. Let's invoke that. And then let's also right here do a .min, since I want to have a minimum number. And the minimum number will be a 1. Let's also create a message. And then for the message, I'll just say the price has to be bigger than 0, or I guess then 1. I think this is fine. Now this also looks good. Let's now also create a small description or the summary. So let's say small description. This will be again equal to z.string. And then also right here, I want to now again do a minimum character length. So let's do a dot min. And then for the minimum character length, I'll just say, I guess 10. We'll do 10 characters is the minimum. And let's now do also a message. And then let's just say, please summarize your product more. Let's save that. Then the next thing which I want to get is our full description. So let's get the description. And then this will be equal to z.string. Let's invoke that. And let's right here also do a dot minimum of 1, since I want the description to be required. And let's also right here give it a message. And for the message, we'll just say description is required. Let's now save that. Let's now also get my images. Now my images are not a string, but an array. So let's do z.array. Let's invoke that. And now inside of here, I also have to say what type of array this will be. Well, our array will be of type string. So we'll have an array like you see right here. And then we'll have a string and then again a string for our URL. So right here, we can now say where we have our argument z.string. And then let me just invoke that. Let's also right here do a message. So let me add a comma. And then let's do a message. And for the message, I will just say images are required. Let's now save that. And now the last thing which we need is actually the product file. So let's get our product file. And then this will be equal to z.string. Let's invoke that. And let's also again do a dot minimum. And the minimum character length will be 1. Let's create a message. And let's just say, right here, I don't know, please upload a zip of your product. Let's save that. And now we have created our product schema. So this is what we'll use for our server validation. And what we can do now is create our actual server action. So underneath our product schema, let's right here do an export async function. Then I will just name it as cell product, and then let me invoke that and open that. What I want to do right here is now first of all fetch my user. So I want to check that my user is actually authenticated. So let's do a constant, that's the structured, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that and let's get our user function. Let me now fetch my user. So let's do a constant user, and this will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that. And now let's do an if check. So if we have no user, I want to throw an error. So let's do an if there's no user. We do that with this exclamation mark. Let's open that and let's do right here and throw new error. Let's invoke that. And then for the message, I'll just say, please authenticate, or we could say something went wrong. Let's save that, and this looks good. So what's the next thing which I want to do? Well, the next thing which I want to do is actually get the data, or I guess get all my inputs through form data and then validate that with my schema right here. So how do I get my inputs from my form data? So if I open my cell page right here, we have all of these inputs right here. We have the text array, we have this input, we have this input, and I want to somehow get it in my server action, which is on the server side. So what I do is actually get my form data right here through the params. So let me right here get my form data, and this will be of type form data. And now I can actually use this form data to validate that against my sort schema. So let's go under this if user check. And then what we'll do right here is create a constant. We'll name it validate fields. And then this will be equal to our schema, so our product schema, and we'll do a dot save pass. Let me now right here open that, and now we have to actually check everything. So let's first of all get the name. So we'll get right here our name, since you can remember we have a name right here, and now this will be equal to our form data, and we want to get a name. Now this might go a bit over your head if you have never used server actions and never used form data, so let me try to explain it to you. So right here we have our input, right? We have the input for our name. So if I go back to our cell page, let me go to /cell, you will see right here that we have our input for our name. If I create an input right here, I want to now get this form data on my server. What I have to do for that is go to my input right here, give it a name, and the name will be equal to name. So I can now copy this name, so the name of the input, and then I can get that through my form data. So now we get our name through form data, and we get it through the input, which is called name. So now I want to do the same for my category. So I will go under our name, I will copy right here the category name, let me paste it right here, and now I want to get the category through form data. So let's get form data dot get, and I want to get right here category, I will copy the name and paste it right here. If I now go back to my page right here, we right here have my select category component. So let me open the select category component, and as you see, we don't have any input right here. So you might now ask me, hey Jan, how do I now actually get the value of my selected category through form data if there's no input? Well, what we do right here is actually a very handy trick. This is an old PHP trick, and this is called input type hidden. So what we'll do right here is go inside of the div, let's create an input, this will be of type hidden, and then we will give it a name. The name will be category, so I will again copy the name right here and paste it, and then we also have to give it a value, and the value will be the selected category. Now the interesting thing right here is that we also currently get an error, and it tells me type string or null is not assignable to type string, number, and everything like that. So what we'll do is right here a double and sign and just say string. So if this is not there, we'll use a string. Now this right here input is of type hidden. So if you right here go back to our page, you see there's no input right here. And again, that's because this input is of type hidden and the user actually does not see this input and it's just stored in our actual virtual DOM. So now we can go back to our actions and now we get it right here through form data. Cool. What's the next step? Well, we have now our name, we have the category, and the next thing which I want to get is our price. So let's paste it right here, and this will be equal to form data.get, and I want to get our price. Now, if you again go back to our page.tsx, you have right here our price, we have an input, but we don't have a name. So let's again give it a name, and the name will be price. Let's save that, and now we get it through the form data. What's the next thing which we have? Well, the next thing which we have is the small description. Let me copy that, let's paste it right here, and let's do in form data.get, and let's get our small description. If I go back to our page, we have right here our small description. Again, we didn't give our text area a name, so let's give it a name, and the name will be small description. Let's go back to our actions. So we have now our small description, and the next thing which we can get is our description. So let me copy that and paste that right here. So right here, let's inform data.get, and then we'll get our description. So if you now go back to our page.tsx, you see we have our tip tab editor. So let's go in our tip tab editor component. So this is the editor component. And as you see, we don't have any input right here. So how do we get now the content through our actual form data? Well, it's actually not that simple because we have to create now separate state. So let me again go back to the cell vault, and inside of here, we'll now create state. So let me go above the return statement. Let's do in constant. We'll create a getter and setter. We'll name it JSON and then also set JSON. And then this will be equal to use state imported from React. And then the initial state will be null. What I want to do now in my editor is actually get the state. So right here inside of the tip tab editor function, I can write here the structured, and I want to get set JSON, and I want to get JSON. Let's also give it type. So right here set JSON will just be of type any, and then JSON will be of type JSON content, and this is imported from tip tab React, or it could be null. So now we get JSON and set JSON, and if I go back to the page.tsx, we now get an error right here for tip tab editor, and that's because it's missing two properties, which is JSON and set JSON. So let's paste our JSON. JSON is of value JSON, and set JSON is of value who would have thought set JSON. Let's now save that. This now looks good. Let me now go back to our editor, and now I can actually use this state right here. And what I want to do now is when our actual, editor updates, so when we create content, I want to update our state so that we can later on create our input which will be type of hidden. So what I can do right here is go inside of our use editor function, and we can use an onUpdate callback. So this will always update when we write new content. This will just be in standard arrow function, and let's open that right now. I misspelled onUpdate, so this should be now fine. And right here through the params, I can now destructure also the editor, and now we can use right here set JSON, and I want to set JSON with our editor.getJSON. Let's invoke that, let's save that, and now this also looks great. Now we have also our JSON right here, and what I want to do for our content is right here say, if JSON is defined, we'll render JSON, and if not, we'll use nullish coalescence and then render this p tag. So now this looks great. We have now propagated everything. I can now go back to our cell page, and inside of here, what I want to do now is create our input of type hidden, as already said. For that, let me go above this label right here, and then let's create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's give it right here name. For the name, let me go to the actions. I'll just copy right here the description name, and let me just paste it right here. And then let's also create a value, and this will be JSON.stringify, and I want to stringify JSON. You now see that everything looks good. We don't have any errors, and this is great. So I would now say we are done with that. One thing which I'll also do right here is for our use state, I will give it in generic, and I will just say that the state could be either null or it could be JSON content, which is imported from tip tab React. So let me now save this all, and now this should also be now done. Let's now go to our next step. Let's see what the next thing is. The next thing which we have is our images. So let me just copy this right here. Let's paste that. And then this will just be equal to our form data.get. And I want to get my images. Again, let me just copy this and then paste it right here. Now for our images, again, if you go back to our page.tsx, what you will see right here is that we don't have any input, I guess, for our upload drop zone. So what we'll do is again create separate state. So on top, what I can do right here is a constant. Let's create a getter and setter. Let's get images and let's get set images. And then this will be equal to use state, and the initial value will be just null. So what I can do now is go to my first drop zone, so to our product images drop zone, and then inside of here, I can now use an actual callback. What is the callback? Well, this is the on-client complete callback. So if I now go inside of our actual component right here, I get the on-client upload complete callback, and I can now use this actually to get my uploaded URLs. So inside of here, this will be an arrow function. So let me just open it. This is just a standard arrow function. And then inside of here, I can now use my set images. For that, let me first of all get through the params right here in response. So the response of Uploadthing. And then inside of this function, I guess, arrow function, I can now use the set images. And then inside of here, we'll just do res.map, since this is an array. Then inside of here, we'll get an item, and we'll just return the item.url. Now you might ask me right now, hey Jan, why do you map over the response? Well, it's actually quite simple. When we upload an image, we don't right here get an array as a rand. So if you can remember, I want to get an array with the URL, and then again, right here the URL, etc. But what I would get right now, if I would just use this response inside of our set images state, I would get right here an object with, I guess, the name. It would be some name. Then I would get the URL, and then this would be in string. And I just don't need this data. It's just unnecessary for me. I just want to get the actual URL of the image. And that's why I map right here over the images, or I guess over the response, to just get the URL of the image. And now back to the error right here. We currently get an error, and it tells me right here of argument of type string array is not assignable to null. So if you again scroll up a bit, you see we give our state right here null. And what we have to do right here is actually pass in generic, because the state could be either null or it could be actually in string array. So let's save that. Let's again go back. And yes, as you see, this looks good. One thing we'll also do right here is do an on upload error. So let's get that. And then what I'll do right here, this is again just a standard arrow function. Let's open that. And then we'll just say, I guess, throw new error. And then for the message, what I can do is actually right here get through the params our error. This will be of type error. And then what I can do right here is use upticks. And then let me just say right here our error message. Let's save that. And now this also looks good. What we have to do now is create our input. So right here above our label, I will create an input. This will be again of type hidden. Let's right here create a name. For the name, this will just be images. And we have to create a value. And for the value, this will be just json.stringify. And we have to pass our images right here as an argument. Now this looks also good. Again, please make sure that you spell images correctly. I will also go right here. And yes, everything is spelled good. And the last thing which we now have is our product file. So let's do this also right here. Alright, so we have now our images, and the last thing which I need is now actually our product file. So let me right here copy this, let's get it right here. Then let's do inform data.get, and then right here, let me just get my product file. If I now go back to my page, so to my cell page, what you'll see right here is if I scroll down a bit, we have right here our product file. And again, we don't have any input. So what we have to do right here is just the same as with this upload drop zone. We have to create right here in state, and then create an input of type hidden, and then give it the value of the actual file uploaded. So let's start with actually creating the state. So let me go right here above our return statement. Let's do a constant, and then let's create our getter and setter. So what we first of all need right here is our product file. This will be our getter, and then for our setter, let's use set product file. Then this will be equal to use state. Let me invoke that, and then the initial value will again be of type null. Let's also right here already pass in generic, and this will be of type null, or it could be a string. So our product file could be either defined, so uploaded, which would be then in string, so the URL, or it could be null, which is again the initial value when nothing has been updated. So yeah, we can now again continue. Let me again go to our right here upload drop zone, and then right here we again have our on client upload complete callback URL. Then let's create an inline arrow function. Let's open that, and then inside of here we can now set our set product file, and then the value of this will be actually our response. So right here in the params I can get my response, and then right here for our set product file. Let me get my response. Let's get the first item in the array. So we use this array bracket 0, and let's do a .url. So the URL of the actual file right here. Let's save that. The error is now gone. Everything looks great. And then the last thing which I want to do right here is our onUpload error callback URL. So let me right here go underneath our endpoint, and let's right here do an onUpload error. And then this right here is again just a standard arrow function. So let me right here just create that. In the params, I again can get our error. This will be of type error, and then we can just create again a throw new error. So we'll right here just throw a new error, and then let's right here just pass our error message. So let's use upticks, let's use some dynamic value, and let's pass our error. So this now all looks good, and now I think this is also done. Let's now right here create our input of type hidden. For that, let me go just above our label. Let's create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's also get right here name. For the name, I will again go back and just copy our product file. Let me again go back, let's paste that, and then let's also right here give it in value. And then for the value, it's actually quite simple. It's just our product file. Then right here, you will probably right here see an error, and the error is type string or null is not assignable to string, number, and whatever there is. So what we'll do is just nullish collision, so the double question mark, and if it's not defined, we'll just use an empty string. So now you see the error is gone, and now this also looks great. So right here we now validate our data, and what I want to now see is if this was actually successful. So if all of the form data which I provided right here actually matches right here my requirements provided with Auth. So for that, what we can now do is go under our validate fields, so under our constant, and what I'll do right here is an if check. And what we'll do right here is just check if our actual validation was not successful, then we'll throw an error. So what we'll do right here is add an exclamation mark, and we'll say right here if validate fields dot success is not true. So for that we added again this exclamation mark. Then right here we'll just open that, and I'll right here return now an error. So to actually return an error, what I'll actually do is create in state. So for that, let me actually go on top. Let's go above our constant product schema, and then right here I'll do an export type. So this right here will be in type. It's actually similar to an interface. It really does not make a difference. And then let's call it state. Let's open that, and then inside of here I'll have 3 fields. So we'll have a status, we'll have an error, and then we'll have a message. So let's right here first of all create our status, and now the status could have multiple statuses. I hope this makes sense. So we'll have either an error state, a success state, or it could be just undefined, so I guess just nothing. So the first state will be again our error. Then this could be also success, so we add this vertical line for an or. So this could now be success, or again it could be undefined. So again we just add this vertical line and then undefined. Then the next thing which we have is an error, and now this won't be singular but plural, so errors. So let's right here create an errors field, and now this errors field is actually optional. That's why I add right here in question mark. And now right here let's open that. This is actually an object, and now inside of here we'll have to do a bit of, let's call it TypeScript magic. So the type right here will be an actual array. So I will right here use my array brackets, and then inside of here we'll have a key. This will be of type string, and then this whole array will be actually in string array. So I will add in type, and this will be of string array. Now I know it may seem a bit complicated, but honestly it's not that hard. So right here we just say that errors is an object, and then this errors object has an actual array where we'll have our actual error message. I hope this makes sense. So we have now our status, our errors, and then the last thing which I want to do is actually add a message. So let's right here get a message, and this message will again be optional. So let's add a question mark, and then this will just be of type string, or it could be not defined, so we'll just do null. So now we have created our state type, and now we can actually use that. So let me again go back where we actually check if this data was not successful, so if the validation did not work, and then right here we'll now create a state. So let's right here do a constant, we'll name it state, and what I want to do now is just create a standard object. So let's right here assign it to an object. If I now click right here on Control Spacebar, what you see is that we get 0 types. TypeScript, where are you? So what I'll do right here is actually assign again right here to my state constant my type. I just created it. So what I can do right here is just a colon and say this is of type state. So if I now again go right here inside of the object, click Control Spacebar, you see we have now 3 fields or 3 properties which I have to actually propagate. So the first thing which we have right here is our status. So if our validation was not successful, what state do we have? Well, quite simple, we have an error state. Then the next property which I want to use right here, let me close this. The next property which I need is the errors property, and now this right here will be our validate fields. Then this will be .error.flatten then let's invoke that, and then let's use dot field errors. So this will then actually return our errors, and then I will later on get them through the front end, and we'll do a bit of magic. I will show that later on, but now right here we currently return our status and our error message. Then the last thing which I want to do is get my message. Now for this message, I want to use that to actually later on right here display my toast. So this will be the message for the toast. So what I right here just say is like, oops, let me do right here lowercase, oops, what do I say? I think there is a mistake with your inputs. Again, write whatever you want. It really does not make any difference. This message is not life changing, I guess. So again, it really does not make any difference. So what's now the next thing which we have to do? Currently you have just created in state, so in constant, but what we have to do is of course also return that. So what I'll do right here is go under our constant, and I will just do right here in return state to return our state. Quite simple, right? So we're now actually, I guess, done with the first part of this right here server action. And now let's again go back to our front end, because right here we have to now do a bit of, let's say, magic. What I want to do right here is get the error in the front end, and then later on display it right here underneath our, I guess, inputs, and then also return a toast, which will be either successful or it will be an error. Now, how do I do that? It's actually, I guess, simple, but maybe also not that simple. What you have to do is use a very, very special hook. So what we'll do right here is let me go above this whole state, and what I'll do right here is just create a constant. Now we'll use again these array brackets, and then for now I'll just leave them empty, and then this will be equal to use from state. Now it's very, very important that you actually select use from state and not use from status. Both have a complete different use case. We'll use both later on, but what we need right here is the use from state. So let me right here import that, and then let's invoke that. Now as an argument, I have to now actually pass two things. So first of all, I have to actually pass my form action, so my server action. Let me go back. How did I call it? I named it right here sell product, so I will copy that and then paste it right here. I have to import that, so let me import that from my actions, and then the next argument which I have to pass is the initial state. So the initial state is actually the same to our state right here. So I will just go above our use from state, and then what I'll do right here is a constant. We'll name it initial state, and then this right here will have a type of state. So I will import that from our actions. Again, our state is right here this type. Let me again go back, and now this will be equal to an object, and then we'll right here get our message. This message will just be an initial state of just an empty string, and we'll have a status, and the status right here will just be undefined. So let's save that. This initial state looks good, and now I can pass it right here as an argument. So let's get our initial state. Let me spell that correctly. And now this looks good. So right here you now see we currently get an error, but before I fix this error, let's again go back to this array brackets and let's paste right here the values. So what we'll get right here from this use from state hook is actually get the state, so the state of our actual server action or from our mutation. And then what I also get from here is the form action. Now as you see we currently get an error right here still, so what we have to do actually is quite simple. We have to go inside of our action file, then for our server action we have right here our param. And then what we have to do right here is get our prev state, so our previous state, and then this will just be of type any. If I now save that and actually go back, you will see that this error will be gone, and now this looks already great. So now I think we should actually test everything out. So what you have to do for our form is right here pass it an action, and now instead of giving it the action right here sell product, we have to pass our form action. So the form action we get that from use form state, so let me right here pass our form action, and let me save that. So let's see, did I right here create a button to submit everything? Yes, I have a button. Let me right here pass and type, and this will be of type submit. Let's save that. Is there anything else which I want? I think this is actually fine for now. Or actually what I'll do right here is in console.log. So I will do in console.log, and then inside of here we'll get our state dot I guess we can get our message. So now let's actually save that and let's test out if everything works. So if I go back, you see we're currently getting error. You're importing a component that needs state. So the error is actually that we use a lot of actual right here, I guess, hooks, which rely on the client. So first of all, use state, but also use from state. Both rely on the client, and that's why I get this error right here. So what I have to do is go back and actually mark this whole file as use client. So let's mark it as use client. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now this error should actually right here evaporate, since now everything everything should be right here marked as use client, and therefore everything gets what it needs. So let's see, and yes, as you see, the page loads, and this is great. So as I already said, let's now test out if everything works. Let me first of all open my terminal if we get any errors. No, this looks all good, and then let's test it out. So what I right here just do is an submit form without actually doing any inputs. So let me scroll down, let me click on submit form. Nothing happened, that's okay. Let me open my console right here. Let's go inside of the console, and I get a message. Oops, I think there's a mistake with your inputs. What's the error? What's the problem? Good question. Let's see. So what I'll do now is actually, instead of right here console logging the message, let's actually go a bit deeper and let's log actually our errors. So let's do this. Let's again go back. I will again right here just click on submit form, and let me again just open my console to see what the error is. So now we got an actual object. So let me actually right here zoom in a bit for you guys so that you can see something. And now we have an object with, wow, everything right here gives an error. Yeah, that's because we haven't created any inputs. Quite simple, right? But now the cool thing is what we actually see is that we get the messages. So for the category is required. For the images are required. For the name has to have a min character length of 5. For the price, we get for all actual fields an error. So what I want to do now is actually filter these errors and then actually render them to the specific actual input. So for example, for the name, I want to input the error for the actual name so that I actually haven't right here, I guess, created the input. So let's actually first of all do that, and then we'll actually right here cover the whole mutation, so to actually upload everything to Supabase, or I guess to store all of the data in our database. So let me again go back to our page.tsx, and now we have to actually filter our errors and then show them right here. So how do we do that? Well, it's a bit, I guess, not that simple, or actually it's simple enough. So let me actually show it to you. What we have to do is actually, I will go right here under the input. It's actually quite simple. Then inside of here, I will get my state.errors. And now what I have to do right here is add a question mark, since this could be not defined. Let's do a dot, and then let's use an array bracket. And what I want to do now is actually get the error message with the key. So if you again go back, open the console, what you'll see is that we right here have a key. So right here the key is category. Then here we have the key of images. Then we have the key of name. And I want to get the message based on the key. So let me right here go with the first key, and this will just be our name. So we can just copy the name from our input name and then paste it right here. Now this is an array right now, so what I want to do is actually get the first item in the array. So what I'll do right here is just get a question mark dot and then we'll do an array symbol with 0, so I want to get the first item in the array. And what we want to do now is check if this is true. So if this is true, we'll just do a double and sign, and then we'll return our error message. So let me right here just get a p tag, and then I'll right here just return the error message. And how do I do right here the error message? Well, I just copy what I created right here. So where we check state.errors, get the name, then the first item in the array, I just right here paste that in the p tag, and now this is fine. Now for the p tag, what I can do is give it a class name, and we'll just do a text of red 500. Let's now save that, and let's see if that works. So right here you now see the name has to have a min character length of 5, and this is also marked with this red color. So this looks great. And now also, instead of maybe saying text red 500, we can use our CSS variables, and we can say text destructive. Let's again save that. Let's again go back, and you will see that we still have this red color and everything is still good, but now we use actually Shadcn UI. Let's now actually also render the same messages for our category, our price, small summary, description, and everything like that. For that, again, we can just copy everything. So I'll just copy this whole check. Then I'll go right here to our category page, paste it right here underneath our select category component. And then instead of filtering by the actual name, which is called name, we'll now filter based on the name category. So if you go back to the actions, we gave it a name of category. So I can just copy that and then paste it right here for name, and also paste it right here for also name. So we now check for the category, and then we show also the error message for the category. If I now save that again and go back, you now see right here category is required. Let's now do the same for the price. So again, just copy this whole thing, go right here underneath our input, paste that, and now instead of right here going based on the category, let me copy the name of the price and let me paste it right here, and let me paste it right here. And if I now save that and go back, you right here see expected number received string. So the error right here is, I guess, that we actually haven't inputted anything, and that's why you see right right here, expected number, received string. So if you don't actually type anything inside of here, it just sends an empty string, and that's where you get this problem right here. So let's now do the same actually right here. Let me again just copy that. Let's do the same for our small summary. So let me go under the text area, paste it right here, and instead of filtering by the price, let me filter by the small description. So I'll copy the name right here, paste it for the price, and do the same for here. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now right here it says please summarize your product more. Then let's now do the same for our description. So we'll just again copy everything, go right here under our tip tab editor component and paste it right here. Then instead of saying small description, let me just copy the name of description and paste it right here and paste it right here. Now if I save this and go back, you now see we don't actually get right here any error. Why is that? Well, that's because we say right here hello world. So how can we fix that? Well, what we could do is go back to our editor actually, and then instead of right here doing this ternary check where we then return hello world, I can just return our JSON. If I now go back, hard refresh this page, and right here now click on submit form, what you'll see is that we still don't get any error. So what I'll do is actually then go to our actions again, then to our description, and instead of saying a minimum required, length of 1, we'll say 10. So let's do 10, let's save this, let's again go back, and if I now click on submit form, you'll now see we get an error, description is required. Let's now do the same actually also for our images, so I'll again copy just this error message. Let me go under the upload dropzone component, let's paste it right here, and instead of saying right here description, let me copy the images name, paste it for this and paste it for that. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now you see images are required. Let's now do also the same for our actual product file, so again just copy this error message, go under the actual component, paste that, and then instead of the images, let's get right here the product file. So let me paste that right here and paste this right here. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now you see please upload a zip of your product. So now we have done server-side validation, which is great. So let's now actually see if we get all of the data in our form data. So what I'll do right here is input something for our name. So let me do some gibberish. Let's select our template right here. Let's do a price of $50. Let's do a small summary. Let me just write something. Let me write a bit of description. I will just use some gibberish. Let's right here upload an image. So I'll upload an image real quick. Then I also have to upload a zip file. So let me upload one. So I click now on upload. You see we have this nice loading state. So now this also has been uploaded. And now let me click on submit form. Did everything work? I'm not sure. And we get 1 error and we get 2 errors. So the first error is expected number, received string, and the second error is images are required. I gave right here images and I also gave it a number. So what's the problem? So inside of your actions, what you'll see is that right here our price, we get it through form data. Now the thing with form data is that it always transmits in string. So what we have to do right here is actually transform our price, so the string, to a number. Now this is thankfully very, very simple. We just wrap this whole form data.get price inside of our number right here. So I'll get the number, and then I can just paste again form data.get price as an argument. So this error should now be gone. And then what is now with our actual images? So if you go to the page.tsx, what you'll see right here is that we right here do in json.stringify. So we stringify the whole array. And what we have to do now is pass the array so that we again get an array and not in string. So what we will do right here for the images is just wrap that in a json.pass. Let me copy that. Let's right here do in json.pass, and then right here I'll again just paste what I've just copied. So form data.get images. Now you currently get an error right here, and it tells me just argument of type form data value is not assignable. So what I'll just do is mark it as string. If I now save that and actually go back, we'll now just test everything again. I'll do a hard refresh. Let me give it a name input. Let's do a template. Let's do a price of, I don't know, this. Let's do a small summary. Let me write a bit of content. Let me again upload 2 images. And then let me also upload 1 zip file. So now right here, let me click on upload. You see our images are uploaded. Now our zip file is uploaded. Let me click on submit form. Do we get any errors? No error here. No one error here. Nope, nope, nope. Everything was successful. Great. So our validation worked and everything looks good. And what I want to do now is also a success validation and also return a actual toast. So let's actually handle this right now. Okay, what I want to do now is first of all create our success, return state message, whatever you want to call it. So right here we already checked, as you see, hey, if this was not successful, create this error state. And since we now know that it's successful, we can now return our success state. So I'll go under our if check right here. Then let's create a new constant. We'll name it state. Let's right here here create a new object, and then for the state, let's already give it in type, and the type will just be our state. Now, if you go right here inside of our object, what you'll see is if I click on Control Spacebar, we again get all of our types. So let me first of all get our status. The status right here will just be success, and then the next field which we want is actually not the errors, because we now don't have any errors, but what we want to get is the message. And then for the message, we'll just say your product has been created dot, or we could do exclamation mark. Let's save that, and now we can actually use that. Or actually, before we can use that, I of course have to return our state. So let's return state, and now this is good. Now if I actually save that and would now go back and actually upload all my images and create everything like that, what you would see is that we wouldn't get anything. So we would just stay on this page, we wouldn't get any success messages, no error messages, it would be just a blank message, or I guess a blank screen, I'm sorry. So what we want to do now is create a toast. So if it was successful, we want to create a toast, and if we have an error, we want to create a toast. So how do we now create a toast? So for that, we'll have to use the mighty use effect. I know, the black box of React. So for that, we'll go above the return statement. I can delete the console.log, and then above the return, I will now use the use effect hook. This is provided by React, and now let me just open this right here. Now for the use effect, I have to add a dependency. So let's do a dependency, and for now, I will just do an empty dependency. So so what I say right now is that it just runs when our page renders. Of course, I'll change that in a second, but for now, that's fine. Now, what I want to do inside of this use effect is actually check if our state right here has an actual status of success. And we'll right here just say if state.status right here will be successful. So let's right here do success. Then let's open this, and right here we want to return something. Now, what do I want to return? I want to create a toast. Now, to actually create a toast and make a toast work, we of course first of all have to install some package. Now, you could do that yourself if you have the time and want to spend 10 hours on it, but why should you do that if Shadcn UI has again your back? So if you now go to ui.shadcn.com again, our favorite website, what you could now search for is not for toast. You of course have a normal toast as you see right here. This is how it looks like. But what we could use is something called Sona or Sona. I'm actually not sure how you pronounce that, but this is also a toast. But in my humble opinion, it's a better looking toast. So let me right here copy the installation command using npm. Let's open the terminal. I will open a second terminal tab, and then let me just right here paste that to install Sona. What you will see is if you go back to the docs is that the actual next step is to right here add our toaster component in our layout. So let me right here go inside of my layout file, and what we have to do is go under our children but still in the body tag and add this toaster component. So let me do that right now. Let me right here get the toaster. This is imported from our components, not from Sona, and then this is self-closing. Now the nice thing right here is that we actually have a few, I guess, options or properties which we can add right here. So if you go inside of here and do Control Spacebar, you see all of the things which you can add right here. Now you could also right here go right here where you have it to the docs, then you will get redirected to a new website, and then you will see all of the options which you can use right here. Now for us, we actually don't need that many things. We just need actually two properties. So first of all, we want to use the rich colors. So that means if we have a success state, we'll have a green icon. Let me show to you. Where do we have it? We have this, expand, right here, rich colors. If I click on that, you now see right here, we have this green toast, and this is what I want to have. So let me again go back. We have now our rich colors. Then I will also say for the theme, we have a light theme, and then also let's do a close button so that the user can actually close the toast. So now we have all initialized that, and now we can actually use the toast. We now import the toast right here, not from our components, but from Sona, and then we can do a dot, and now we can do a dot success. And now what I can do right here is pass my state.message as an argument. So let's get my state.message, and let's just pass it right here. Let's now save that, and now let's also do an else if statement for our state, I guess. So let's do an else if, and then right here, state.status. If this right here is an error, so let's get our error, let's open that, and let's right here do toast.error, and then for the message we'll again just get our state.message. Let's save that. Now this also looks good, and let's test out if everything works. So let me go back to my website. I will do a hard refresh right here on the top, and let's again try to make everything work. So let's right here write some gibberish. Let me use the template category. Let's do a price of $59. Let's do a small summary right here real quick. Let's do a description. I'll just again write some gibberish as you see. Then let me upload 2 images again. Let me also upload 1 zip file. So as you see, I have now uploaded the images, and my zip file should be also also done in a second. We currently have in pending state, as you see. Now this is also uploaded, and now I can click on submit form, and now everything should work. Let's see, do we have any toast right here? I don't see anything, so something didn't go as planned. So let me check out what was wrong. So if you go back to the docs, let me see, we have my use effect, I have the if state, the else if state, that all looks good. I already see the error. So as I already said at the start, we added right here an empty dependency. But the problem is currently that this empty dependency tells React that the use effect should only run when our page gets hydrated and rendered. But what I want to do is that this use effect should rerun when our state changes. So instead of saying an empty state, let's right here call our state so that it should rerun when our state changes. So what will now happen is that our use effect will rerun when our state actually changes. So let me again go back, let's again do a hard refresh, and let's hope that everything works. So let's me again just use some gibberish, let's use a template category, let's use some price of $50, let's do a small summary, let's do a bit of content right here, let's upload again 1 or 2 images, then let me click on upload, let me also upload 1 zip file. Now you see we have 2 pending states, this should all work in a second, my image is uploading, it's done. Let me now click on submit form, and we should now see right here on the bottom right a toast. Your product has been created. It looks great, and this is cool. Now, one thing I will actually also do right now is create a toast when our actual images are done uploading and when our product file is done uploading. So this is now actually very simple. All we have to do right here is scroll down a bit where we have our upload drop zone, and then right here on our on-client upload complete, we can now actually add our toast. So under the set images function, I guess, we can do right here in toast, we do in toast.success, and then for the message, I will just say, your images have been uploaded. Then I can also right here go to my on upload error callback, use also again this toast. Let me just copy paste it right here. This will be now in toast.error, and then for the message I will just say I guess something went wrong, try again. Let's save that. Let me now scroll down to the next upload drop zone. Then for right here my on client upload complete, I can again go under the set product file function, and then right here again let's do toast.success, and then for the message I'll just say your product file has been uploaded. Let's do an exclamation mark, and then for the on upload error callback, let me delete this throw new error, and let's do toast.error, and then for the message I'll just say I will just copy actually the message. So where do we have it? Right here, something went wrong. Let me right here copy this, and let me just paste it down here, because again it's actually just the same. So let's again test out if this works. I will go back, let me do a hard refresh just to be sure, and let me just upload right here real quick 1 image. And now if I click on upload file, we have in pending state again, or I guess in loading state, as you see right here. And now on the bottom right I should have in toast, and yes, your images have been uploaded. Great, this fully works. Let me also now test out my zip file. And if I now right here upload it, you see we have in loading state, and then again on the bottom right I should see right here in toast in a second. Let me see, and yes, your product file has been uploaded. Great, this also works. Now, one thing you probably already saw is when I submitted my form, there was one thing which kinda bothers me. We don't have any pending state. So if I click on submit right here, it's just, I guess, this normal button. But what I want to have is a pending state. So what I'll do right here is create a separate component, a separate button component, so that I can show a spinning bar when we actually right here submit our form. So let me right here open my Explorer, then let's go inside of the app folder, let's go in the components folder, and I'll right here create a new file, and I'll name it submit-buttons.tsx. Then inside of here, let's do an export function, let's just call it submit button, and then let me invoke that and open that. Then inside of here, what I want to now get is our actual pending state. So I want to know if the submit button is currently actually submitting or if it's not. For that, there's an actually very handy hook provided by React, and this is called useFormStatus. So if you can remember, inside of our page.tsx, we use something called useFormState. And what I want to get now is the useFormStatus. So right here, let's do a constant, that's the structured, and this will be equal to useFormState. form status. Let's invoke that, and now right here where it is structured, I can get right here the pending state. So what we can do now is a return statement and actually render something based on this pending state. So if you hover over pending, you will see that this is in Boolean, so it could be either true or it could be false. Now let me right here just use empty tags so that they don't show up in our virtual DOM, and then inside of here I can now use internally. So let's get our pending state and I'll add in question mark. So if it's true, let's return something. I'll just return a button component, not a button, but a button component. And if this is not true, we'll use the colon and return also a button component. So let's first of all style the state where our actual button is currently pending. So first of all, we want to give it a property, which is the disabled property. And then inside of the button, I want to say right here, please wait. Let's save that, and now this looks good. Now, as I already said, what I want to have in this button is this like loader icon so that it spins. So let me go before this please wait and let me import something called the loader2 icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and then let's also get in class name, and this will be a margin right of 2. Let's do a height of 4, let's do a width of 4, and let's do an animate, which will be spin. So let me get the spin, not none, and let's save that. So now we have actually styled right here the button for our pending state, and now let's actually style the button for our state where we don't have a pending state. So when we have just a standard button. So for that, let me just go right here inside of the button and let's just say create your product. Let's right here also give our button a type, and for the type, this will just be submit. Let me save that. Let's go to our page.tsx, and then if you scroll down again, where do we have my button? I have it right here. Let me just delete this button and let me get my submit button component. So this is uppercased, and then let me import that. Now, if I actually save that and go back, we could now test out if it works. So I'll click on this button. We have a pending state, or you saw it for a millisecond, and we get an error. That's because I haven't right here updated all of the information. But what you already see is that we have a pending state, and that's great. Now, also one thing you will see is that right here we use a hook, and you probably already learned that a hook always relies on a client. But I haven't marked this component as use client. Why did I not have to do that? Well, it's actually quite simple. The page in which I actually render the component is marked as use client. All of the children which are rendered in a component which is marked as use client will be automatically also a client component. But since the submit button could also later on be actually imported in a server component, I will also mark right here this component as use client, because again, this component will be actually used in more pages than just in this one. And for example, we later on use this component in a settings page, and the settings page will actually be a server component. So let's actually now save that. It all looks great. And now what we can actually do is client-side validation. So we now did server-side validation so that we have these error messages, but what we also want to do is client-side validation. So if I go back to my page.tsx, let me delete this unused import. And if I now go, for example, to our input where we have our name, you see we don't have any validation. But actually to create client-side validation, it's very, very simple. For example, we could say that this is required. And we could also say that it should have a min length of, what did I say, 3, I think. Let me save that. And if I now go back, actually you will see if I now refresh this page that we don't have these errors anymore, and try just to write one, I guess D, so one character, and click on submit right here, you will see please lengthen this text to 3 characters or more. So this is client-side validation, and that's what we want. Let's now also do that for the rest of our inputs. So for the select category, I can't do that, so that's why I have to rely on the server-side validation. But for the price, I can actually use client-side validation. So we can right here say required, and then we could also right here use a min, and for the min, I will actually say 1. Let's now save that, and this looks also good. What's now the next thing which we have? We have our small description. Let's also make this required right here, and let me go to my actions. What did I say is the minimum length of our small description? So it's 10. So let me again go back, and I can now use right here the min length and just say 10 characters. Not 1s, but 10. Let's now continue. What's the next thing we have? Right here we have the tip type editor. Again, right here I have to rely on the server-side validation because I actually can't validate on the client. And then let's continue. We have our images. Again, I can't use client-side validation. I have to rely on the server. And yes, this is all. So now we are done with client-side validation. And if I now write a correct name, but click on create your product, you will see now for the price, it will tell me please fill in this field. If I say 5 and again click on create your product, you'll again see please please fill in this field. So you see now client-side validation also works, and this is great. So now we used the best of both worlds. So we done server-side validation, we have done client-side validation. So this is the best UX which you can actually get. And I would now personally say we are done with this creation page, or actually we are not. We forgot the most important thing, and that's to actually store our product inside of our database. So currently I just return a state, but I don't actually create a mutation. So let's actually do that right now. Now to do that, it's actually quite simple and actually also quite cool, because we know that all of the validation and we know that all of the data exists. So what I'll do right here is go just above the state right here, and let's do right here an await prisma.product, and then let's right here just get the dot create, since I want to create a new product. Also very important, please import Prisma right here from where you have it, my lib folder. Please don't import that from Prisma client. We already talked about that, why it's important, so I won't repeat that, but again, import that from the lib folder. Then inside of here we'll get a data property, and then we have multiple fields which we have to now propagate. Let's start with I guess the name, so let's right here get that, and then this will be equal to our validate fields, then dot data, and we get the dot name. Then what's the next thing we have? We have right here in category, and this will be equal to the validate fields. So let's do in colon validate fields dot data dot category. Now you see we currently get an error actually for our category, and it tells me right here type string is not assignable to type category types. So if you go to our schema again, because you maybe forgot what this error means, we created right here a enum, so a category types enum, and currently just says right here that the error is that it can't assign a string to right here this enum. So what I'll do right here is just an as category types, because I'm pretty sure that everything is fine. So let me just import that from Prisma client, and now this error is gone. Let's also do an import type, so that I'm sure that I don't import the whole model but just the type, and now this is good. Let's now actually continue. What's the next thing which we have? Let's right here get our small description. This will be equal to validate fields dot data dot small description. Then the next thing which we have is the price, and this will be equal to validate fields dot data dot price. What's the next thing we have? We have our images, so let's right here get our validate fields, where you have it, dot data dot images. Then what's the next thing which we have? We have right here an I guess product file. This will be equal to validate fields dot data dot product file. And then what's the next thing which we have right here? We have, for example, the user ID, and this was quite simple. This is just the user.id. Then let's go and see what the next thing is, and the next thing is actually right here the last thing, and that's the description. Now for the description, we can't just say right here validate fields dot data dot description, because what we'll now have is just in string. But if you right now open our schema, what you'll see is that we gave our description a JSON. So what we have to do is actually pass our string to a JSON file. And then let's right here just do an uppercase JSON dot pass, and then as an argument I'll just pass this validate fields dot data dot description. So now this should be all. Let me again click on Control spacebar. Created at, we don't have to pass it, ID is automatically created, and for the user we already gave the user ID. So these are now all of our types, we have now all created them, and that's great. So what's now the last thing which we have to do? Well, that's actually nothing. We now created our mutation, and in theory everything should now work. So let's now create an actual product with actual names and actual description. So let me right here do a hard refresh, and then for the product of the name, what could we say? Beautiful, no, let's just say greatness, something like that. Let's use template as a category. For the price, I would say $99, not 00, but 99. For the small summary, super great template, which I created for you guys, ha 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 ha, something like that. For the description, I'll just write some gibberish, then let me upload an image right here, and let me upload a zip file. So now I have right here my image, this is currently uploading, I have my zip file, which is currently uploading, I have one toast for your product has been uploaded, and another toast for your images have been uploaded. This all looks good, I have all of my inputs right here. Let me now click on create your product. We have a pending state as you see right here, and then we should see in a second a toast which is successful. So your product has been created. Okay, great, this all looks good. Let's now check if everything has been actually submitted inside of our database. So let me open my terminal with Command J, on top again terminal and new terminal, and then right here let me clear everything and let's do an npx Prisma Studio to open our Prisma Studio. So what do we see right here? We have now two models, a user model and a product model. Let me open the product model, and then inside of here we should see in a second a successful product. Let's see. So we have an ID, so this is the UID. We have a name, so this is greatness. We have a price, $99. We have a small description. We have a big description, we're using JSON. We have images, so an images array. We have a product file, which is already the URL, and we have the category, and then we have the created at timestamp, and then we have a related user, which is myself. Cool, this looks so good. Okay, I can stop my Prisma Studio. I don't need that anymore. Let's close my terminal. What do we do now? Well, I think we should redirect our user from this page. Now, how do we do that? Now, normally I would say let's redirect from the server, but what we'll do is actually redirect the user from the client side. Now, this is, I guess, not the best UX, at least that would some people say. But the thing is, if I redirect the user from the server side, I can't actually return a state, or I guess a toast. So that's why I will actually redirect the user from the client side. So what I'll do right here is go under the toast.success and then do a redirect. Now, redirect is imported from Next.js, and I just want to redirect the user to right now the index page. Later on, I will actually redirect the user to the product page, but for now, this is actually fine. Now, we won't have to test this because I already know that this works. We just imported redirect from Next.js, and the user will just be redirected to the index page. So again, we don't have to test it out, but this is what will now happen. So if the user creates a product, it will be successful. We have a toast, and then the user gets redirected. Okay, we're done with the sell page. What's the next thing which we want to do? We could now either do the home page, we could do a settings page. I think we should do a settings page. So in the settings page, the user can then update the name, the first name, I guess, the last name. We will see the email, and then later on also in the settings, we'll do a bit of Stripe stuff. But I think we should now first of all create the settings, then we'll do the home page, then we'll do the product ID page. Yeah, so let's do that right now. I will for now close all of the files. If you want to do the same, you do Command KW. Let me open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's right here create a new folder. This will be the settings folder. And then in the settings folder, let's create a page.tsx. So this will now be our route for the settings. And then in the settings, as already said, we can update data specific to the user. Okay, let's do that. So let's right here just do an export function. Let's just call it, I guess, settings page, and this should actually be an export default function since this is in route and not in function, or I guess component. And let me just open that. Inside of here, let's do a return statement, div, let's say h1, and let's say hello from the settings route. Let's save that, let's go back, and now let's see if this works. So what I want to do right here is if I click on the user nav, I want to see right here the settings route. So what you have to do is actually go inside of our user nav right here, and then instead of having a test item, let's right here actually say set things. Now, if I save that actually and go back, what you will see is even though if I click on this item in a second, so when that updates, and if I now click on that, nothing happens. Now, this is of course because we currently don't have a link component. So let me just copy again the settings, and let's right here get our link component. Let's open that. Let's again paste the settings. Let's give our drop-down menu item as child because we now have a child component. And let's right here do an href, and for the href, this will just be /settings. Let's now save that, and now let's actually make this work. So if I now click on the user nav, we will get redirected to /settings, and now you see right here hello from the settings route. So let's now make it beautiful. So let me right here delete this div, I don't need that, and let me right here create a new section element. Let's right here give it a class name, and I will just say max width of 7XL, mx of auto, px of 4, and then on medium devices and bigger, let's do padding x of 8. Now inside of this section, what I want to do is render a form, or before I actually do that, I want to render a card right here. So our card component imported from our components. And now inside of this card, I want to actually render our settings form. Now the thing is that the settings route is actually right here, I guess something private. So this route shouldn't actually be publicly accessible, but it should be only accessible for actually authenticated users. So what I have to do is actually first of all right here check if the user is authenticated. If yes, we'll actually right here render the page, and if not, we'll redirect the user, or actually we'll throw an error. So right here above the return statement, let's just do a constant, let's destructure it, and then this will be equal to get kind server session, and let's invoke that. Now right here where we destructured, let me get the get user function, and now let me fetch the user. So let's do a constant user, which will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that, and now you see we get an error. So the error is that we're currently using right here the await expression, and for that we actually have to mark our function as async. So let's do an export default async function, and now this error is gone. Again, this is safe to do because we're in a server component. So what I want to do now is again check if the user's, active, so if it exists or if the session exists. So what we'll do is an if check, and if there's no user, we'll just throw an error. So let's do an throw new error, and then I guess we'll say not authorized. Let's save that, let me spell that correctly, I think this is fine, and now this looks good. So now we protect this page, we do server-side protection, so that no malicious user, which is not actually authenticated, can access this page. What we can also now do is already fetch data for this component, because what I want to get right here is the first name, last name, and the email of the user. So what I'll do right here is create a new async function get data. So let's do an async function, let's call it right here get data, let's invoke that, and let's open that. Inside of here, let's do a constant data, which will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder, .user, and I want to find a unique user. So now for this find unique method, we have to pass a where statement. So I want to find a unique user where the ID matches the ID which I provide right here. So we will get right here our ID, and now I have to pass my ID. Now how do I get it? Right here I have my user, but I want to get it right here. Well, through the params, I can get right here the user ID, which will be of type string, and then I can pass it right here, so the user ID. Now this looks good, we don't have any errors anymore, and now I can do a select statement, since I don't want to select everything from Prisma, but I only want to select 3 things. Now I do that to actually right here, save a bit of resources, a bit of bandwidth, and again, we don't want to actually consume so much data, we want to have a fast website, and that's why we do a select statement. So let's right here get in first name, let's set it to true, let's get in last name, let's set it to true, and let's also get an email, and let's set this to true. The last thing which we have to do is return our data, so let's do return data. So now let's actually get the data in our front end, because currently this is just an async function which does not run, or I guess it isn't called anywhere. So let's go under, I guess, this if check, and let's do constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke that, and now this looks good. Now we get an error right here, and it tells me expected 1 argument. What is the argument? Well, it's quite simple. It's our user ID which we want in our params. So what we can do right here is pass our user.id as an argument, and now this also looks great. So what I want to do now is actually create our settings form. And as I already said, since this is now a server component, I can't actually create right here in settings form anymore, because in my settings form, I want to use my useForm state hook. And this useForm state hook relies on the client. And again, this is a server component, so this can't actually work. So again, let's open our Explorer, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, and let's create a settings form.tsx. Now, since we'll use right here our useForm state hook, I can already mark it as use client to save a bit of, I guess, errors. And now let's right here create a form. So let's get started with an export function. Let's just call it right here settings form. Let's invoke that, and then let me just open that. Then inside of here, let's do a return statement. And now I want to create first of all a form, since this is of course in form as already said. Let me delete the action. I currently don't have one. And then in the form, let me use right here the card header. Now the card header is imported from our components. And then inside of here, let's create a card title. Now for the card title, I'll just say settings, since this is in settings page. And then under this card header or card title, I can now get the card description again from our components. Right here, we'll just say here you will find settings regarding, let me spell regarding correctly, your account. Let's save that, and let's see how that looks like. If I go back to Chrome, you don't see anything. Why is that? Well, it's quite simple. That's because this component is not rendered anywhere. So let's go back to our settings page. Let's go in the card component, and let me get right here my settings form. So settings form from my components, self-closing. Let's go back, and now you should see in a second right here our card header and our card description. So as you see, we now have our card header, our card description, and this looks beautiful. Let's go back to our settings form, and let's actually continue. continue. So under this card header, let me now get actually the card content from our components, and then inside of here I want to now create all of my inputs. So let's first of all start my style our card content. So let me first of all give it a class name, and since I want to align everything vertically, we'll do in flex call. So let's do in flex of call, and let's do right here in gap y of 5. I think this is fine. Then inside of here, let's do div element, let's right here give the div a class name, and let's do in flex, which will be call, and let's right here do in gap y of 2. Then inside of here, I want to now render a label and a input. So let's first of all get our label. This is imported from components, and we'll just say first name. Then under the label, let me render a input component from our components. This is self-closing, and then let me right here just say right here for the name, this will be first name. Let's also right here create a type. This will be of type text, and now this should look good. Let's save that and let's see how that looks like. Alright, so now you see right here our label, and then you see our input, and this is quite cool. Let's now create our second input. This will now be for our actual last name. So let me create a div element, let's create a class name, and this will be flex of call, and a gap y of 2. Inside of here, let's get the label, and let's just say last name. Then under the label, let me get my input component. This is already imported, and then let's right here already give it a name. This will be of last name, and then let's also do type, which will be text. Then let's save that. Let's again go back. Now you see the first name, you see the last name, and the last thing which I want to do is render our email. So for that, let me again go under this div, create a new div. Let's create a class name, and this will be flex of call, and a gap y of 2. Then inside of here, let me get the label again, and let's right here just say email. Then underneath the label, let me get an input, again from our components. This is self-closing, and then let's give it a name. This will be of email. Let's give it a type. This will also be of email, and now this is also great. Now let's again go back. Now we have our first name, last name, and email. Cool. Now one thing I also do right here is actually mark it as disabled, because I don't want the user to be actually able to update the email. I want the user to see the email, but I don't want to actually update or allow the user to update the email. Cool. So now we have this, and this, and what do we miss now? I think we are now just missing one button, and that's the submit button. So under this card content, what I'll do right here is our card footer from our components, and then inside of here we can use our submit button, which we already created in our components. So let's get our submit button. This is self-closing. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now we should see on the left side our button in a second. So now we have first name, last name, email, and then the button. But now if you read the text, it says right here, create your product. But do we create a product? No, we are in the settings page and we update settings data. So what we have to do is actually go back to our submit button component, and then instead of just hard coding create your product, we should actually rather make it dynamic. So what I want to do is get actually, I guess, the title through our params and then render it right here. So in our params, we could destructure it and we could say, let's get right here in title, or yeah, I think title is okay. And then let's also give our title a type, and this will just be of string. Then instead of rendering right here, create your product, let me actually right here just render our title. So let's get our title, let's save that. And if you now go back to our settings form, you now see that we get actually an error. So the error is that we have to pass in property, and this is the title property. Now for the title, I'll just say update your settings, and this should be fine. If I also now go to my cell route, what you'll see is that we also get an error right here, and that's because this submit button also now expects some property, which is the title. So let me right here just say create your product. Let's save that. Let me close this again. Let's go back to our settings, and now this looks good. So what I want to do now in the settings is actually right here also show my first name and last name and my email, since I already have them. So for that, as already said, we fetched our data, and what I can do now is again get them through our params. So what I'll do is do an interface right here. Let's call it iappprops. Let's open that, and then inside of here I want to now get the first name, last name, and email. Let's get our first name. This will be of type string. Let's get our last name. This will be also of type string, and then let's get also an email, and this will be also of type string. Let's now also destructure our params. This will be of type iappprops, and then inside of here, let's get our email, let's get our first name, and let's get our last name. If I now save that and go back to our page or our settings route, you now see that we get an error, and the error is that we're actually missing 3 properties. So we are missing an email, a first name, and a last name. Let's first of all start with the first name. This will be equal to data.firstname. Then let's go to our last name. This will be equal to data.lastname. And then if we go to our email, this will be equal to data.email. Let's save that, and now this looks good, but now we get 3 hours. So what we have to do right here is actually mark it as string, because we know that the first name, last name, and email are actually defined. So let's do an as string, then for the last name, let's do an as string, and for the email, let's do an as string. If I now go back to the settings form, we can now use that right here, and for the input, what I can do right here is use a default value, not in value, but in default value, and then for the first name, I can just pass my first name. Let's also do the same for the last name, so let's get a default value, not default check, but default value, and let's get my last name. Then for my email, you could also right here add a default value. I won't do this, so I won't right here render my email, because again, it's a private email. I'll just right here render jan@alinux.de, and this is also fine. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and now you see my first name, the last name is empty, and then you see the email right here. So yeah, this looks good. Let me now click on update your settings, and nothing happens. Why is that? Well, that's because we're currently doing a GET request, and we first of all have to actually create a server action to make this whole mutation work. So let's again go to our actions file and create an actual server action. So for that, let me go underneath the server action, so under the sell product server action, and let's create a new one. Let's do an export async function. Let's just call it update, I guess, user settings. I think this is fine. Let's invoke that, and let's open that. Inside of here, let's again check if the user is authenticated. So let's do a constant, let's do structured, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that, and then right here, let me get the user function. Then let's fetch our user. So let's do a constant user, and this will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that, and now I actually want to also check if the user is actually, I guess, exists. So let's do an if check, and if there's no user, let's right here just throw new error. Let me spell right here throw correctly. Let's do new error, and then for the message, I'll just say something went wrong. Let's save that, and now this is good. Okay, now this looks good, and what we want to do now is again use sort. Now to use sort, what we have to do is create a sort schema. So we have right here our product schema, and now I want to create a user settings schema. So let me go under the schema, and let's do a constant. Let's call it user settings schema, and then this will be equal to z.object. Let me now open that, and then inside of here we'll actually have 2 fields. We'll have a first name and we'll have a last name. Let me go to the settings form, and let me right here copy the first name. So how did I spell it? Let me copy that, paste it right here, and now this right here will be in z.string. Let's invoke that. Then also this will have a minimum length, so let's do .min, and the minimum character length will be 3, and let's also right here add a message, and for the message I'll just say minimum I guess length of 3 required. Also, one thing which is very important right here, currently we tell sort that this first name is always required. But the thing is, it isn't actually always required. So what we have to do is actually tell right here sort that this is optional. So what we have to do is in .or, and then inside of here we do in z.literal, and then this will be just an empty string. Then at the end of this we do in .optional, and then also invoke that. So now we tell actually sort that this actual first name is optional and does not have to be defined. But if it is defined, so if we say like JA, so only 2 characters, then we'll throw an error that we have to have 3 characters. Let's now do the same for our last name. So let's get a last name. Let me actually see if I spelled it correctly. So let me just copy it right here and then paste it right here. And then let's right here do in z.string, and it's actually almost the same. So let's right here add again a .min, and I want to have again a minimum character length of 3. Let's again add a message. I'll just copy the message because it's actually again the same message. So let's get our message. Let's paste that right here. And then again, we'll do an .or. So let's do an .or. Then inside of here, let's get an .literal, and then this will just be an empty string. And then at the end, let's do an .optional, and then let me just invoke that. Let's now save that, and now this also looks great. So now let's use actually the sort schema. So under this if check, let's do a constant. Let's again call it validate fields, and then this will be equal to user settings schema, and then let's do .save pass, and then inside of here what I want to get is our first name and last name. So let me again go to the top, let me copy right here the first name spelling, let's again go right here, let's paste that, and then this will be equal to form data. Now what you see is that we currently don't get any form data, and that's because I first of all have to get the form data through the params. So let me get right here my form data, and this will be of type form data. Then right here, let me again get my form data, since we now get it through the params, and this will be .get, and I want to get a first name, so let me copy it right here and paste it. And now let's do the same for the last name, so let me again copy the spelling, let's go right here, let me paste that, and this will be again equal to form data .get, and I want to get the last name. So now we validate our fields, and now we have to do again and check if it was successful. So let's right here go under the validate fields constant, and let's do an if check. So let's do an if validate fields dot success is not true, so for that we add this exclamation mark. Let's open that and let's return again a state. So let's right here do a constant, let's do a state, and then this will be again equal to an empty object. If you now again click on Control Spacebar, you'll see that we don't get any types. This is not what we want. So let's give our state and type of state right here. So uppercase state, and if you now go inside of the object, go to Control Spacebar, you now see right here the 3 fields which we want to propagate. So for the status, this will be the error. Then let's also right here get the errors. Then this will be equal to validate fields dot error dot flatten, let's invoke that, and dot field errors. So at the end, dot field errors. This looks now good, and let's also right here get a message, and this will just be equal to, I guess, let me just copy actually the message. Let's use the same one. So I will right here copy this message, and then let me just paste it down below. So now we have our constant. The last thing which we have to do is actually also return our state. So let's right here do in return, and let's return our state. So now we have actually checked if the whole data is actually validated, if it's correct. And since we now know that the data is validated, or if it's correct in other words, I can now actually, I guess, post the data to my database. So let's do constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma dot user dot update. Let's open that, and now inside of here you already know we have to add a where statement. So let's do where statement, and I want to update actually the user data where the ID matches the user.id. Now again, we get our user ID right here at the top, since we fetch the user and we check if the user is actually authenticated. Now we also have to pass in data prop, and then inside of here we want to update the first name. This will be equal to validate data, or not validate data, but validate fields data first name. Then let's also do the same for the last name, and this will be equal to validate fields data last name. Great, this looks all good. And now the last thing which I want to do is return a success state. So let's go underneath this constant data, and let's do constant state. You already know, let's give it in type of state. This will be equal to an object, and then inside of here we get in status, which is the success state, and then what we also get is a message. And for the message, I'll just say your settings have been updated. Let's save that, and now this is also great. So let's now go back to our settings form, and what I want to do now in my settings form is actually use our useForm state hook. So I want to get the state from our server action. So let's go underneath or above this return, I guess. Let's use constant, let's use our array brackets, and then this will be equal to useForm state. Now this is imported from React DOM, and let's now invoke that. Now what do we have to pass as an argument? You probably already know that, but we have to pass 2 things. So first of all, the name of our actual action. This is called update user settings. Let's import that from our actions. And then the second argument is our initial state. So above this constant, we can do right here in constant. This will be the initial state. This will have a type of state. This is imported from our actions. And then this will be equal to an actual object. Now inside of the object, I'll get a message. This will be an empty string. And I'll get in status, which will be actually undefined. Let's now save that. And what I can do now is pass this right here. So let me pass my initial state, and now this looks good. Now you see we currently get an error. You probably already know why we get it. That's because we have to also right here add a previous state. So let me again go to the params right here, and before the form data, let's get a previous state, and this will just be equal to any. Let me now save that. Again, let's go back, and now this already looks better. Now inside of the array brackets, you probably already know what we have to get. We want to get the state of the actual, I guess, server action, and then we also want to get our form action. So now for our form, we can now actually pass an action. This will be our form action, and then we can use our state to render, I guess, our toast, and then also later on right here the error messages. So let's first of all actually right here create a use effect. So let's right here get our use effect imported from React. Let me right here open that, and then let's create at the bottom our dependency value. Now to not actually make any mistake, let me already add our state right here as an actual dependency. So I want this use effect to rerun when our state changes. Then inside of here, let's do an if statement, and let's right here do an if state.status is right here equal to error. Let me actually use 3 equal signs. Then let me just open that, and then inside of here, let me get my toast. This is imported from Sonar state.error, and then let me write here for the error message, let's just do state.message. Then let's also do an else if check if it was successful. So let's do an else if, and let's get the state.status. And if this is right here true to success, let's open that, and let's do toast.success. And for the message, I'll just say state.message. Alright, so let's now save that. We should now have a toast. So let me go to my last name. Let's say Marshall. Let me click on update your settings. We have a pending state, and where's the toast? I didn't see anything. That isn't good. Let me go to the actions. What mistake did I do? Data looks good. State. You see already the state is grayish, and that's because I don't return that. So let me write to return our state. Let's do return state. So now we can save that, go back, and again I'll just do a hard refresh right here just to be sure. And then for the name, let me do Marshall capitalized. Let's do update your settings. We have now a pending state, and then you see your settings have been updated. If I do a hard refresh, you will see that this data is kept persisted. So we see our database connection also fully works. So we're now done with the settings page. I can also update my first name. So I'll just say, I don't know, Michael, just to be sure, I guess. So let me click on update your settings. We have a toast. Let me refresh the page, and we should now see Michael, Marshall, yes. Let me now again change it to Jan. I am not Michael. Let's again update that. And yes, this also fully works. Great, our settings route is also done. And now we can actually continue to our homepage. So let's create our homepage. So I'm now in my page.tsx, my beautiful page as you see. And now it's time to make it beautiful. So let me go to my code right here. Let me delete everything in the return statement, and let me create a new section. Now right here for the section, let me actually give it a class name since I want to have a bit of spacing. So let's do a class name, let's do a max width of 7XL, let's do an MX of auto, and let's do a padding X of 4, and let's say on medium devices or bigger, let's do a padding X of 8. Then inside of this section, what I want to do now is render like a beautiful title. So I want to say like, this marketplace is made for everything Tailwind related, a small description, and then I want to actually render the products. So what we'll do is actually make the width even smaller for the title, and that's why I will create right here in separate component, or not in component, I'm sorry, but in separate div. Then let me right here grid action class name. Let's do right here max width of 3XL. So as already said, I want to make the width a bit smaller. Let's also do an MX of auto to center everything in the center. Let's do a text of 2XL. I want it to be quite big. Let's do on smaller or bigger devices a text of 5XL, and then on large or bigger devices, let's do a text of 6XL. Let's also do a font of semi-bold, and then let's do a text of center. So inside of this div, I can now render my H1, and what I'll say right here is find the best Tailwind. Let's save that, let's go back, and let's see what we will see right here. Alright, so this is now the title, find the best Tailwind. The best what? What Tailwind? We'll right here do the second part. So under the H1, let me create another H1, and we'll now say templates, and let's use the and sign, icons. Let's save that. Let's again go back, find the best Tailwind and template icons. Cool, this looks already way better. Now, what I also want to do is actually style this templates and icons. So let's give this H1 a class name, and I'll say text of primary. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and this should look better. Yes, this looks great. So what's the next thing which we have to do? Well, we have to create an actual description, I guess. So for that, we have to do a p tag. So under this H1, let me create right here a p tag, and right here I'll just paste something. Like you can write whatever you want. I just went to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT generated something. I don't even want to read it. I think it's fine. Let me also style that. So let's right here just give it a class name, and we'll right here just say on larger devices or bigger. Let's do a text of LG, and then let's right here also do a color. So let's do a text which will be of muted or foreground. And then what I also need right here is an MX of auto. Let's do a margin top of 5, and let's do a width of 90%. So let's use some custom value of 90%. Now let's save that. Let's see if this actually works. So let's go back, and now you see right here this title. Yeah, no, it isn't that good. So what I'll do is actually also add in font. So let's do in font, which will be normal. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Yeah, that's already better, but still not perfect. So what I'll also do right here is a text of base. So on mobile screens, let's just do a text of base. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and yeah, I think this is actually fine. Maybe it's a bit too long. So maybe let's make it a bit shorter. It's really long. Let's again go back. This should now be a bit shorter and a bit better. Yeah, I think I will leave it like that. That's already way better. So now we have our template, we have the small description, and now we can actually start mapping over our actual products. All right, so I want to now actually render my products. And as you already probably remember from my demo, I want to create like rows. So the first row will be for our newest products, then we'll create a templates row where we render all of our templates, then a UI kit row, and then also an icons row where we actually render all of our icons. Now, what I'll do right now, at least in this time frame, I guess, is create 4 separate components. So I will create a component for the news products, the templates, the UI kits, etc. Now, you could actually break everything into one component. This would work, and we will probably do that as the video progresses. But I want to actually show you right now this way, and then if we have time later on, if I'm not already broken in my mind, I guess, I will try to actually break everything into one component so that we don't have 4 components which do actually the same stuff but have, I guess, a bit of different text and a fetching logic. So let's actually create our first component. So let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, and then inside of the components folder, let's create a new file which we'll name newestproducts.tsx. Now inside of here, because this is a component, we can just do an export function. We'll just name it newest products, and then let me just invoke that and open that. Now inside of here, let's create a return statement. Let's do div h1 and let's say hello from the products. Let's save that. Let's again go back to our page and we don't see anything. So what do we have to do? Well, we have to render this component in our page. For that, let's go under this div right here and then let me get our newest products component. Let's invoke that and close that. And if I now go back, you will now see in a second right here, hello from the products. Does it look good? Do we have our products? Nope. So what we have to do is actually fetch them and then display it right here. So let me first of all actually write our async function getData. So let's right here do an async function. Let's call it getData. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Now inside of here, let's now do a constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from my lib folder. .product.find many, since I want to find many products. Now inside of here, let's write a select statement. Again, I don't want to select everything, but only actual things which we need right here. So what do we need? We need the price. Let's set that to true. We need the description. Let's set that to true. Or actually, I don't even need the description, but I need the small description. So let me right here get my small description. Let's set it to true. Let's get our category. Let's set it to true. Let's get our title. On our title, we named it name. So let's set it to true. Let's get our ID. Let's set it to true. Let's get our images. So let's set this also to true. And I think this is fine. We'll see if I need anything later on. But for now, we can return our data. And this is now good. So now we have an async function getData, but it does not run. So what we have to do is actually call this getData function inside of our component. So let's write here doing constant data. Let me spell that correctly. And then this will be equal to await getData. Let's invoke that, and now this also looks good. Now we get an error, and you probably already know why we get this error. That's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. Now why can we mark this function as async? Well, that's because we're in a server context, or in other words, we're in a server component. So let's do right here an export async function, and now this error is gone. So let's now actually get started with mapping over our data. So let me right here delete this div actually, and let me create a new section. Let's right here give it a class name of margin top 12 to actually give it a bit of spacing to the top, and then inside of here let's create a div element. So let me right here give it actually a class name, and the class name will be medium of legs. Let's do medium of items, which will be center, and then let's also do a medium of justify, which will be between. Then inside of here, what I want to now render is on the left side a title which says newest products, and then on the right side I want to have something like a link which will just say all products. So now for the left side, let's create an H2 and let's right here just say newest products, and let's save it and let's see how that looks like. So now you see right here newest products, it looks alright, but we could of course style it to make it look better. So let's right here go in class name, let's do a text of 2XL, let's do a font which will be extra bold to make it very, very bold. This is a font weight of 800. Then let's also do in tracking, and let's do in tight. Tracking is actually just a letter spacing, so instead of making it, I guess, the normal letter spacing, we make it a bit more snug. And now this actually should already be all. Let's again save that, let's go back, and now this should already be way bigger, and yes, this looks already way better. Now on the right side, I want to have like a link, which links to all products. So for that, I have to go actually under this h2, and then we have to use a link component. This is imported from next/link. That's why you give it an href, and since I currently don't really have a link, let's just use a slash right here, or not in slash, but in hashtag. Then inside of this link, what I want to now say is all products. And now we want to have like a little arrow to the right side. So what we have to do right here is use and span. And now to create an arrow, you could use like Lucid React, or you could actually use, I guess, HTML. So what you can do right here is use an and sign, then use an RARR, and then the semicolon. If you now save that and actually go back, you should now see on the right side all products with an arrow to the right side. And that's what you see right here, and this looks beautiful. But still, let's actually style that to have this bluish color. So let's right here give this link a class name, and then for the class name, what I'll do right here is give it in text of small. Let's do it hidden on a mobile device. Let's give it a font which will be medium, and then let's also do in text which will be primary. Let's also give it right here in hover, and this will be text of primary, which will be an opacity of, let's say, I guess 90% should work, and let's do medium of block. So now if we save this should now look very, very beautiful. So we have now this bluish color, it's a bit smaller, and if I hover over it, you see this little, I guess, hover state. So yeah, this looks good. Let's now actually map over our items or over our products. For that, let me go under this div, but above our section. And then what I have to do is actually create a new div element. So I want to create a parent where we then create a grid layout. So let's give this div right here a class name, and then this will be in grid. Then on mobile devices, we'll have a grid calls of 1. We have 1 column. Then let's say on larger devices and bigger, we'll just do grid calls of 4. And then let's also say on smaller or bigger devices, so anything between, I guess, the mobile screen and the larger screen, we'll just do in grid, which will be calls of 2. Let's also right here do a margin top of 4, and let's also do a gap of 10 between all of these items. Then now inside of this div, I can now map over my items. So let me get right here my data. Let's do .map. Then let me get my product inside of here, and let me just return that. Now inside of here, what I want to actually use is a product component. So I want to render one component, and we'll then use it in multiple actual pages. So to actually first of all test out if everything works, let me get right here in H1, and let's right here just get a product dot let's just get the name. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we should already see our first item right here, and we see greatness. So this is the name of our first product, and as you see, it loads, and that's good. So what we have to do now is actually create a nice looking product card, which we can present right here. So for that, I will create a separate component, as already said. So let's go in the app folder, components folder, and I will create a new file, which I name product card.tsx. Now, before I actually continue with this component, there's one important thing which I want to do right now. And right here where we fetch our data, the current logic is that we just render everything on a random, I guess, created at timestamp, and we render all products. But what I want to do right here is, first of all, only actually fetch 4 products, and then I also actually want to render all of the products based on the created at timestamp. So I want to have the newest products. For that, there's actually a quite simple, I guess, fix in Prisma. So first of all, we can say we take only 4 products, and then we can also do an order by, and then inside of here, we'll say created at should be descending. If I say descending, we get the newest actual products. Now for our product card, let's start with an export function. Let's name it product card, and then let me invoke that and just open that. Now inside of here, let's create our return statement, and then let's create a div element, and now let's get started inside of here. So first of all, let's give it a class name, and I want to do a rounded of LG. So I want to give this, like, I guess, a card look, but I don't want to have this whole border. So that's why I created a div inside of here. And the first thing I want to render inside of here is actually an image. So what I'll do right now is create a div element, give it right here in class name, and we'll say relative and in height of actually in custom value, which let's say 230 pixels. Then inside of this div, I will use the image component provided by next/image. And now the first thing which you might ask me is, why do you use the image component and not the actual image tag, which is the HTML tag? So this one right here. Well, it's actually quite simple, and if you want to learn more, there's for example the Next.js docs. We can right here open the image, or we can search for the image actually. And then what you'll see right here is that the Next.js image component extends the HTML image element. So I guess in the background it's still the image tag, but it actually provides features like size optimization, visual stability, faster page loads, and also asset flexibility. Now this is something very important. We want to have the best experience for the user, and that's why we'll actually use the image component. So what you will now see is that the image component is currently actually right here giving an error, and the error is that we are actually missing two properties. So we are missing the alt and also the source. Now for the alt, I will just say I guess product image. I think this is fine. And now what I'll also need is the source. Now I currently don't get the source, so what I want to do is actually get the source through the params. So what we'll do is create an interface right here. So let's do an interface. We'll just call it iapp_props, and then let's open that. Inside of here, I want to get my images, and this will just be of in string array. So again, I just use in string, append this array, and with that, I just tell right here, I guess TypeScript, that I expect images to be an array which is filled with strings. So what I can do now is go to my params right here, pass the structured, and then give it in type of iapp_props. Then inside of here I can get my images, and now for the source I can just do an images, get the first item in the array of images, and then this will just be our URL. So I can save that, and if I now go back to my newest products right here, I can now, instead of render my h1, I can render the product card which I import from this components. If I now save that, we get an error, and the error is that we are missing the images property. So if I now click on Control spacebar, we right here get our images. Let's click on enter, and then let's right here give it in product.images. Let's save that, and that looks good. Let's also right here give it in key for actually I guess React. So this will just be the product.id, so a unique identifier. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. We currently get an error, and the error is image with source is missing required width property. So what exactly is the problem right now? So when you use the image component, it always expects in width and height. A fix which you can do, and that's what we did right here, is actually give it in parent div and give it in relative element, and then also in height. And then what I can do now for the image is give it in fill property, and it will just fill the image based on the container size of the parent. So on this parent, which is in relative of height 230 pixels. If I now save that, what I already know is that we'll get an error. And the error right here is that invalid source prop on next/image hostname is not configured. Why do I have to configure an hostname? I have to never do that with an image tag. Well, it's actually quite simple. So Next.js, or I guess Vercel, optimizes your images when you use the image component. Now, to optimize an image, it of course has a resource cost. So what you want to do is actually whitelist domains which you want to get optimized, and with that you're just safe that nobody uses your actual, I guess, resources to optimize their own images. So now to actually, I guess, fix this and white label our actual domain, we have to go inside of the next.config file. So let's go to next.config.mjs, and now inside of this next.config object, we right here now get our images, and then inside of the images we get our remote patterns, and this is of type array, and then we create our object with our actual domain. So the first thing which we have is our hostname, and we already get the hostname in our error message. This is this utfs.io domain. I will copy this and paste this right here. Then the next thing which we have right here is the protocol, and this is HTTPS. And then the next thing which we have is the port, and this is just an empty string. Let's now save that. If you open your terminal, what you will see is that our dev server is automatically restarted. This is the Next.js feature. And if I now go back, I can refresh our page, and then our image component should actually work. Alright, so everything has now loaded, and what do we see? We see the image right here. Does it look good? No, not really, but let's fix that. Let me first of all close my terminal. Let's go to the product card, and what I can do is give my image right here in class name. And what we'll do right here is say object of cover, because if I say object of cover, what you will see is that this whole, I guess, shrinking or whatever you want to call it, goes away. Then what we can do also right here is actually give it a width of full, then let's do an h of full, and let's do right here in rounded of LG. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now this should already look better. And yes, this looks great. Alright, so we're now done with the image, and what I want to now render is the title, I guess the name of the product, the price, the small description, and then also a button to, I guess, learn more. So let me go under the image component, under the div, just above the last div, and let's create a new div element. Let's right here give it in class name. This will be flex. Let's do justify of between. So this div will be the parent div between our actual name of the product and the price, and I want to justify them between. Then we'll also do an items, which will be center, and a margin top of 2. Then inside of this div, we'll create an h1, and then inside of here, what I want to do is render the title. Now, how do we get the title? Well, we again use our interface. So now let me actually fill out the whole interface to get all of the data. So I want to get the title. This will be of type string. I want to get the price. Now the price will be of type number, not string. Then I want to get a small description. This will be of type string. And the last thing which I want to do is get the ID, which will be of type string. Now this should already be all. Let me now get all of the types right here. I want to get the ID, I want to get the price, I want to get a small description, and I want to get the title. Actually, let's rename the title to name. I think title is not a good name, and let's save that. If I now go back to our newest products, you now see we get an error, and the error is that we're actually missing all of these types, so let me provide them. For the ID, this will be the product.id. Then what else do we have? We have right here the name. This will just be the product.name. Then we also have right here the price. This will just be the product.price. And then we have the small description, and this is the product.small description. Let's save that, and now we can go back to our product card. And for the H1, I can now first of all render my name. So let me get my name, and let's save that. So if you now go back to our page, you now see the title, and this is greatness. And what I want to do now is render on the right side the actual price of this product. So let me again go back, and what we'll do is go under this H1, and now I want to render right here the price. So let me use right here an I guess free tag, and let me right here get my price, and let's do also a dollar before that. So let me use the dollar sign, and let's save that. And what do you see now? Well, on the left side the title, on the right side the price. Does this look good? I guess it looks good, but it could be now styled, so we could change the font weight, the size, the color. Let's do that. So let me start with the H1. Let's go in class name, and let's right here do in font, which will be semi-bold, and let's also do in text of XL to make it a bit bigger. Then let's also style our H3. Let's go in class name, and then inside of here, this will be quite simple. We will just say right here inline, which will be of flex. Let's also right here do in items, which will be center. Then let's also do in rounded. We will just say right here medium. Then let's also do right here in BG, and this will just be of primary, and we'll just do an opacity of, let's say, 10%. Let's do in padding X of 2, a padding Y of 1. Let's do in text, which will be XS. Let's do right here in font, which will be medium. Let's also do in text, which will be primary. And then let's do in wing, which will be 1. A wing, which will be inset. And then let's also give our wing a color. So this will be of wing, primary. And then let's do an opacity of 10%. Let's save that, and let's see if this looks good. So let me go back, and yeah, this looks quite good in my opinion. And I think we're now done. We have the title, we have the price right here, $99. I mean, you could make it bigger. I think it's fine. I won't really change it. I will leave it like that. But you could make it bigger if you want to. So now we have the title, the price, and the next thing which I want to render is our small description. For that, I will go under the H3, under the div, and again above the last div. And then inside of here, let me just render a p tag, and let me get my small description. Let's already also get in class name, and we'll just say text, which will be gray of 600. Let's save that. Let's go back. And what you now see is super great template, la 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 la. Now, the thing which I currently don't like right here is that this text actually takes 3 actual lines, but what I think we should actually do is limit the lines the text takes. So what we could do right here is add a line clamp, and with the line clamp, I could say that our text should only actually flow, or actually take only 2 lines. So let's take a line clamp of 2, let's save that, let's again go back, and now our text should only take 2 lines, and this looks already better. Now, you could make the text even smaller. So you could, for example, say, I don't know, text of, I guess, small if you would want to. So here you see the options. We have base, SM, XS. Let's try SM. Let's save that. Let's go back. It should now be a bit smaller. Yeah, I think we could leave SM. I think this is fine. Now, one thing which we could maybe also do is a bit of margin to the top. I'm not sure. Let's just do a margin top of 2. I think this should look fine. Let's go back. Yeah. I think it's fine. I'll leave it like that. Also, one thing that you see is currently we don't have any margin to the bottom. That's quite bad. So let me go back to our page.tsx. Let's go to the top div and let's just do margin bottom of, let's just do 24. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now we should have a bit of margin. Yeah, this already makes our life way easier. Okay, so now our product card looks good. But what could we do now? Well, one thing which I currently see is our image. So if you can remember, what we did is actually upload multiple images. So I, for example, uploaded, I think, 2 or 3 images. And what I want to do right here is actually display them. So you probably know Airbnb, and what they have is like an image slider right here in the card. And that's almost the same what I want to do right here. Or I guess that's the same what I want to do. So what I'll do is go back to my product card, and then inside of here, what we'll do is create a carousel. That's at least how we call that. Now, to make a carousel, it's actually not that easy, at least if you do it yourself. So what we can do is again go to ui.shadcn.com, our biggest helper in this video, and what we want to get from here is the carousel. So with the carousel, I can make this whole, I guess, carousel work. Yeah, that's the name. And that's the swiping which I want to do with our images. So let me right here copy the installation command using npm. Let's go back to our terminal. Let me open that. Let's open the second terminal tab and let me just paste that. So this will now install our carousel. This carousel is right here, actually uses the Ambler carousel that's in package, which you can also, I guess, use if you want to. And now this is installed, and now we can actually get started using that. So I'm already in the product card, which means I can already right here get started with that. So what I'll do for now is right here use this div, so where we have my image and then the parent of this image. I'll for now just comment that out, and then let's right here create our carousel. So for that, I will first of all need a carousel component from our components, and then let me open that. Let's right here already give it a class name. This will be W of full and MX of auto. Then inside of this carousel, I will now get carousel content from our components, and then inside of this carousel content, I will now actually map over our images. So inside of here, let me get my images. Let's do a dot map. Let's get an item. Let's also get an index, and then let me just return that right here. Now, what I want to render inside of this map is, first of all, I want to render our carousel item, again imported from our components. Now, it's very important that you right here give it a key, and the key will be the index. Now, inside of this carousel item, what I want to render now is what I just commented out. So the div with our image. So I can just paste it back, and now we have again our div with the relative class, the height, and then we have our image. Now, instead of right here taking the first item in our images, I can now just get our item, so the item which we map over. So this is already all. This looks great. Let me delete what I just commented out. So now let's actually save that. Let's go back, and we have our carousel right here. I can swipe over it. Now you see I don't have 2 images, so what I'll do right now is actually create a new product with more images. So let me do that real quick. Alright, as you see, I've now just created a product right here. I gave it a name, I gave it a category, a price, a description, a bigger description. I uploaded everything. Let me now click on create your product. We have the pending state, and now we should get redirected to our homepage, and that's what happened. And now let's see if our actual carousel works. So let me right here swipe, and yes, this looks great. Now, one thing which is currently missing right here is actually a forward and a backwards button. So this is actually quite simple. We'll go under the carousel content, but still in the carousel component. And then inside of here, what we can do is actually get the carousel previous. Now the previous, not the next. This is a self-closing component, and then we can do a class name, and let's just do a margin left of 16. Because if I don't do it, let me just save it without it. Let's go back. What you'll now see is that this will actually overflow our container. And as you now see, this has overflowed the container, and that's not what I want. I want to have this button inside of this card, and then this button, which you see right here, in this card. So let me zoom in a bit. Again, this should be here, and this should be here. So for that, what we have to do is a margin left of 16 right here. And if I save that and go back, what you now see is that this is in the card, and this is what I wanted. Let's also do a carousel next. So let me get the carousel next. Again, from our components, this is self-closing. Let's do class name, and let's do margin right of 16. Let's save that, and let's again go back. And now we see right here our 2 buttons, and I can right here click on them, and everything works. So this looks beautiful in my opinion. It works great, and that's exactly what I wanted. Now the last thing which I want to do is render a button on the bottom, so to actually learn more. For that, let's again scroll down a bit, and what we'll do is actually go right here under the p tag, and then inside of here I want to get our button component. Now what we'll do right here is actually mark it as child, because we will actually later on inside of this button create a link component. Then let's also do a class name, and we'll say W of full and margin top of 5. Now inside of this button, let me use the link component from next/link, and let me also already give it an href. Now for the href, I will use upticks, because we'll just say right here we redirect to /product and then /the ID. So let me get the ID as a dynamic value. Then for the value of the link, let's just say learn more exclamation mark. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now we should see on the bottom a blue color, which should take the whole width of this actual card. And that's what you see here, and this again looks great. So I would say we are done with the card. This whole carousel works good. We have a title, we have the price, we have the whole description, we have the button, and this looks all good. Alright, so we're now done with our product row, and actually before we continue, there's one thing which I want to change. So let me again go inside of our newest products component, and what you'll see is that we currently give it right here in grid calls of 4. So you right here see an LG of grid calls 4. Now I actually want to change that to grid calls of 3, and if I now actually go back again, you'll now see that this again takes a bit more space, and I just like this look actually better. So since we're now done, I guess, with the newest products and then also the product card, they both look good. What I want to do now is actually make the product page work. So if I currently click on learn more, we'll get now redirected to a product page, but what we'll get is an 4.4 not found. Why is that? Well, we haven't created a route for our product right now. So that's exactly what I want to do now. So let me again go back to our homepage and let's create the route for that. So for that, let's open our Explorer, and then inside of the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, and then inside of here, let me create a new file, or a new folder, which we'll name product. Now inside of this product, we have to create a child folder. So let me again create a folder, and then inside of here, this will now be a dynamic route. So we will actually later on query our product using the ID. So inside of here, what I can actually get right here is in array brackets the ID. With this, I tell Next.js that this is now a dynamic route, and that I want to get this ID later on inside of our front end. So later on in the front end, I can get through the params the ID, and then through the ID, I will then actually later on fetch the individual product. Then inside of this ID folder, I can now create a new page.tsx, and it's very important that you right here create the page.tsx in the ID folder and not in the product folder. So since we have now done that, we can now actually get started. And now what's the first thing we have to do right here? Well, we have to create an export default function. So let's right here do an export default function, and then let me just call it right here, I guess product page. Let me invoke that and let's open that. For testing purposes, let's right here do a return statement. Let's do div, let's say h1, and let's say hello from the product page. Let's save that, let's then go back, and if I now click right here on our card, we should now get redirected, and we should right here see hello from the product card. So we see that this looks good, and that's great. So let's actually now get started with styling everything. So let me delete everything in the return statement. Let's right here create a section element, and let me right here get a class name. So what we want to do right here is a max width of 7XL. Let's do an mx of auto to center everything in the center. Then let's do also a padding x of 4, and on larger devices or large and bigger, let's do padding x of 8. Then what I want to do now is right here create a grid layout. So what we'll do right here is on larger devices or bigger, we'll do a grid. Then we'll also right here say on larger devices or bigger, we'll do a grid rows of 1. Then let's also right here do on larger devices or bigger, a grid calls of 7. Then let's also do larger devices or bigger, a gap x of 8. Let's also do in larger devices or bigger, gap y of 10. And let's do an XL or bigger of gap, which will be just x of 16. So gap on the horizontal side. So now we have created our grid layout, which only works on larger devices. So if you hover over LG, what you'll see is that this has a minimum width of 1024 pixels. Now 1024 pixels is like the size, I guess, of a MacBook, or I guess any computer screen. So this now looks good, and what I want to do now is actually render right here our image. So again, we right here create a grid layout, and on the left side I want to render the image of the product and the description, and on the right side I want to render the name, the price, and everything like that. So let's actually first of all render our image. So let me right here get our carousel again from our components. Let's open that. Let me also get right here in class name, and we'll say on larger devices or bigger, let's do a row and of 1, and let's also do on larger devices or bigger a call which will be of span 4. Then inside of this carousel, I can now get my carousel content, again from my components, and now inside of here, I want to map over my images. Now, how do I get my images? Well, I have to first of all fetch them. For that, we'll create an async function. So on top, let's do an async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, I want to now actually fetch our product. So let's do a constant data, which will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder. Let's do a dot product and let's do a find unique, since I want to only find one product and not many products. Let me now open this right here. And then what we have to do right here is now give it a where statement. So I want to find a product where the actual ID matches the ID which I'll pass right here. So we get an ID and now I have to pass an ID. How do I get my ID? Well, I get it through the params. So in the params, I can say that ID will be of type string and then I can pass it right here. Now this error is gone and now I can say right here what I want to select. So what do we want to get? Well, I want to get a category. Let's set that to true. Then I also want to get a description. Let's set that to true. Then I want to get a small description. Let's set that also to true. Then I also want to get the name of our actual product. So let's set that to true. Let's get the images. So the images array. Let's set it to true. Let's right here get the price. Let's set it to true. Let's get the created at timestamp. Let's set it to true. And then what I also want to do right here is actually get our user. So from our user, I will now actually do a select statement. And I want to get right here the profile image. So let's set it to true right here. And then I also want to get the first name, since I want to later on right here render the profile image and the first name of the user. So now this looks all good. And the last thing which we have to do is actually return our data. So let's do return data. And now that's already done. So now this is an async function get data, but this currently does not run anywhere. So what we have to do is actually call this function in our front end. So inside of our product page, let me right here do a constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke that and let's save that. Now what you see is that we currently get actually two errors. So the first error is that await expressions are only allowed with an async functions. So let's mark right here this function is async. So let's right here do an export default async function. Again, let's save to do because we're in a server component. Then for our get data, we have to now pass an actual argument for our ID. So we have to get the ID through the params. So right here in the params, I can now destructure it and I can get the params. Now we have to give our params a type. So this params right here will have an object and the type will be of ID, which will be of type string. So again, if you open our Explorer, we have right here a product folder, and then this product folder has a child folder, which is this ID folder wrapped in this array brackets. And what I do right here through the params is get the value of this ID. And what I can do now is for my get data function, I can now pass as an argument my params right here dot ID. If I now save that, the error is gone and that's great. So now we can actually map over my images. So in the carousel content, let's do data.images, let's do .map, and then let me right here get an item, and let's also get an index. Let's right here return that, and now we can actually get started. So inside of here, what I want to do is get our carousel item from our components. Now it's very important that you right here give it a key, and the key will be the index. And now inside of here, we can actually render our image. So let's right here create a div element, and now I'll right here give it a class name. And what I want to do is actually create an aspect ratio. So what we'll say is right here aspect, and then we'll do a -w-4. So an aspect of width 4, and then let's also do an aspect of height 3. Let's now do also a rounded of LG to give our image an actual roundness. Let's do also a BG of gray 100. So when our image loads, we'll have a background color of this BG gray. And then let's also do an overflow of hidden, that nothing actually overflows our container. Alright, now inside of our div, I can now actually render our image. So let's again get our image component from next/image, and then inside of here I currently get an error, and that's because I have to pass two properties, which is the source and our alt. Let's first of all give right here our source, and this will just be our item. Let's mark it as string, and then let's right here continue and give it an alt. Now for the alt, I'll just say, I guess product images or image. Let's do a singular word. And for now, let's actually save that, and let's see first of all how that looks like. So let me go back, and what do we see? We get an error. So image with source is missing required width property. Now you already probably know why we get this error. I already told you. So when we use the next image component, we always have to give it in width or in height, Or the alternative which you can do is actually give it in fill property. So inside of here, let me just give it in fill property. If I now save that and go back, this error should now be actually gone. Where is our image? Weird. So I actually know what the problem is right now. So right here we gave it an aspect-w-4 and an aspect-height-3. So these are actually custom, I guess, class names, which you don't get with Tailwind CSS. And to actually make them work, we have to use a custom plugin. So if you go to Chrome, what you can search right here is Tailwind CSS, and then this will be the aspect ratio plugin. Let's search for that, then we'll have our first link. This is from GitHub actually, and that's what we'll get right here. Now this is created again by the Tailwind Labs team, so by the creators of Tailwind, and that's why we can use that. So let me want you copy the installation command. Let's open the terminal. Let's open a second terminal tab, and then let me paste it right here to actually install that. Now again, this is in development dependency, which means that this does not show up in our production bundle size. Let's now scroll down, and now you see we have to right here tell actually Tailwind CSS or the tailwind.config file that I want to use this plugin right here. So let me copy this. Let's go inside of our tailwind.config.ts file, and then right here inside of our plugins array, right after the Tailwind typography plugin, let me just paste that so that I want to acquire the aspect ratio plugin. Let's save that. Let's again go back to our website, and what do we see? We see our image. That's great. Now, does it look great? I guess not. So what we can do is actually go back to our page, and then inside of here, I can give it a class name. And the simple fix to make this actually look good is just give it an object, which will be of cover. Let me actually spell object correctly, and let's do cover. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now this already should look way better. And yes, this already 1000 times better. And then let's also right here just give it a width of full, age of full, and then let's also do rounded of LG. Let's save that. Let's again go back. You see nothing really changes, but now we're sure that everything actually sizes up to the container. Great, this now looks beautiful. Let's now test out if actually our carousel works. So let me right here swipe, and yes, this also works beautifully. And now let's actually also render right here our icon, so the previous icon and then the next icon. So let's go back, and for that again it's quite simple. We'll go under the carousel content, but still inside of the carousel component, and then let me right here get the carousel previous. Let's import that. This is self-closing. Let's right here again give it in class name, since you know it already overflows, and let's just do a margin left of 16. Let's save that. Let's see if that actually works. So we should now see our icon right here, and yes, you see it right here, and this also works. Let's now also create our next icon. So let's right here get our carousel, which will be the next. Let's import that, and let's right here get in class name of margin right 16. Let's again save that. Let's again go back, and now we have right here our back button and our forward button. Again, they fully work as you see, and this is beautiful. If I don't want to use them, I can also slide with my mouse as you see, and that's great. So we're now done with our carousel, and what I want to do now is actually render on the right side, again my title, a buy button, a small description, I guess which categories, when this whole product was created, and everything like that. So let's do that right now. So to create our title, as already said, we have to go under our carousel component, and then inside of here we'll create a new div element. Let's right here get in class name, and this will be in max width, which will be 2XL. Let's do an MX of auto. Let's do margin top of 5 to have a bit of spacing on the mobile screen. Let's do on larger devices or bigger a max width of none. Let's do on larger devices or bigger a margin top of 0. Let's also do on larger devices or bigger a row and of 2. Let's do on larger devices or bigger a call span of 3. And then let's also right here now create an h1 inside of this div. So let's do an h1, and then what I want to render is actually the name of our actual product. So let's get our data.name. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now on the right side we should see our actual name. And we don't see that. We see right here super UI. So I made some error. So let me actually go back to the code, and let's see what's wrong. Now this error can actually only come from this div. So you see right here max width 2XL, MX auto, that all looks good. And what I see right here is that I'm actually missing one class. So what we have to do right here is also an LG of row span 2. If I now save that and again go back, our title should now be right here on the top, and that's what you see right here. Now it's currently in the middle, but don't worry, this will fix itself in a second. Let's first of all actually style that. So let's go to the h1, let's get in class name, and let's write you do in text of 2XL. Let's do in font of extra bold to make it very bold. So not extra light, but extra bold. Let's also write here do in tracking, which will be of tight, so that's the letter spacing. Then let's also do right here in text, which will be of gray 900, and let's let's also do on small devices or bigger a text of 3XL. If you now save that and go back, our text should now be already way bigger, and now you see that's already very cool. So what I want to do now is render right here underneath our title our small description. So let me right here go under the H1, let's render a p tag. Now as in value right here, let's get our data.small description. Now if I save that and go back, you now see our title is now on the left side, or the name of the product, and then we see our beautiful description. Now let's actually right here also style that, so let's give it a bit of margin and let's change the color. So let's do right here in class name, and let's just do a margin top of 6, and let's do in text which will be of muted or foreground. Let's save that, let's then go back, and now the color has changed, and we also have a bit of spacing to the top, which is great. Let's now actually also render in button, so to buy the actual product. For that, let me go under the p tag, and then inside of here, let me right here get my button component, so that's this uppercase. Let's get that from our components, and then inside of here, I'll just say buy for, then let's use the dollar value, and then inside of here, let me get the data.price. Let's save that, let's go back, this error should go away, and now we see right here our button, buy for $45. But what I want to do now is actually that this button takes the whole width. So let me right here go to this button, let's get right here in class name, and we'll just say W of full and margin top of 10. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now this should already look way nicer, and yes, this looks beautiful in my opinion. Alright, now our button looks actually quite good, but one thing which we could do is actually make it a bit bigger. So inside of this button, I can use the size property, and then I can right here say or choose the LG size. So this is the large size, and if I go back, our button should now become bigger, and that's what you see right here. Now this already looks way better, and now let's actually continue. What I want to do now is actually render under this button right here in small, I guess, info about this product, so when it was released and what category we have right here. And to do that, that's actually quite simple. We'll go under our button component, and then right here, let me just create a div. Then let's right here do in class name, let's give it a border, which will be of top, so border-t. Let's also do a border of gray, and you can now choose any color, but I would say 200 or as in shade. And then let's do a margin y, so a margin on the y-axis of 10. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now we should see right here on the bottom and border, and that's what you see right here. So what we'll do now is actually go inside of our div, and now inside of this div, let's actually create another div, and let me right here give it in class name, and then this will be of grid, then let's do grid of calls, which will be 2, let's do width of full, and then let's also do gap y of 3. So what we do right here is just creating grid layout, and as you see, we create 2 columns, and then we also create a bit of spacing on the vertical side. Then inside of here, let me render an h3 tag, and then I'll just say released, and then let's do a colon. So let's save that, let's again go back, and what you should see now is right here, released. So that looks now quite good, but what you see now is actually that we currently don't have any margin to the bottom. So what you have to do is actually change something. So currently I gave it a margin y of 10, but what we have to do is give it a margin top of 10, and then also a padding top of 10. If I now save that and go back, we should now have a padding to the top and padding to the bottom. So what we have to do now is on the right side actually render the date when our product has been created. So under this h3, let me again use another h3, and then let me right here now get our date. So what I can do right here is get our data.createdAt, and then let's for now save that. If you now go back, what you'll see is that we get an error, and it tells us objects are not valid as React child. So this created at timestamp is currently in date object, as you see. So what we have to do right here is an toString, and then let's invoke that. If I now save that and go back, this error will be now gone. But what you'll see right here is that this date really does not look good. We will have to actually convert it to a nice looking date. So let's actually do that right now. So for that, we have a nice JavaScript API. So let me right here first of all delete that. And then what we'll do right here is do a new. So let's do a lowercase new, then let's get an international, so INTL. Then let's do a .datetime format. Let me invoke that. And then inside of here, we have to choose what time zone we use. So let's right here say EN-uppercase US, and then let me right here pass a few more configuration points. So what we have to do right here is, for example, give it a date style, and I'll just say long. Then the last thing which we have to do is actually pass our whole date. So at the end, let's do .format, and then inside of here, let's get our data.createdAt timestamp. If I now save that and go back and reload this page, you'll now see we have May 10th, 2024. So this looks already way better. So what I want to do now is actually that they are horizontally. For that we created right here a grid layout. So what I'll do is for this h3 right here, give it in class name, so for this released h3, and then let's do a text of xs, or not xs but sm. Let's also do a font of medium. Let's do a text which will be of grade 500, or we could just say muted or foreground. And then what I also want to do is a call span of 1. So with that I now say that this h3 should take 50% of the width. So we have in grid calls of 2, and I now take one column which is 50%. For this h3 we'll pretty much do the same. So let's get in class name, let's do text of sm, let's do font of medium, and now instead of saying text gray or text muted, we'll just leave it at text black, which is the default, and let's also do a call span of 1 to take the rest of the 50%. So if I now save that, this should now be actually horizontally aligned, and it isn't. Weird, what's wrong? Let me go back, let's see, grid, I misspelled grid right here. So this should be grid calls 2, and if I now go back, this should be now actually aligned horizontally as I wanted, and now this looks better. So what's the next thing which I want to render right here? Well, I want to right here tell the user, or I guess I want to inform the user about the category. For that, we'll just go again under this h3. Let me create a new h3, and then inside of here, we'll just say category, and let's do a colon. Let's also right here get in class name, and we'll do again in text of small. Let's do in font of medium. Let's do in text of muted or foreground, and again a call span of 1 to take 50% of this right here screen real estate. Let's again go back, and now you see right here category. What I want to do now is render the actual category. So let's go right here under this h3. Let me again render an h3, and then inside of here, let's get our data.category. Let's save that, and if you now go back, you will see right here that it says UI kit. Let's now actually also style that. So let me right here give it in class name, and what we'll do right here is again in text of small, a font which will be medium, then we'll leave it at text black, so the default, and let's do a call of span which will be 1. Let's save that, let's go back. Okay, now this looks great, and the last thing which I want to do right here is render again in border, so right here at the bottom. So for that we'll go right here under the h3, under this div, so just above the last div, and then inside of here let's create a new div element, and then let's just do a class name, and we'll say border of top again, so border-t, let's do a border of grade 200, and then let's just do a margin top of 10. If I now save that and go back, we'll now see right here in border, and this will have a margin top of 10, and that also looks beautiful. So we're now done with the right side, we're done with our slider, and then the last thing which I want to do now is render our whole product description. And I want to render our product description right here under our image. So for that, we'll actually right here go just above our section, and then let me just create a new div element. Let's right here give it in class name, and this will be W of full. Let's do max width of 2XL. Then let's also do an MX of auto to center everything in the center. Let's do margin top of 16. Let's do on larger screens or bigger a max width of none. And then let's also do on larger devices or bigger a margin top of 0. And let's do also on larger devices or bigger a call span of 4. And inside of here, as already said, I now want to actually render my description. So if I right now would just right here, I don't know, render in p tag, and then inside of here get my data.description, what you will see is that we get an error. If I now save that and go back, and the error says right here, objects are not valid as React child. What we could do, for example, is in .toString. Let's invoke that, and if I save that and go back, you will see, I guess it will load in description, but it just says object. So what we have to do is actually right here, initialize a new TipTap editor again, and then render there our actual content. So let's actually do that right now. Now to do that, let's open our Explorer. Let's right here go in the app folder, components folder, and then inside of here, let me create a new file, which I'll name product description.tsx. Let's open that, and now inside of here, let's create our export function. Let's name it right here product description. Let's invoke that, and let's open that. Now inside of here, what's the first thing we have to do? Well, we have to actually initialize our TipTap editor. Now we already did that in our editor component. So if you open our editor component, you see that's what we did right here. We used our use editor, and then we right here just actually initialized that. And that's what we want to do right here. So let's create right here a constant, which we'll name editor. This will be equal to use editor. Again, that's imported from TipTap React. And then let me just open that. Now, the most important right here property, or I guess the two most important properties, will be first of all that we'll actually right here use some Boolean for editable, and then we also have to pass some content. So what do I mean with that? So when I actually right here render later on my editor content, I of course don't want to allow the user to edit the content. What I want the user to actually see is just the content, but not to edit it. So for that we have this editable Boolean, and we'll say false. So with that I can't edit the content, and that's fine. Then the next thing which we have to do right here is actually pass our content. For now I will leave it empty. Then we have our extensions tab, and this is again an empty array, and then inside of here we want to actually render our starter kit. Now to get our starter kit we first of all have to import that. So on top let's do an import starter kit, and this is imported from @tiptap/starter-kit. Now inside of this array, let me again get my starter kit, and now this also looks good. What's the next thing which I want to do? Well, I want to get my editor props. This is an object. Inside of here, I want to get my attributes. That's again an object, and then we have our class. And now inside of here, I want to actually style that. So I want to style my editor content. So let's again use our pros. Let's do in pros of -sm, and then on smaller devices, or I guess devices which have a min width of I think something like 600 pixels. Let's right here do an what was it? pros-base. Let's now save that, and what I want to do now is get my content actually through the params. So inside of here I can destructure it. Let's do content, and then let's give it in type, and content will be of type JSON content. This is imported from TipTap React. Let's import that, and let's also mark it right here as an import type JSON content. Then let me again go right here in the use editor function, and inside of here let's get our content, and let's set this equal to our content. Let's add a comma, let's save that, and now this looks great. So now I want to actually render our editor content. So what we first of all have to do is an if check, and if there's no editor we'll just return null. So let's right here do return null, and that looks fine. And now since we know that we have an editor, so we right here check that we don't have one, now we are sure that we have one, I can now create our standard return. Then inside of this return, let's use empty tags so that they don't show up in our DOM, and let's get the editor content component right here from TipTap React. Let's right here import that. This is self-closing, and now this right here complains, and that's because we have to pass our editor as a property. So let's get our editor, and now this also looks great. So now we are done with that, and before I actually continue, there's one very important thing. So TipTap actually relies on a client. So what we have to do is mark this component as use client. I can now actually use that, so let me save that, close that. Let's go to our page.tsx, and instead of rendering this hideous p tag, let me right here get my component. Now I forgot how I named it. I think it was product description. Yes, let's import that from our components. This is self-closing, and now you see we get an error, and the error is that we are missing the property content. So if I right here click on Control spacebar, what you'll see is that we are right here missing content. So let me right here pass our data.description. Now right here you get an error, so what we'll do is just mark it as JSON content, again from TipTap React, and now this error is gone, and that's great. Let's now test out if everything works. So let me go back, and what do we have right here? I don't see anything. Let me do a hard refresh. Maybe there's some problem. And yeah, this is my content. It looks quite good. You see the text, you see all of this, I guess, LI tags, and that's great. So I guess we're now done with the product page. Let's see how it looks like on mobile. So let's do a mobile screen. Let's open that. And yeah, we have our title, we have the small description, we have the button, we have our category, or I guess we have the small info, then we have this whole text, and this looks beautiful. Then our slider also works on mobile, which is great, and now we are done with this. Now, one thing which you probably could do is right here the margin. Maybe this is a bit too big. So let's again go to right here our code, and where do we have it? So we have right here our p tag, and we gave it a margin top of 6. We could maybe change that to a margin top of 2. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and maybe this looks a bit better. Let's go again to the mobile screen. And yeah, in my humble opinion, this is better, and I'll leave it like that. Alright, so we are now done with this product page, and now what's the next thing which we want to do? So let me right here again, first of all, go back to our home page, and then let's first of all see how that looks like. So the title looks good, the small description looks good, our cards look good, this whole image slider looks good. I can click on learn more. Now we wait, it takes a bit, we get redirected, And yeah, this also looks good. But did you see right here the small delay? So it took some time to get right here to redirect to this page. That's because we use server-side rendering. So right here, we first of all have to do in response to the server, so to our database, get the data, and then we can just render that. This, of course, takes a bit of time. So what if we could actually show something like a loading state so that the user knows that he clicked on the button and that he actually gets redirected? So for that, there's an actually quite simple solution which is baked into Next.js, and this is streaming. So streaming means that we still have all of the benefits of SSR, so we still have all of the SEO benefits, but when we actually click on, or I guess when we click on the button to redirect, we get an instant navigation and then a loading state. So this is streaming, and for that you use suspense boundaries, which actually got introduced in React 18. So to actually achieve this in Next.js, thankfully it's actually very simple. What we have to do is go right here in the app folder, then right here in our product folder, in the ID folder, and then inside of here what we have to do is create a loading.tsx file. So if I do that right here, we automatically right here create suspense boundaries. So right here where we have our page.tsx, because we now use this loading file, it will automatically create a suspense boundary right here at the top, and then a suspense boundary right here at the bottom, and then inside of this loading file we give it in fallback. Now if this is currently going over your head, don't worry, I will right here show it to you, and it's very simple actually. So let me right here close my Explorer, and then inside of this file let's do a export default function. Let's call it loading file. Let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Inside of here I can now create a return statement, and then we could for example just do a div, and we'll say in h1, and we'll say this data is being fetched. Let's save that and let's go back. What you'll see is if I now click right here on learn more, you'll see this data is being fetched, this is streaming, and then we see our data. Now, do we want to render an H1? No, that's not what we want to do. We want to render something which is called skeleton. So what you can do is go to ui.shadcn.com, and then inside of the docs, what we can do is search for a skeleton. So this is what we want, this beautiful loading state. That's what we want to show. So let me right here copy the installation command using npm. Let's open my terminal, let's go to the second terminal tab, let's clear everything, and then let's paste that to actually install that. So what I want to do now is actually use the skeleton to make a beautiful loading state. So let me delete everything in the return statement, let's use again a section, and then let me give the section a class name. Let's again do a max width of 7xl, let's do an mx of auto right here, let's do a padding x of 4, let's do an sm or bigger of padding x of 8, so on all devices which have a minimum width of 640 pixels, and let's also do a margin top of 10. Let's now go inside of the section, let's create a div element, and let's right here create a class name. Let's do a width of full, let's create a grid layout, so let's do grid, and let's do grid calls of 1 on a mobile screen, and let's do medium devices and bigger, a grid calls of 2. Let's also do a gap x of 10, and now this looks good. Then inside of here, let me now create a div, let's create a class name, and let's do a call span of 1. So with that I now say, hey, please take 50% of the screen. Then inside of here I can now finally use my skeleton, so let's get our skeleton component from our components. This is self-closing, let's get a class name, and let's use a custom height with this array symbol of 250 pixels. Then let's also say right here on larger devices or bigger, so on a screen which has a minimum width of 1000 pixels, let's give it a height of custom value 400 pixels. Let's also right here do a W of full, so width of 100%, and now this also looks good. Let's test out how it looks like, so let me go back to our page, let's go to the home page. And what we'll now do is do a hard refresh right here so that this whole state is deleted and the cache. Let me click on the button, and now you see right here the skeleton, which looks great. Let's now actually right here style that even further. So under this skeleton, let me now render another skeleton. This is again self-closing. Let's get in class name, and now this will be in custom height of 500 pixels. So let's do 500 pixels. Let's do W of full and margin top of 10. Now underneath the skeleton and underneath this div, let me create another div. Let's also get in class name, and now this will be of call span 1, and inside of here we'll again render our skeleton. So let's get our skeleton component, let's get in class name, and let's do W of full and height of custom value 400 pixels. Let's save that, let's again go back, let's go to our home page, and then right here let's again do a hard refresh so that we delete the cache. Let me again click on learn more, and now we have this beautiful pending state, and now we see our image, then the title, the description, and that looks great. Let me click right here. Again, we have the loading state, and then everything loads. Great, so this looks beautiful, and now we right here actually created streaming, which is great. So what's the next thing which I want to do? Well, what I want to do right now is actually right here fix our navbar. So if I currently click on templates, what you will see is that we'll get nothing. That's because we currently just link to an hashtag. If I click on UI kits, nothing happens. And if I click on icons, also nothing happens. So let's fix that right now. So for that, let me go back and now let's open our navbar links component. So where we store all of our links. And as you now see, we right here have our hashtags. So instead of right here redirecting to an hashtag, let's use slash, this will be products, and then slash template. Again, for this name, what you have to do is go to your schema, and then inside of here, you see we named a template. So let me again go back, let me again paste template, just to be sure that I did not misspell anything, and now this looks good. Let's now continue with the second one, so the UI kits. Let's again do products, and now this will be slash UI kits. So if you go to the schema, we named it UI kits, so let me copy that and paste it right here. And then the last thing which we have is our icons, so let's use slash products, and then this will be again slash right here icon. So I'll copy this and paste that right here. So now we have created our href or the correct href, and if I now go back to our page and click for example on templates, you will see we'll get redirected, but we'll get in 4 for not found. Is that what we want? No, of course that's not what we want, but let's actually fix that right now and let's create the route for this page. So to do that, let's again go back. Let me right here close all of the files. Let's open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. And then inside of here, what we have to do is create a new folder, which I'll name right here products. Now inside of the products folder, I will create a child folder, which will be again a dynamic folder. So we'll again use these dynamic array symbols, I guess. And then inside of here, let's give it a name of category. So later on right here, get the category name through our params. Then inside of the category folder, let me right here create a new file. And this will be the page.tsx file. So right here we now create our route. So to test out if everything works, let me first of all close my Explorer. Let's do an export. So let me spell that correctly. Default function. Let's just call it, I don't know, category page. And then let me just invoke that and open that. Let's create a return statement. Let's do div, let's do an h1, and I'll just say hello from the category page. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And if I now again click on templates, you should now see that this error is gone. I guess this 4 not found error. And we now see hello from the category page. So this looks quite good. And now we should actually start fetching the data and show our products right here. So let's right here delete everything in our return statement. Let's again just create a section right here, and then let's right here give it a class name. What we'll do right here is a max width of 7xl. Then let's also do an mx of auto to center it in the middle. Let's also do a padding x of 4, and on medium devices or bigger, a padding x of 8. Then inside of here, let me now create a div, and what I want to do is create a grid layout. So let's right here get a class name. Let's say grid. Let's use grid calls of 1, so a column of 1 on a mobile screen, and then on larger devices or bigger, let's do right here grid calls of 3. Let's right here then also say an SM or bigger, a grid calls of 2. Let's also do a gap of 10, and let's also do a margin top of 4 for now. Then inside of this div, what I want to do now is actually map over my data and then show my product cut. So now to actually map over my data, I first of all, of course, have to fetch that. So let's go above this export default function and let's create right here an async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke that and then let's open that. Now this actual, I guess, file, or I guess the fetching right here is quite interesting. Why is that? Well, what we want to do right here is in this one file is actually fetch all of the data based on the correct category. So again, we have in total 3 categories. We have the templates category, the UI kits category, and the icons category. So we have 3 categories, and then we also have an option, I guess, where we want to actually render all of our products. So what I want to do inside of this async function get data is actually handle all 4 states. So all of the 3 categories, and then also the all state where I want to actually render all of the products. So how do I actually do that? It's not that simple as you would think. So what you have to do right here is get through our params a category. So let me get in category. This will be of type string, and what we'll do is actually a switch statement, and then through this switch statement we'll actually fetch our data. So let's right here create a let. This will be of input, and then let's right here just leave it empty. Then let me right here underneath create a switch statement, and then as an actual argument I will get our category. Then let's open that and let's now create our cases. So right here, the first case will be our actual template case. So let me open my schema again and then let me just copy it just to be sure to not misspell anything. So let's get our template, let's open that, and if this is true, we'll set our input right here equal to the template. So let's paste that and that looks good. Now the thing right here is when this actual, I guess, case is true, I want to actually stop the switch statement. So what we have to do right here is under this input, use a break statement so that we don't continue the switch statement if the case is true. Let's now create our next case. So let's get our case, and this will now be for our UI kit. So let me right here copy the name and then let's paste it right here. Let's open that, and if this is true, our input right here will be equal to the UI kit. So let's use a string UI kit. Again, let's use our break statement, and now this also looks good. Let's now create our next case, and this will now be for our icons. So let me again just copy right here the name, paste that, and then let's open that. If this is true, then our input will be equal to our icon. Let's again right here use our break statement, and now this also looks great. Now the next case which I want to create is in case for everything. So in case the user wants to see all of the products, we'll have a case which will be called all. If this is true, let's right here set our input to all. And if this is also true, let's right here use a break statement. So now right here we check for 4 cases, so for our 3 categories, and then also for the case all. And the last thing which we have to do is a default case. So let's right here do in default, let's open that. And if we don't have anything, or if nothing right here actually is the same to these case statements, I want to just do in return not found. So we'll return for not found, and that's fine. So now this not found is right here imported from Next/navigation, and now this looks good. So now let's actually start fetching the data based on these values. So underneath our switch statement, we can create a constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. This is imported from our lib folder. Let's do .product and let's do .find many. Then let me open that, and now inside of here, I want to create a where statement. So let's right here do a where statement. Let's open that, and now right here for the where statement, I want to say that the actual category should be equal to either one of these switch statements. So what we'll do right here is category should be equal to our input. Now one thing I see is that we currently actually have a problem, and the problem is right here that I actually said input will be equal to all. This is not true. This should be equal to undefined. With undefined, what I do right here is that if it's undefined, Prisma will just actually skip this and it won't do any category, and will actually fetch all of our products. Now you also currently see we get an error, and it tells me right here type string or undefined is not assignable to type our enum. So what we'll do right here is just do an as. So let's do an as category types. So this is imported from Prisma client, and now this error is gone. Let's right here also do an import type so that I don't import everything, and now this looks great. Let's now also do a select statement. So let's do a select, and I want to get right here the ID. Let's set it to true. Let's get the images. Let's set that to true. Let's also right here get our small description. Let's set that to true. Then let's also right here get the name. Let's set it to true, and let's also get the price, and let me also set that to true. Then the last thing which we have to do now is of course return our data, since currently it's just a static query. So let's right here just do in return data, and now this looks good. So what you have to do now is actually get the data in our front end. So right here above our return statement, let's do constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. Let me invoke that, and now this looks good. Now we currently get 2 errors. So first of all, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's mark this function as async. Again, this is safe to do because we're in a server component. And then the next error is that we actually have to pass right here our category as an argument. So let me right here get it through the params. Let me destructure. Let me get the params, and let's give our params a type. So params will be an object which will have a category which will be of type string. So now right here for our getData function, I can now pass our params.category as an argument. Let's now save that, and now inside of our div, what I'll do right here is map over our data. So let's get our data.map. Let's get an item, or I guess in product. I think this would be better, and let me just return that. Inside of here, I'll just return for now an h1. Let me get in key. We'll just do the product.id, and then for the h1, let me just get a product.name. Let's save that, and let's see if this works. So I'm now in my templates category, and what do we see? We see one name, which is greatness. If I click on UI kits, we should now also see one product, and this is the Super UI product. If I click on icons, we'll see nothing, and that's because I haven't created any product for this category. Let's now also see if we actually see all of the products. So let me right here go to /all, and now we should see all of the products. So you see greatness and Super UI. So we see that our switch statement fully works, which is great. So now we can actually render right here our product card. So let me right here just delete this h1. I don't need it anymore. And let's get our product card from our components. This is self-closing, and then inside of here, let's pass in key, which will be equal to our product.id. Then we'll also have our images right here, so the images array, and this will be equal to our product.images. Then we'll also get in price. This will be equal to our product.price. Then we'll also have a name. This will be equal to our product.name. And then the last two properties which we have is the ID, which will be equal to our product.id. And then we also have right here our small description, which will be equal to product.small-description. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we see our two products and they look beautiful. Again, let's test out if our actual right here Navbar works. So let's go on home. We should now get redirected to our home page. That's what you see. Let's click on templates. We should now get redirected to our category. Yes, this also works. Let me click on UI kits. We should now see all of our UI kit products. And if I go right here on top to all, we should now see all of our products. Again, this fully works, which is great. So I would now say that we are done with the category page, and that's great. Alright, so as you see now, our templates fully work, which is of course great, but you know, there's something missing. When you click on that, you see this, I don't know, this delay of a few seconds, maybe 1 second. Is it great? No. So what can we do? Well, we can do the same as we did with the product route right here. We can implement streaming so that we have this beautiful pending state and then our whole product. So let me again go back to our code. Let's go in the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's again go inside of our category folder. And inside of here, we already have our page.tsx. And now let's create again a loading.tsx. Now for the loading file, as you already know, it creates automatically a suspense boundary at the top and also one at the bottom. So let's now actually get started. Let's right here do an export, and let's just do an export default function. Again, an export default function because this is in route and not in component. Let's also of course give it a name. Let's just say loading file. Then let me also of course invoke that, and then let's just open that. Now for the return statement, let's first of all create one. And again, if you want to test it out, what we can do right here is in return, let's return a div h1, and let's just say loading ... Let's again go back. And if I now click right here on the UI kits category, you see this loading state, and then we see our actual product. Again, to explain it really quick, what we do right here is give it a fallback. So you can think of this loading file as a fallback. Our actual file gets suspense boundaries, and this file just gives it, I guess, the fallback. Now again, if you want to learn more about streaming, what you could do is go to the React website, so not to Next.js, but to React, and then inside of here you can search for, I guess, suspense. Now you will right here see that suspense lets you display a fallback until its children have finished loading. So again, we do loading as we get the data. So let's again go back to our actual page. And now let's actually create a beautiful pending, or I guess loading state. So let me right here delete my div, and then inside of here, let's create a new div element. Let's right here get in class name. Let's do a max width of 7XL. Let's do an mx of auto to centered. Let's do a padding x of 4, and on medium devices or bigger, a padding x of 8. Then inside of here, let's render another div, and let's right here get in class name. And then this will be of grid, since we want to again create a grid layout. Then let's do mobile devices, a grid calls of 1. Let's say on small or bigger devices, so all devices which have a minimum width of something like 600 pixels, let's do grid calls of 2. Then let's also right here do a gap, and this will be a gap of 10. And then let's also right here do on larger devices or bigger, a grid calls of 3. And let's do margin top of 4 to have a bit of spacing to the top. So what I want to do now inside of here is render our skeleton. Now, if I right in here import my skeleton, let me right here just get the skeleton from our components. This is self-closing. Let's get in class name of wfull, and let's also do a height of, I guess, 400 pixels, or I guess let's change it to 300 pixels. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let me do a hard refresh to delete the cache, and that's what you see. Does it look great? It's debatable. It's okay, but it could be better. So what we'll do actually is create a separate component which I can then always render whenever we render this card. So that means right here in the category pages, but also later on in our homepage. So I want to later on also create right here in suspense boundary and then render this fallback. So now to create our separate component, there are actually, I guess, two ways we could do that. Either we create a separate component Or we could actually go right here in our components, go right here inside of our product card, and then just create a new component inside of our product card so that we actually have, I guess, one component for two problems. I think we will actually do that instead of creating two separate components. So under this export function product card, let's create a new export function. Then I will right here just call it, I guess, loading product card. Let's invoke that and then let's open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement, and now let's create our actual skeleton. Alright, now for our return statement, let's right here create a div element, then let's right here also give it in class name, and this will be just flex and flex of call, since I want to create a vertical layout. Then inside of here, let's now render our skeleton, and now this skeleton will be there to render, I guess, the fallback for our image. So let's right here actually give it in class name, let's do W or full, and then what I want to do right here is actually give it in height. So if you right here scroll up a bit for our product card, you see for our image we gave it in height of 230 pixels, and that's also the same thing which I give to my skeleton. So let's do in height of custom value, and let's get our 230 pixels. So now our image is actually right here, I guess, has a fallback, and now let's create also a fallback for the title and the description. So under the skeleton, let's give it a div element, then let's do in class name. This will now be again flex of call. Let's do a margin top of 2 to have a bit of space, and then let's also do a gap y of 2 to have a bit of space between the children inside of this div. Now let's right here render two skeletons, so let's get our first skeleton, let's right here get in class name, and this will just be in height of 4, and then let's right here also do in width of full. Let's underneath this skeleton also render another skeleton, and then let's again give it in class name of W full, and then let's also do right here in height of either 6 or 8. Let's for now actually test it out with 6, and then I will later on see if we have to change it a bit. Then under the skeleton and under this div element, I want to now create another skeleton, and this will be like the fallback for our button. So let's again right here create a skeleton. This is self-closing. Let's get in class name, and this will be width of full. Let's do in height of 10, and let's do margin top of 5. Let's now save that. Let's now use this actual component. So let me go to our loading file. Instead of rendering this singular skeleton, let me now get our product loading card, or is it called loading product card? This is self-closing. Let me just copy paste it a few times. I don't know. I think this is fine. Let's now actually save that. Let's actually now go back, and let me right here click on the templates category. We have now this beautiful pending state. Then we have our actual, I guess, product. Let me click on UI kits. We have again this beautiful loading state, and then we have our actual product right here. Now again, if you still don't really understand what suspense boundaries mean or streaming mean, I think the Next.js docs actually explain it quite well. So the special loading.js file, or in our case tsx file, helps you create meaningful loading UI with React suspense. With this convention, you can show an instant loading state from the server while the content of a route segment loads. So yes, this is what we do. So if you right here click on templates, you see an instant navigation, then this right here loading state, which is rendered from the server, and then our product is actually loaded as the data comes in. And now you probably understand what streaming and this whole, I guess, suspense boundary means. So are we now done with our categories? I would say yes. I think they look beautiful. So what we can do now is actually make right here our fallback, or I guess loading state, for our homepage work. Because if I currently do a hard refresh, as you see, it takes a bit that this actual page loads. Now, is that what we want? No, of course, that's not what we want. What we want to do is actually load the navbar and this title and the description instantly from the server. But for our products, I want to actually show again the fallback. So we want to stream our actual products into the page. So for that, if you actually go back to our actual VS Code and go to the newest products component, you see that we fetch our data right here and then render that. So if you can remember from the beginning of the video, I told you what I want to do is create a component for each category. So in total, I wanted to create actual 4 components to render all of our 4 products. That means actually the newest products, the templates, then the UI kits, and then the icons. And now the thing with that is that this isn't the best architecture. So if someone would write your code review your code, they would say that this isn't the best solution. So what we'll do right now is actually create one component to render all of our actual categories. So let's open our app folder. Let's go in the components folder, and then, or first of all, app folder, components folder, and then inside of here, let's create a product row.tsx. Now this product row will again be actually there to render our newest products, our templates, UI kits, and icons. So let's first of all do an export function. So let's do an export function. We'll just call it product row, and then let me invoke that and open that. Now the thing with the product row is that the actual code for this will be the same to the newest product. At least it will be almost the same. So what I'll do for now is actually copy everything in the return statement. Let's again go back and then let me right here create a return statement and let's paste it right here. So it's almost the same. The only thing which will change right here is the title. I don't want to say newest products, and then also the link will also change. So let's first of all right here fetch our data, and now we already come to our first problem. So since we have to actually fetch data for 4 different states, so first of all for the newest products, the templates, UI kits and icons, we also have to create separate, I guess, loaders or I guess Prisma queries. Now how do we do that? Well, if you can remember from our actual categories page, we created a switch statement, and that's actually the same what we'll do right here. So let me actually go above our component right here. Let's create an async function and let's just call it get data. Let me now invoke that and let's open that. Now, as already said, inside of here, I will now create a switch statement. And to create a switch statement, I first of all have to get a category through our params. And now with the category, I again mean, do we have the category newest products, the templates category, or the UI kits or icons? So right here through our params, instead of just saying category string, we'll actually create an interface on top. Let's do an iapp props, or let's give it a name of iapp props. Let's open that, and then inside of here, let's give it a category field. And now this will not be of type string, but it will have multiple options. So the first one will be the newest option. Then we will add an or sign. So this is one vertical line. This could then also be a template, or let's again do a vertical line. This could be the UI kits, or let's again do right here in vertical line, and let's say this could be the icons. Let's save that, and now we can actually use that. So right here where we have our async function get data, through the params, I can write here the structured, and then let me just give it a type of iapp props. Now where the structured, I can now actually get right here our category, and now I can create my switch statement. So let's right here do a switch statement. Inside of this argument, let me actually get my category, and then let's open that. Now inside of here, we have to create our actual cases. So let's start with our first case. So let's do a case, and if I write here now do a string, you already see the 4 types which we can get. We can get the icons, the newest, the template, or the UI kits. Now one thing I don't like right here is that I always said the words in plural, but template is singular, so let's do templates, just to have, I guess, one code style. Now right here, let me start with, I guess, the icons, because that's the first one. Let's open that, and now let's write our query. So let's do constant data, and then this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma again imported from the lib folder, .product.find many. Again, I want to find many products. Let's now open that, and now it's very important to pass right here in where statement. So I want to find actual products where the category matches our name. So I want to get the icon category. Let's save that, and now let's do a select statement. What do I want to get? I want to get the price. Let's set it to true. Then what else do I want to get? Well, I want to get the name. Let's set it to true. I want to get the small description. Let's set it to true. I want to get the ID. Let's set that to true. And what else do I have? I have the price, name, small description, ID. And I think that's fine for now. Let's see if I will need something later on, but that looks good. One thing I also want to do is actually limit the amount of data which we get from Prisma. So if I would right here, first of all, save that, what we would do is actually fetch all of the products. But this is of course not quite what we want, because we'll do a maximum of 3 products in a row. So we will actually only fetch a maximum of 3 products. So under the select statement, I can do a take statement, and we'll just say we want to take 3 products. So 3 products in total. Then the last thing which I want to do is now return our data. So underneath the constant data, let's do return. And then instead of just returning data, let's right here do an object. And then let's say data, right here will be of type data. And then let's right here also do a title, and the title will have a name of icons, uppercased. So this title right here will be later on used actually to render the name. So instead of saying newest products, we'll right here say icons. And now this looks good. And now let's create our second case statement. So let's do right here in case. And then for the case, I'll choose the newest category. Let's open that. And then inside of here, let's again do a constant data, which will be equal to await Prisma.products.find many. And now I want to again find many products. Now the thing with this right here is that we don't actually have to pass a category, but what we have to do is an order by. So let's first of all create a select statement. And what do I want to get? Well, I again want to get our price. Let's set it to true. Let's get our name. Let's set it to true. Let's get our small description again. Let's set this also to true. And then let me get again my ID and let's set it to true. So now I just created our normal select statement. And the thing which I want to do now is, again, as already said, is first of all order our actual results. So under the select statement, I can do an order by, I can get my created at timestamp, and now I can do either ascending or descending. If I would say ascending, I would get the oldest actual products first, and then I would get the newest. But I want to get the newest products first, so what I'll do right here is descending. With that, I get my newest products, and this also looks good. The next thing which we have to do right here is also say take, so I only want to take 3 products, and now we can save that. So the last thing we have to do now is actually a return statement. So let's right here do a return. Let's right here again do an object, and then inside of here, let's say data will be of type data, and then for the title right here, I'll just say newest products. Let's save that, and now this is also good. Let's now create our next case statement, and now this will be our actual case for our templates. Let's again open that. Let's again do a constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is now already imported, so let's do .product.find many, and let me right here open that. Now this template's actual, I guess, case of course also has a category, which means we again have to create an where statement. So right here, let's again say category, and then for the name, well, you already probably know that this will be the template category. Then let's again create a select statement. Let's do select, and what do I want to get from here? I want to get the ID. Let's set it to true. Let's set this also to true. Then what else do I want to get? I want to right here get the price. Let's set it to true. I want to also get a small description. Let's set it to true. And when I look at this, I think I'm also missing my images. So let's set it also to true. Let's also right here select our, I guess, my images for also the other select statements or queries. So let's paste this right here, and then also for our first query. So this now looks good. And now what I want to do right here is also do a take statement. And I again only want to take 3 products. Now inside of here, I won't do any order by because I just want to get a random result. And now this is also good. And now underneath this case statement, let's again do another one. And now we only have our UI kit. So let's open that. And now let's again do a constant data. Let's do an equals to await Prisma.product.find many. Let me again open that. Again, we'll have a where statement since I want to find only the products where our category matches the UI kit category. So let's get our category, and this will be equal to UI kit. This now looks good. Let's again do a select statement. So let's do a select, and I want to get our ID. Let's set it to true. I want to get our name. Let's set it to true. Let's get our price. Let's set this to true. And now what's the last thing? Well, you already guessed it. We have to do a take statement, and I want to say that I only want to take 3 products. Cool, this is now done. What's the last thing we have to do? Well, we have to do a default statement, and then inside of here you can do, I guess, let's just do throw a new error, and then for the default, what I'll do right here is just in return, and let's do not found. Let's import that from Next/navigation, and let's invoke that and save that. Now again, what is not found? Well, if you render a not found file, that just tells Next.js to render a for not found. So this now looks good, and what we could do now is inside of our components, so just above the return statement, do a constant, which will be data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke that, and now you see we get 2 errors. So first of all, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's mark this function as export async function. And then for our get data function, we are currently missing 1 argument, and the argument is the category argument. So what we'll do right here inside of params is just a structure. This will be of type props. And then inside of here, I can get my category. Now, inside of our getData function, I can now destructure it. And then for the category, I'll just set it to category. If I now save that, the error is gone. And now this also looks great. So now if you go right here to our code, you see we get currently errors, and that's just import errors. So let me first of all right here import our product card. So let's do an import from product card. Then for our link, let me also import that from our components or from next/link. I'm sorry. And then we still get an error. Weird, we already get the data from our actual, I guess, async function getData, but still it throws an error. So what's the error? Well, let me actually scroll up a bit, and what do we see? Well, I forgot a return statement for right here this UI kits, and I forgot a return statement for our templates. So let's do that right now. Let's right here for our templates, create a return statement. This will be an object. Let's right here get in title. Then for the title, I'll just say template. plates. Then let's also right here do data, and this will be of type data. Then let's do also the same for our UI kits. So right here, let's do a return statement. This will be an object. Inside of here, we'll get a title. We'll just say UI kits. And then let's also right here do data, and data will be of type data. And now this looks good. Let's now scroll down, and the error is still there. Weird. So what's the error? Property.map does not exist on type object data. That's weird. So if you right here delete the map and click again on dot, you see we get in data and a title. And this is actually because instead of right here just returning data, we return data in an object. So what you have to do now is in data.data.map, and now you see this error is gone, and that's again great. So if I now go back and refresh the page, you see nothing has really changed. Why is that? Well, that's because if you again go to our index page, so the page.tsx, you see we render our newest products. So what I'll do now is instead of rendering our newest products, let me get my product row. Again, from our components, this is self-closing, and now I get an error. And the error is that we are missing a property, which is the category property. So if I right here click on Control Spacebar, I can get my category. And if I again click on Control Spacebar, I can now choose between the icons, the newest, the templates, or the UI kits. So what I'll do right here is just select newest, and now if I save that and again go back, and what do you see? Well, you see newest products. So we have now right here this updated title, and then we see the two newest products. So if I would now change that, instead of newest, I could say I guess templates. And if I now save that and again go back, you now see our products have been updated. I only have one product, but the title has not. So let me again go back to my product row, and instead of right here rendering newest products, let me right here render my data.title. If I now again go back, instead of saying newest products, it now says templates. So this now looks good, and it also works great. Now, what's the last thing which I don't like? Well, if I right here click on all products, nothing happens. It currently just redirects to a hashtag, but I want to actually redirect to an actual link. So what we'll do right here is also return a link. So right here we just return a data and a title. Let's now also return a link. And for the link, what you can do is actually go to your navbar, since right here we already created everything, or not in the navbar, but in the navbar links. And then inside of here, I can just copy, for example, our products and then /template. Let's again go back. And then for our template, let me search, where is it? There we have our templates. And then right here, let me just paste my link, and then let's do a /product/template. Let's again go back to our navbar links. What else do we have? We have our UI kit. Let me again copy right here this URL. Let's again go back, and then where do we have my UI kit? I have it right here. Let me again paste the link right here. Let's paste that right here, and now this will be product/UI kit. Then we have now our UI kit, we have our templates. The next thing which we have right here is our actual icons. So let me again go back. So let me copy that. Let's again go back, and let me paste it right here. And now what do I want to render for my newest? Well, I want to render all. So what I'll do right here is again get my link, and then right here we'll just say /products, then /all. If I now save that, we have now our products icon, we have our products all, we have our products template, and our products UI kit. So if I now save that and scroll down, what I can do now is instead of rendering right here the href, I can right here render my data.link. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. And if I now hover right here on all products, you see on the bottom left corner, it now redirects to our template category. So let me right here click on that. We have our beautiful loading state, and then we see our actual icon. So what we can do now is actually close our product row, go back to our page.tsx, so our index page, and now I can copy paste our product row a few times. So for the first product row, we'll right here get our newest. So let's do that. Then for the second product row, we'll get our templates. And then for the third product row, we'll right here get our icons. And then for the fourth product row, let me right here get my UI kits. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. And what do we see now? We have our newest products, we have our templates, we have our icons, and then we have our UI kits. Now, as you already see right here, for the icons, it's currently empty, and that's because I haven't created any products currently for the icons. But let's now see if actually our all products link works. So let me click on that. We should now see all of our products. So 2, yes, this works. Let me go to the templates. Let me click on all products. Do we get one product? Yes. Let me now click right here on UI kits, all products. We should now again get one product. And yes, this also works. So I would say now this is done. And what's now the next thing which I want to do? Well, the next thing which I want to do is actually render a loading state. Now for the loading state, it's now actually quite interesting. So in previous examples, what we did is actually just create a loading file. So loading.tsx file. Now the thing with a loading file is that we create a suspense boundary on the top and on the bottom. So if I would now do that, we would have to create a fallback for this whole page. But as already said from the start, I want to render this title right here, so our title and the description, and then just right here suspend our actual product row. So now we can't use the loading file, but we have to use manual suspense boundaries. And now the question comes, how do you actually render manual suspense boundaries? So let me go back to our product row component, and then inside of here, you'll see that we right here fetch our data, and then we render our data right here. So the thing that we have to do now is actually break our component into two. So we leave our loading file as it is, it's done, it works, and that's good. But what we have to do now is break our product row component into two parts. So one component will be there to actually get the data and then render our actual product card. And then the next, or I guess the second component, will be there to actually add our suspense boundaries. So let me right here create a second component, and what we'll do right here is create an async function, then we'll name it right here load rows, and then let me right here just open that. Inside of here, I can now create a return statement, and what I want to do inside of here is actually now render our data. So what I mean with that is I want to get right here this div where we render our title, and then also the div where we render our actual product card. So if I now all copy that, and what I'll do is just leave our section, I'll copy all of that, paste it inside of here, and now you see we get an error. So what we'll do is actually wrap that in empty tags, let's paste that back, and now this looks good. So if you now go back to your product row, you now see it's currently empty, and what I could do inside of the section is just render my load rows component. So now actually still everything would work, or not quite, but we haven't really changed anything. The only thing that we have done is just actually broke this one file, or I guess this one component, into two components. What I can do now is copy right here this constant data await get data. I can right here delete it from there and paste it inside of the load rows component. Then also right here for our product row, I will delete the async modifier. I don't need that. This isn't an async function anymore. And now you see that we're currently getting an error for our load rows component. So the problem is right here, if you have our categories, that it cannot find the name category. So what we have to do is actually get the category through our params. So let me destructure it. This will be of type props. And then right here for where we destructured, I can get my category. So now this looks good. All of this data does not throw any error. That's good. But for our load rows component, you now see that it gets an error. And that's because we have to pass our category property. So let me pass my right here category, and this will be just of type category. So let me get right here my category and paste it right here. So this error is now gone, and that's great. So if you're now a bit confused on what we did, let me try to explain it again. So we have right here our async function get data. We didn't change anything, and that's fine because it doesn't have to be changed. Then in the beginning, we had right here one component, which was the product row component, which got the data and then also rendered the data. What we did now is just get everything which actually relies on fetching the data and then rendering it into a separate component, so that we can then actually render this component and then use suspense boundaries. And if I would now save that actually and go back and do a hard refresh, you see nothing has actually changed. It still takes a bit that the data loads, and then we'll see right here our products in a second. So you see nothing has actually changed, just our product file has changed. And what I want to do now is actually wrap our component in a suspense boundary. So let me right here get my load rows, and let's wrap that in a suspense. So this suspense is imported from React. Let's now paste again our load rows component. And if you now go back and do a hard refresh, you now see that it takes a bit till our actual data is fetched. So you see it takes a bit, and then we get our actual data. If I again do a hard refresh, you again see it takes a bit, and then we just get our whole actual icons. Now, what we want to do now? Well, we want to render an actual fallback. So to render a fallback, if you now go back, you can go to the suspense, and then right here, if you click on Control Spacebar, you see that we get in property, which is the fallback property. So what I could do now inside of here is use in p tag and just say loading. Then let's save that. Let's again go back. And if I do a hard refresh, it now says loading, 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 loading. So this is now our fallback. And then you see our data and it loads as it gets the data, as you see right here. Now, is this the fallback which we want to render? No, it isn't. So what I'll do now is to create a third component or a third function. So underneath this function, let's do a function which we'll name loading state. Let's invoke that. Let's open that. Let's create a return statement. And then inside of here, I want to now again render our product card. But before I do that, I also want to create a skeleton for this title right here. So let's right here create a div element. Inside of here, let me get my skeleton from the components. This is self-closing. Let's get a class name. This will be height of 8. And let's do a width of 56. So width 56 is right here 220 pixels. Then underneath our skeleton, I will now create a div element. And now this div element will be actually our parent for our loading card. So we again want to create a grid layout. So let's use class name of grid. Then for mobile devices, let's use grid calls of 1. Let's say on smaller devices or bigger, let's use grid calls of 2. And let's then also do margin top of 4. Let's use gap of 10. And then on larger devices, so on desktop screens, let's right here doing grid calls of 3. And now inside of here, let's render our loading product card. This is imported from our product card. This is self-closing. Let me copy paste that in total 3 times. So we have now 3 loading cards. And now I can use this function as my fallback. So let me copy that. Let's again go back to our fallback. And instead of rendering the p tag, let's get our component. And this is self-closing. If you now save that actually and go back and again do a hard refresh, what you'll now see is that we have this beautiful loading state. And then our data is rendered as we actually get that. And what I want to do now is actually also show you streaming with the network tab. So let me open right here my DevTools, and what you'll see right here is currently my network tab. If I do a hard refresh, we right here fetch our data, and then what you'll see right here is that we have 4 bars, 1 bar, a second bar, and then a third and a fourth bar. These 4 bars are for our actual 4 categories. You see that they all got actually initiated at the same time, and then that this actual, I guess, category took the most time, and this was probably right here our newest products, since we render 2 actual products and also do an order by. But you see this actually worked great, and now you also understand hopefully how actually streaming works in the network tab. So what do we do now? We are done with our homepage, the streaming works. We are done with our categories, it right here also streams. And one thing which we could do right now is actually if you click on the settings, you don't see any streaming right here. What I want to do is actually also for the settings, I want to actually right here show in fallback. So let's do that right now for the settings. Alright, so I'm back in VS Code and now I'm inside of the app folder, inside of the settings folder. And then inside of the settings folder, what I have to do now is create a loading file because I want to again create automatic suspense boundaries on the top and bottom. So let's right here do a loading.tsx and let's open that. Inside of here, let's just do an export default function because this is now in route. And then for the name, I again just say loading file. Let's invoke that. Let's actually open that. And then inside of here, let's create our return statement. Now, for now, let's again do div h1 and let's say loading ... Let's again go back and then let me do a hard refresh. What did you see? You saw this little loading ... And now we can actually make a beautiful fallback. Okay, to now create a beautiful loading state, let me delete everything in our return statement. Let's create a new div element. Let's again give it a class name of max width of 7xl, mx of auto, padding x of 4, and let's do on medium devices and bigger a padding x of 8. Then inside of here, let me now render a card component imported from our components, and then inside of here, we can now actually get started. So to actually have a bit of padding, what I'll do right here is give it a card header, and this card header already gives it a bit of automatic padding. I think it's like padding 4 or something like that. Then let me open that, and let me also actually give it a class name, and we'll say height of custom value, and we'll do in 500 pixels. Then inside of the card header, let me now actually get our skeleton from our components. This is self-closing, and let's do a class name of w full and h of full. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and if I do a hard refresh, we have in pending state as you see right here, or I guess a loading state and fallback, and then we see our form, and this again works beautifully. So again, we are done with our homepage, we are done with our actual category pages as you see right here, and now we also created a pending state for our settings, and we also created a pending state for our actual product page, and our product page also fully works as you see right here. So what's the next thing which we want to do? Well, if you currently click right here on sell your product, you again see a bit of a loading time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I know it's also the dev server, it's not the fastest, but again, we have a bit of an actual loading state. And another problem which I currently have with my sell route is that it's publicly available. So what I'll do right now is open a new incognito tab, and then inside of here, let me actually make it a bit more to the top. And then inside of here, let me again reach my localhost 3000 route. And the thing is that you will see is if I now go to /sell, so let me open that, you see this route is publicly available. This shouldn't happen. If I now try to reach the route /settings, you see I get redirected, or I actually get an error and it tells me not authorized. So if I again open sell, it's again publicly available and I don't want that. But now you'll see that we actually have one problem. So if I go back to our code and let me open my sell route, so let me close that, let's go to the sell route, what you see is right here that this is a client component. Now you probably already know that if you have a client component, you can't fetch any data. So you can only fetch data inside of a server component. So what do we have to do? Well, it's actually quite simple. We have to break this actual form into a separate component and then actually right here protect this route, and then our client component will be automatically already protected. I hope this makes sense. So what I'll do is actually open my Explorer, and then inside of our app folder and inside of our components folder, what you'll see inside of here is that we already have something which is called right here, where do we have it? Settings form. What do we want to do now? Well, we want to create a sell form. So what should we do? Well, what is if we create one parent folder and then inside of there we'll store our two actual components. So inside of the components folder, what I do is create a new folder which will be the form folder, and then inside of here let's create our sell form.tsx, and then also inside of this form folder let me right here import, or I guess I don't know, slide our settings form inside of here. So let me click right here on move, and what you'll see is also that we'll get a pop-up right here in a second to update our imports, and let's do yes to actually update them. So if you go back to our settings form, do we get any errors? Yes, we get an error for our submit button and action. So what I'll do right now is just delete both imports and import them again. So what do we have? We have our state. Let's right here do an import from our actions. Then let me get my update user settings. Let me import that from our actions, and let me import my submit button again from my submit buttons file. Then also right here for our state, let's do an import type, and now our settings form is done, and let's continue to our sell form. Or actually before we continue, let's actually test out if we didn't break anything. So let me right here do a hard refresh. Do we get an error? Yes. Failed to read code settings form.tsx, no such file or directory. So what's the problem? That's probably if you open your Explorer again and then go inside of the settings route. So let me open my settings route. Page.tsx. Right here we import our settings form. This is now the incorrect import. So let me import my settings form again for correctly from our components. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now my sell route should again work. Let's see. I do a hard refresh. This works. And if I try to reach my settings route, this should also work. And yes, this also works beautifully. Let me again try that in incognito just to be sure actually. So let me again open my localhost 3000 and let me go to /settings. Let's do right here /settings. And yes, not authorized, this also works. Cool. Let's now actually start with our sell form again. So let me go to my sell your product route. And as already said, what I want to do now is break this whole, I guess, sell route form into a separate component. So we have right here our form, as you see, and I want to break this form into a separate component. So the first thing I'll do for my sell form is mark it as use client, since this is now a client component. And then inside of here, let me do an export function. Let's call it sell form. And then let me invoke that and open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. And now let me return my form. So I will right here just copy all of the code for the whole form. So I will take this whole form element with, of course, all the children. Let me copy that, delete it from here, and paste it inside of the sell form. Now for the sell form, we get a lot of errors. That's because we have to import a lot of stuff. But let me again go back and let me now get my sell form. I can import that, and this is self-closing. Now what I'll do also from here is actually copy all of our imports and everything like that. So let me copy this whole use effect up to the initial state. I will just copy everything and just leave the return right here. Then let me go back to my sell form, and then above the return return statement, I'll paste everything inside of here. If I now go back first of all to our cell route, you see now we don't get any errors. Let me first of all delete all of the unused imports right here. We don't need them anymore. And let's mark it right here again, or let's delete the use client because this is now a server component. Let's now go back to our cell form. Let's right here do all of our imports. So let's import state from our actions. Let's also right here already mark it as an import type. Then let's import our use form state. This is from React DOM. Let's import our cell product server action from our actions. Let's import use state from React. Then what else do we have? JSON content. Let's import that. That's from TipTap React. And let's also right here do an import type because this is also a type. Then let's also right here import our use effect hook from React. Then let's right here import redirect. This is from Next.js. Let's import host from Sonar. And then let's right here also come to our components. So let's import our card header. Let's import our card title. Again, everything from our components as you know it. And then what else do we have? We have our card content. Let's get that right here. Then let's get our label right here. Let me also get that from my components. Again, it's very important that everything is imported from the components. If you import something from Webpack, you will get a lot of errors and you don't want that. Then let me also import my select category, again for my select category file. Let's import our text area from our components. And then what else do we have? We have our TipTap editor. This is imported from our editor file. Let's import upload drop zone from our lib folder, not from Uploadthing React. And then we also right here have our card footer. Let me import that from our components. And let me right here also get my submit button. This is also from my submit button file. Now, as you see, we don't get any errors anymore and everything should now work. So let's actually test it out. So let me go back to our code. Let's do a hard refresh on cell. And as you see, this now fully works. So now we actually haven't changed a lot. I mean, we just changed the file structure, but the code itself is still the same. So what we want to do now is, as already said, protect this route. So let's right here do a constant. Let's destructure it. And then this will be equal to get kind server session. This is imported right here from kind OSS, kind of Next.js / server. Then right here where we destructured, let me get the user function. So let's get user and then let me fetch my user. So let's do a constant user equals to await get user. Let's invoke that. Now this looks good. Now we get one error right here. Await expressions are only allowed with an async functions. You probably already know why we get this error. That's because we have to mark this function as async. So let's do an export default async function. This error is now gone. And now we can do an if check. And let's say if there's no user, let's open that and let's do a throw new error. Then we could say right here for the message, again, just, I guess, unauthorized. I think I misspelled that, and yes, I misspelled that, but that's fine. We'll leave it like that. So let's now again test out if everything works. Let's do a hard refresh. You see I'm signed in, so I'm still on this page. And if I now open incognito tab and try to reach the same route, so localhost 3000, and then let's do right here in /cell, and you will see we'll get an error and it tells me unauthorized. So now we also protected this route and this also now fully works. So let's now actually see, have we created everything? We have the homepage, we have the categories, we have the sell your product route, we have the settings route. If I click on sell your product, I see what I forgot. I don't have any loading state. Let me create a loading state also right here for our sell route. So we'll again use the loading file because I'll just create automatic suspense boundaries and I don't really want to do it manually. So let me right here go in the app folder, let's go in the cell folder, and then inside of here, let's create a loading.tsx file. Then inside of here, let's again do an export default function, and let's just call it cell route loading. Let's invoke that, open that, let's do a return statement. So what I'll do right here in this return statement is just return a div element. Let me right here give it in class name, and we'll again do a max width of 7XL. Let's do an mx of auto, let's do a padding x of 4, and on medium devices and bigger, a padding x of 8. Then inside of this div, let's again get our card component from our components, and to again get a bit of padding, I'll again use our card header. Then this card header is imported from our components, it gives us a bit of padding, and let's also give it in class name where we give it in custom height. So let's do height of custom value, and then what I'll do right here is give it 1000 pixels. Then inside of the card header, what we'll now do is render our skeleton from our components, and let's give it in class name of W full and H of full. So now let's save that and let's see if this works. So let's do a hard refresh, and I don't see any loading state. That's because we are probably I guess, just authorized and our page is quite fast. So let's maybe test it out in incognito tab. Maybe we'll see something. Let's do localhost 3000, then /cell. Then let's right here click on enter. And now you see this really quick pending state, or I guess loading state, or the fallback. And now we get this error. So we already see that this works, so that's fine. But right now we don't see it in our normal route, but that's fine. Again, we see it works. So we can now actually continue. So now we have our sell your product route, our settings route. They're fully done. They work perfectly. I don't have to change anything right there. And what do we do now? Let me think about that. Well, I think what we should do right now before we actually handle our payments is right here create a third link, and this will be my products. So let's actually go to my user nav again. Let's open our user nav, and then inside of here, instead of saying test item, let's again get a link component from next/link, and then let's right here also get actually an href. And what I'll do right here is just give it in my dash I guess products. Let's save that, and then for the link, what I'll say is my products. Also for the drop down menu item, let's go then as child. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now you see my products. And if I click on that, actually we'll get now redirected to my products, and we get them for not found. Yeah, not quite what we want, but don't worry, we'll of course fix that. So let's create a route. Let me again close all of these files. I don't need them anymore. Let's open our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Then inside of here, let's create a new folder, which will be my dash products. And then inside of here, let's create a page.tsx. So what do I want to do? Well, as already said, inside of here, I want to render all of the projects which have been created by the user who's currently logged in. So let's right here do an export default function. So let's do an export default function. We'll just call it my products route. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, let's do a return statement. Let's do div h1 and or h2, I guess. And let's say hello from the my products route. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now this route should work. And yes, you see hello from my products route. So this route now fully works, and we can now make it look beautiful. So what's the first thing which I want to do? Well, I think the first thing we should do is actually fetch the data which is, I guess, needed for this route. So above this export default function, let's do an async function. And how will you call it? Well, you guessed it, we'll call it get data. Let's invoke that, let's open that, and then inside of here, let's now actually get started with fetching our actual data. So let's do a constant data, which will be, or let me first of all spell const correctly. This will be then equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder, dot product, and I want to find many products. Now, the thing right here is, as you already know, we only want to find the products which are actually relevant to the user. And with that, I mean, I only want to have the products which the user actually created, or I guess submitted to sell right here. So what we'll do right here is in where statement, and now inside of here, I want to find only the data where the actual user ID is equal to our. To get our user ID, we'll get it through our params again. So let's say user ID will be of type string. Then right here for our user ID, I can now make it equal to the user ID, and now we don't have any errors, and that's cool. Let's now create a select statement. Since I don't want to select everything, I want to save a bit of, I guess, bandwidth and also just memory usage and stuff like that. So what we'll do right here is get our name, let's set it to true. Let's get the images, let's set it to true. Let's get the price, let's set it to true. Let's get the small description, let's set it to true. And the last thing which I want is the ID, so let's set it to true. Then what we have to do now is actually return our data. So let's do return data. Let me spell return correctly. And now this looks great. Let's now actually get our data in the front end. So above our return statement, let's do constant. Let's destructure it. And then this will be equal to get data, or I'm sorry, await get data. Let's invoke that. And now we get 2 hours. You probably already know why we get them. So first of all, we have to mark this function as async. So let's do an export default async function. And then also for get data, we have to pass our argument for the user ID. Now the thing is right here, this route will be again protected, so we don't want to make this route public. So let's actually first of all fetch the user, then do an if check, and then we'll right here pass our actual argument. So above this constant data await get data, what we'll do is in constant, let's destructure it, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that, and then right here, let me get the user function. Then let's fetch our user. So let's do a constant user, which will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that, and now this looks good. Let's now do an if check. So let's do an if there's no user, again with the exclamation mark. Let's open that, and let's right here just do an throw new error. And then what we'll do for the message is just say unauthorized. Again, I misspelled that, but that's fine. Now, since we now know that the user is 100% authenticated, I can now go right here to our getData function and pass as an argument our user.id. Let's save that, and now right here instead of the structuring, this should be in constant data. Cool, all errors are gone, and now let's actually render right here the products. So let me right here delete this div element. Let's right here create a new section element, and let's actually give it in class name. This will be max width of 7XL, then let's do an max of auto, let's do padding x of 4, and let's do medium devices or bigger, padding x of 8. Then inside of the section, let's do an h1, and we'll just say my products. Let's see how that looks like. So let's go back, and now you will see right here my products in a second, and you see we have the same padding, and this looks good. But now let's actually also make it a bit bigger and also a bit more bold. So let's actually give it right here in class name. We'll say text of 2XL, font which will be bold, and this should actually be enough. Let's go back, and yeah, this looks fine. Let's now start rendering our actual products. So let's right here again create a parent div, and let's give it a layout grid. So let's do a class name, let's do a grid, let's do a grid calls of 1 for mobile screen, then let's do larger devices or bigger, a grid calls of 3, then let's do a gap which will be 10, and let's also say on smaller devices or bigger, let's do a grid calls of 2, and a margin top of 4. Then inside of here, as you already guessed, we will now map over our data. So let's do data.map. Let's get right here an item, and then let me just return that. Then inside of here, what we'll now do is get our product card from our components, and this is self-closing. Now inside of here, the first thing which I want to do is give it a key iterator. This will be equal to our item.id. Then let's check what else do we need. We have an ID, so let's do an item.id. Then we'll also have an images array. This will be equal to item.images. Then let's also right here get our name. This will be the item.name. Then what else do we have? We have the price. This will be the item.price, and we'll also have right here our small description, and this will just be our item.small description. Let's save that. Now this should also work, so let me go back, and then we should see our products right here in a second, and now you see them. So now this also fully works, which is great. So what's now the next thing which I want to do? Well, if you do a hard refresh, you again see it takes a bit 1 second, 2 seconds, and then you only see our products. So what I want to again do is stream our data as it loads. So I want to again create suspense boundaries and then show our loading state. Now you could of course do it again manually. It would work right here, but what I will do is actually just create a loading file, because this is, let's just say, it isn't as important as our homepage. So inside of the my products route, let me right here create a loading.tsx file. And then inside of here, as you know, let's do an export default function, and then we'll just name it loading file. Let's invoke that, let's open that, and let's right here create a return statement. And for now, let's do div h1 hello from loading ... Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let's do a hard refresh. Hello from loading. So this works. So let's actually now create a good loading state. So what I'll do right here is again create a div element. Let's give it a class name. Let's do a max width of 7XL. Let's do an max of auto. Let's do a padding x of 4. And then let's also say on medium devices or bigger, a padding x of 8. And then inside of here, what I want to do now is actually render the parent layout for our grid layout. So let's right here create a div element. Let's again give it a class name. This will be again a grid layout, grid calls of 1. Let's also say on smaller devices or bigger, a grid calls of 2. Then let's do a margin top of 4. Let's do a gap of 10. And on larger devices or bigger, a grid calls of 3. Then inside of here, let me now get my loading product card from our components. This is self-closing, and now you can copy paste it as much as you want. I think this should be enough. And now let's save that. Let's see if that worked. So let's do a hard refresh, and now we should see our fallback right here. And yes, this also works beautifully, and it also looks great. All right, so we are now actually done with that, and that means that we're also done with our sell your product route, with my settings route, with my products route. And what do we do now? Well, the last thing of this video is to implement Stripe, and not only Stripe, but Stripe Connect. So Stripe Connect is the actual functionality to make a marketplace work. Now this part will be, let's say, quite interesting, and for me it was actually something quite new. It took me a lot of time to actually implement this and get the actual hang of that. So it could be a bit complicated, but we'll get through it. Trust me, I had to suffer through everything myself, and now we'll both suffer again. So let's get started. Okay, I'm now at Stripe, and if you didn't know what Stripe is, well, Stripe is a payment processor, but I'm pretty sure you already know what Stripe is because, I mean, let's be honest, they're a big player. So what will we use Stripe for? Well, it's actually quite simple. When the user checks out or when the user wants to buy a product, he will use Stripe, and with that, he'll use the Stripe checkout form to actually check out. So that's how it looks like, and that's what we'll implement. But this is just a normal checkout. What we want to do, as already said, is create an actual marketplace. Now, how do you create a marketplace? Well, with that, we'll use something called Stripe Connect. So with that, we can actually then onboard sellers. Sellers can sign up, sellers can link their bank accounts, and then when somebody buys the product of the seller gets a cut and we'll get a cut. We can set that to whatever percentage or number we want. And yeah, this is how it will work. So to now actually get started, what we'll do is click on sign in. If you don't have one, create one. It's quite easy. Enter your email, your password, just basic stuff. And now let me actually get started. So let me click on sign in because I already have an account. So once you are signed in, you will get redirected to a dashboard. So as I have right here. And what you already see is that I have a test account, or I guess in test business. I'm not sure how Stripe calls it. But what we want to do is right here, click on create new account. So for the name, what I'll do is just call it a Marshall UI. Let me do a Marshall UI. Then for the country, I'll choose the US. And I would actually also suggest you guys to choose the US because it will just make your life a bit easier. And then let me just click on create to create our new business, or in other words, our new account. So Stripe is now refreshing everything, and as you see now in the top left corner, we are now in the Marshall UI business, and now we can actually get started. I am currently within German language, as you see, so let me real quick change that to English. Okay, I have now changed the language to English, so I hope you now understand everything inside of here. And as I already said, this is now the dashboard. So in the top right corner, you see right here your first of all settings. There you can do everything with your profile, but I'll leave it alone. What we want to do right here, or what I guess is important for us, is the button right here. This is the test mode. As you see, if I click it, also nothing happens. That's because if I would want to right here convert it to a live mode, I have to first of all activate my account. But for you, what's important is that you actually set this to test mode, or I guess if you have an application or a live account, to please set this in test mode, because we'll actually do everything in test mode, and that's quite important. But what's the first thing which I want to do? Well, right here in the developers, what we can do is go to the API keys, and what we'll use for this project is the secret key. Now, most people, when they set up Stripe in a Next.js environment, use a publishable key and a secret key. So the publishable key is what you can actually leak to the client, instant safe key, and a secret key is what you always want to actually keep secret, so in other words, always on the server. And as I already said, most people use both because most people create a combination of a server and client approach to make Stripe work. Now, in my opinion, it's okay to do. I mean, that's fine, but why should you? I mean, why should you use the client if you can use the server? The server has so many benefits, so why should I bother using the client? In my opinion, it makes your life harder, it's a worse UX, and just in general, the performance is worse. So what we need right here is our secret key. So what I'll do is right here, click on reveal secret key, and then you have right here your sk_test, and then whatever your secret key is. Then I right here click to copy it, and what we'll have to do is go back to our project. Let me open my env file, and then right here, we already have all of our environment variables. So what I'll do is go under our database URL, or I guess under our database indirect URL, and then let's right here create a new environment variable, and let's call it, I guess, Stripe_secret_key, and let's set that to our actual secret key. Again, please be sure that it's a secret key, not the publishable key, because if you use the publishable key, we'll just get errors and it won't work. But now this is done, and we can now actually get started with, first of all, initializing Stripe. So what we have to do is actually open our terminal and install the Stripe package, so the Stripe API package, I guess. So let's right here do an npm I, and this is lowercase, and I want to just install Stripe. So no Stripe.js or Stripe React, just the standard Stripe package, which only works on the server side. Then once this is installed, what I'll do is open my Explorer, go in the app folder, in the lib folder, and then inside of here, let's create a stripe.ts file, and inside of here, I will now initialize Stripe. So inside of here, let's do an export, let's do a const, and let's just name it Stripe, and then this will be equal to new Stripe. So inside of here, I want to now initialize Stripe, and for that, let's first of all import Stripe. So above our export const, let's right here do an import. So let's do an import uppercase Stripe, and this will be from Stripe. Quite simple, right? So now this is imported and now we get an error. And what's the error? Well, it expects 1 to 2 arguments but got 0. So what's the argument which it expects right here? Well, that's our secret key. So let's get our secret key with the process.env, and now I have to get the name of our secret key. So let me again open my env file and then let me copy the name of our secret key. Let's again go back, paste it right here, and now we have our process.env.stripe_secret_key. Now we get currently an error and it tells me actually argument of type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. So it just says right here, it does not know if our actual environment variable is defined or not. So what we'll just use mark it as string since I know that it's actually defined. Another thing which you have to do is a bit of configuration. So you can open your object and then inside of here we have our API version. Now this API version will be already right here actually given by TypeScript. So if you click on Control Spacebar, you see this is the current API version. So 2024-04-10. So let me click on enter. And then the next thing which I want to do right here is set the TypeScript boolean to true since we use TypeScript. So if you don't actually use this right here, the default is false, which means that you don't get any types. This is quite annoying. You don't want that. So please set TypeScript to true to actually get types. Okay, so Stripe is now actually initialized. So we right here initialize the Stripe helper. And now I can actually close that because that's actually already all. So what should we do now? So there are actually two things we could do. Either we already set up Stripe Connect, so make our marketplace functionality work, or we first of all make Stripe Checkout work. So what I would say what we should first of all do is actually make Stripe Checkout work so that the user actually, or I guess any user can buy a product. And then after that, we'll actually make Stripe Connect work so that we can make this whole marketplace functionality work. Okay, so let's do that right now. So if you right now go to our actual website, so I'm again in our local host, and if you now click right here on one project, or I guess on one product, you have this buy button, right? And if you click on that, well, nothing happens. It's just a static button. But what we have to do is if I click on this button, I want to get redirected to Stripe. So how do we actually do that? Now, to make this actually work, you could do it on two ways, either use an route handler on server action. Both have their pros and cons. And again, if you want to learn more, check out the video for channel members. But what we'll do right now is in server action. And for that, let's actually get started. So let's go in our actions file. And inside of here, I'll create a new server action. And then right here, let's do an export async function. This will just be called by product. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Now inside of here, we'll actually not, I guess, protect the server action because we want to actually also allow users which are not authenticated to check out from our actual website or to actually buy a product. So what I want to do right here is first of all, fetch the data related to the product. So if the user goes to this product right here, so the Super UI product, and clicks on buy for $45, I want to get more information. So I want to know what name does it have, what description, what price, what images, and everything like that. So what we'll do is first of all, fetch our product. So let's write here doing constant. So let's do constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma dot product, and I want to find a unique product. So let's do dot find unique and let's open that. Then inside of here, I have to get a where statement. And now for the where statement, I want to find a unique product where the ID matches the ID which I pass. Now currently we don't get any ID. So what I'll do right here is through the params get form data, and form data will be of type form data. Then what I can do now is get for my form data an ID. Currently we don't pass any, but I'll do it later on. So for now we can do a constant ID, and this will be equal to form data dot get ID. Then for our ID, I can now pass our ID, and now this error is gone. Or actually we got a new error, and it tells me form data entry value or null is not assignable to type string. So what we'll do is right here mark it as string, and now this error is also gone. So now let's right here create a select statement for what I need, and I need to get a name. Then let's also get a small description. Let's set it to true. Then let's right here get in price. Then let's get right here the images. And now I think this is actually already all. I don't think we have to select anything further. And now we can actually create our Stripe checkout. So for that, let me go under our constant data. And then inside of here, what I'll do is create a constant. We'll name it session. And now this will be equal to await Stripe. Now it's very important that you don't import Stripe from Stripe, but from our lib folder. Again, because where we have our lib folder, we actually initialize Stripe with our TypeScript and secret key. So it's important that you actually import that from the lib folder. So let me right here click on import. Then let's do .checkout since I want want to create a checkout, then let's do .sessions and let's do .create to create a new checkout session. Then inside of here, we have now a mode. This is the most important one. And then you have actually 3 modes. So you have the payment mode, the subscription mode, and the setup mode. Now, do we want to create a subscription? No, we don't want to create a subscription. We want to create a payment. So that's what I'll do. I'll create a payment, and now we can continue. And if you also ask me, what does the setup mean? Well, that's in setup intent. And with that, you just get, I guess, the bank details of the customer and then later on charge the user. So we don't need that. We just want payment, since again, we only want to facilitate a payment. And now, since this looks good, what I want to do now is get our line items. Now, this line items is an array, and with that, I should just tell Stripe what products we actually check out. So how many products, what price it is, the description, everything like that. So in this array, we have now one object, and then inside of here, we get the price data. Then this price data is an object, and then inside of here, we can now say the currency of this will be USD. Then we'll also have right here a unit amount. Now with the unit amount, I tell actually Stripe what amount of, I guess, dollars or how expensive the product is. So inside of here, what you would probably do is just in data.price. And with that, we would now, for example, get for this product, if you go back, $45. Now the thing with Stripe is that it actually calculates with decimals. So instead of just right here saying 45, we should actually send Stripe 4,500, so 4,500. So what we'll have to do for our data.price, since we don't actually store any comma numbers, we have to actually right here do math.round. So let me right here copy that, and then let's do math.round, and then inside of here, let's get our data.price. And now, as you see right here, it currently complains, so let's do an as number, and then I have to actually multiply that by 100. If you now save that, we have now actually, I guess, multiplied this number by 100, which means that instead of now saying $45, it will now say 4,500, and in Stripe, this would actually, again, come back to $45. So I hope you understand that. Then the next thing which we will get right here is the product data object. So let's open that. And then inside of here, we can just give it basic information about the product, just like the name. The name will just be the data dot name. Then let's do a comma. Then we'll get the description. This will just be our data dot small description. And then we'll also get our images. And then the images will just be equal to data dot images. Now currently you get an error for create. This is just because for the name, we have to mark it right here as string. And if I save that, you see this error is gone, and that's again good. Now, what's the next thing which we have to do? Well, I have to tell Stripe what the quantity of the actual product is. So does the user want to actually check out 1 product, 2 products, 3 products? How many products does the user want to buy? Well, we will always default that to 1. So underneath this, I guess, blue curly brace, we'll just do in quantity, and this will be on quantity of 1, so 1 product. So now this is already done. We now gave Stripe all of the information regarding the product, and now we actually also now have to tell Stripe where to redirect the user if the payment was successful, or in other words, when it was not successful. So for that, what we have to do is go under this array symbol, but still in our, of course, checkout session. And then inside of here, we'll get in success URL, and we'll get an actual also cancel URL. So we'll get right here the cancel URL, and then this will just be the URL where the user will get redirected if the checkout was successful or if it was not successful. So what we'll do right here is actually, let me copy localhost 3000, do not misspell that. Let me paste it right here for the success URL, and then where I redirect the user is actually to localhost 3000/payment/success. The same thing is also for the cancel URL. Let me just copy this whole URL. Let me paste it right here, and then instead of saying success, let's call it cancel. Let's now save that, and now this also looks good. What's now the last thing which we want to do? Well, we want to redirect the user to the actual checkout page. So underneath our constant session, we can now do and return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and then what we'll pass right here is the session.url. Let's also mark it as string, and now this looks beautiful. So now we have made our actual whole checkout experience work. The only thing which we have to do now is actually call the server action, but also to create the success and cancel route. But before we do that, let's first of all check out if we actually get redirected to Stripe. So for that, let's go in our product route. So right here, our page.tsx with the product ID. And then what you'll see right here is that we have our button with the buy for $, and then right here, I guess, dynamic value which we get. So what we have to do is first of all wrap this button in a form element. So let me copy the button, let's get in form, let me delete the action for now, and then in the form let me actually paste our button. Then for this button, let me right here actually give it a type. For the type, this will be submit, and then let's give our form also an action, and then for the action, let me again remember how it was called. We named it by product, so let me copy that and paste it right here, and let's also import that from our actions. Now one thing you'll remember, if you go back to our actions, we get an ID from our form data currently, but we don't actually pass it right here. So what we'll do is actually create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's give it right here name. The name will be the ID, and then for the value it will be actually quite simple. It will just be the data.id. Now you currently see we don't get that, and that's because I don't fetch it. So let me right here also select our ID. Let's set that to true. Let's add a comma, and if I again go back, I can now again get my data.id, and as you see, this now works. So now we have created our form, we gave it an action, we gave it an input of type hidden of the ID, we gave it a button of type submit, our action looks all good, we have in return redirect, and in theory, this should now work. And also one thing is, we currently changed our environment variable, so if you again go to our env, we added this type secret key, and as you know, when you do that, you always have to restart Next.js. Now Next.js does this automatically, but if that for some reason didn't happen to you, please do it manually again. So let me now again go back, and what I'll do now is click on buy for $45. And does something happen? No pending states, I don't see anything. Our fav icon spins, we get redirected to checkout.stripe, and we see $45, we see in the description, and we see an image. Let me actually zoom in a bit for you guys so that you actually see it even better. And yes, this looks beautiful. Now let me actually click right here to go back. So I'll click right here on the back button, and now we'll get redirected to, I guess, localhost 3000, and we got redirected to payment/cancel. And what did we get? Well, we get an 44 not found. Is that what we want? No, of course that's not what we want. So let's actually change that. Let me again open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Inside of here, let's create a payment folder. And then inside of here, we'll create a success folder, not a file, but a folder. So let's call it success. And then inside of here, let me create a page.tsx. Then in the payment folder, let's actually also create a cancel folder. And then inside of here, let's create a page.tsx. So let's first of all start with our cancel route. So let's right here do an export default function. Let's right here just call it, I guess, cancel route. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, let's do a return statement and let's return a section element. Let's right here also give it in class name. We'll do a width of full. Let's give it a min height, and then for the min height, what I'll use 80 viewport height. Now 80 viewport height just means 80% of the screen real estate. Then let's also right here do in flex, and let's do items of center and justify of center to center it completely in the middle of the screen. Then inside of here, let me now get my card component from our components, and let's give our card right here a class name of width custom value, and we'll just do 350 pixels. Then inside of the card, let me now render a div element. Let's give it a class name of padding of 6 to have a bit of padding in our card. And then inside of the div, what I want to do now is for the top portion of our actual card is like render a little icon. So let's right here get a div element. Let's get a class name. We'll do a width of full. Let's do a flex and a justify of center. And then inside of here, I'll now render an X circle icon. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And then let's do a class name of width 12. Height of 12. Now this is 48 pixels. Let's do rounded of full, and then let's do also an BG of red 600, or I guess 500, and then let's also do an opacity of 30%. Again, you add an opacity if you use the slash symbol. Also, you see I misspelled red, so let me spell that again correctly, and this looks great. Let's also do a text which will be of red 500, and if I now save that actually and go back, we should now see a beautiful card. So what do we see? Well, we see a card with an X icon, which looks quite good, but something does not look that good. So I don't really see the background. I want to have a bit of padding, and the thing is, I just forgot to add right here padding of 2. So let's again save that, let's again go back, and now we should have a bit of padding, and now this already looks way better. So the next thing which I want to do now is actually create a text where we'll say payment cancelled, or I guess payment unsuccessful, a little description, and then a button to go back to the home page. So let's do that right now. For that, I'll go under our icon, under the div, and then let's create a new div element. statement. Inside of here, let's do a class name of margin top 3. Let's do also a text which will be off the center. And let's do in smaller devices or bigger a margin top of 5. And then also width of full. Then inside of here, let me render an H3. And then for the title, again, you can say whatever you want. I'll for now just say payment, I guess, cancelled. So now we say payment cancelled, and if you go back, you see that also right here. Now we could make it a bit bigger, so let's give this H3 a class name, and then we'll say a text of LG, a leading, which will be of 6. Now with leading, we just changed the line height, and then let's also do a font of medium. Let's again save that, and now this is actually bigger, and that's good. Let's now also create our small description. So under this H3, let's create a p tag, and then for this actual value of the p tag, you can say whatever you want. But what I'll say is something went wrong with your payment. You haven't been charged. Let's just say please try again. Let's save that. Let's again go back. How does that look? And this should now be underneath a bit smaller. Nope, it's too big, so let's actually make it smaller. Let's give the p tag a class name. Let's do margin top of 2. Let's do a text of small. Let's do a text of muted, which will be foreground. And now it should be smaller and having grayish color. So let's go back, and yes, this is already 1000 times better. So what's now the last thing which I want to create? Well, as I said, I want to now actually create our button to go back to our homepage. So underneath this p tag, we can now render a button component from our components. Then let's right here give our button also a class name, and we'll say margin top of 5. Then let's say smaller devices or bigger a margin top of 6. W or full, and then let's also right here give our button a as child property, since I want to render inside of here our link component from next/link. Then inside of here, let's just say back to home page, and let's give our link right here an href, and this will just be our index page. If you now save that and actually go back, you will now see that we should see a button right here, which should be now quite good looking. And yes, this looks quite good in my opinion. So now we have our cancel route. Let's actually also now do the same for our success route. So let's again open our Explorer. You will right here see our success route. And actually this success route will be quite similar, or I guess almost the same to our cancel route. So let's first of all do right here an export default function, since this is a route, and let's just call it success route. And then inside of here, let's create a return statement. Now instead of again writing everything the same, let me just copy our code right here, since I don't want to actually bother to create a separate component with a new interface. Let me just paste it inside of here. Let me import a card component. Then instead of an X circle, let's just get, I guess, a check. So let's do a check from Lucid React. Then instead of a red color, let's do green. And then right here also instead of red, let's do green. And then for the text, instead of saying payment cancelled, let's do payment successful. Then for our text, instead of saying right here this error message, let's just say congrats to your purchase. Let's do right here exclamation mark, and then let's just say please check your email for further instructions. Let's now save that, and let me also right here import our button from our components, and then let's actually also import link from next/link. So this is now imported. Let's actually now save that, and if I now go back, we should now see, if I go to the /success route, so let's do that right now, you should now see our actual success card with a green icon, payment successful, and our text and the button. This looks beautiful. Let me again click on back to homepage. We should now get redirected. Let me now click on one product right here, so I'll click on this again. And then what I'll do now is actually again redirect myself to Stripe. So this now loads. Let me click on buy for $45. We should now get redirected to Stripe, and that's what you see right here. Now, before I actually do my checkout, there's again one thing which I don't like. If I click back, you first of all see again our cart. But the thing is, if I again go back to my homepage and then again click on this product, if I click on this button to actually buy the product, what you see is that we don't have any pending state. Is that what we want? No, that's not what I want. So I think we should actually change that. So let's just again go back to our actual route, so where we are now. And what we'll do is actually again create a component. So let me go to my submit buttons component, and instead of using this one and actually again giving it a lot of properties, let's just create a new separate function. So let's do an export function. Let's just call it by button. Let's invoke that. Let's open that. And then inside of here, let me again get my pending state. So let's destructure it, and this will be equal to use from status. Let's invoke that, and then inside of here, let me actually get my pending state. So let's write here get pending, and now this also is cool. Then inside of here, let's now create a return statement, and now what we'll do is again use empty brackets, and then let's use our ternary. So let's say if pending is true, we'll return something, so let's use the question mark. I will for now return a div, and if not, let's use right here in colon, and what I return is actually if I go back to our page, I'll just copy the button right here, and then paste it for our submit button. Then let's save that for now, this looks good, and what we have to do now is get our price through our params. So let's right here just say price will be of type number, and then instead of rendering data.price, let me just render right here our price. Let's save that, and if I go back to my page.tsx, instead of rendering the button, we can then just get our buy button again from our components. Now if you self-close that, you see we get an error, and that's because we have to pass in property. One thing is actually what I'll do is change that instead of just doing it like that in the params. Let's structure our price, and then our price will be in type of number. Let's again save that. If I now again go back and click on Control Spacebar in our component, we now get our price, and this is then equal to our data.price as number. If I now go back to my submit buttons, you still see everything works, but now instead of just returning a div, what I'll do is copy right here the loading state from our other button and just paste it right here since nothing actually changes. Then let's also right here give this button a size, let's do in size of LG, and then let's actually test out if it works. So let me again go back, let's do a hard refresh right here, and then what I'll do now is again click on buy for $45. Let's click on that, we have a pending state, and as you see, this does not look very good. We don't have any margin to the top, and it does not take the whole width. So let's again go back, and what I'll do right here for this button is actually right here give it a class name, and we'll do a width of full and a margin top of 10. If I again go back, click right here on cancel to again get redirected to our cancel route. Let's again go back to our home page. Then let me again click on the product, and now we should actually again get redirected, and now I'll again click on the button, and now we should have a beautiful pending state, and that's what you see right here. We now get redirected to Stripe, we see our price, the description, the image, and now I think we should actually check out. And now I can actually right here give my data to actually check out. So for the email, I just do a gibberish email@gmail.com. Then for our actual card data, let's just do 424242. This is the test data from Stripe. Then for the month, this will be 4, and then 42. And then for the CVC, this will again be 424. Then for the name, I'll just say John Marshall, and then let me click right here on pay. We now have a pending state as you see, and now we should actually get redirected to our success route. So we now got redirected as you see, and if you now go back to our Stripe dashboard, so I'll do that right now, click on payments right here, you will see that we have one payment which was successful for $45 with a Visa card and with this email right here. Now what you'll also see right here is if you actually click on the payment, is see what actual item got bought, what amount it was, then actually what card was used and everything like that. So now we actually see that Stripe checkout works and that our actual payment success and also cancel route works. And what we have to do now is actually connect Stripe Connect to make this whole marketplace functionality work. So let's do that right now. Alright, so I'm back in my Stripe dashboard to actually now implement Stripe Connect, and to actually do that, what we have to do right here is click on more, and then what we need right here is the Connect, I guess, feature. So let's click on that. We should now get redirected as you see right here. We have a pending state. Okay, so now we got redirected as you see to the Connect platform, and what we have to do right here is now click on Get Started since we want to actually get started. Now inside of here we'll have now something like in Quick Start Guide, I guess, or not in Quick Start Guide, but I guess Connect or Stripe will ask us now a few questions. So let me right here click on Continue to actually get started. And what do we want to do right here? So how will our actually funds flow through our platform? There are now actually two options. Either A, sellers will collect payments directly, or option B right here, buyers will purchase from you. And that's what we want to do. We want to facilitate the actual, I guess, payment. So we'll actually be the man in the middle. Then let me right here click on Continue. Then right here it tells us to actually confirm our responsibilities. This is all fine. Let me click on Review, and let me right here click on I acknowledge everything, and let's click on Continue. Then the next question which Stripe asks us is how will sellers be paid out? So there are again two options. Either A, sellers will be paid out individually, or option B, payouts will be split between sellers. So we want to use option A since we want to actually pay out our sellers individually. Let's now click on Continue. Then the next step which we have is right here, which industry do we have? So on-demand services, crowdfunding, or what do we use? Well, we have e-commerce products, so these are digital products. So let's use this, and then let me click on continue. Then the next question which we have, are the products and services offered by your sellers similar? Now, I actually don't really even understand this question, so what I'll do is just click on not sure, and then click on continue. Then the next question which we have, how much do your sellers charge for their most expensive product? So this will be probably less than $10,000, so let's click on continue. Then the next question which we have, where will sellers create their account? And then you have actually three options. So either onboarding hosted by Stripe or embedded onboarding components, or we could do and build your own onboarding. So what we'll do is actually an onboarding hosted by Stripe, since it will just make our lives a lot easier. So let's click on continue. And then the next question which we have is where will sellers manage their accounts? So again, we have two options. Either we build our own actual dashboard from scratch using an API, or we use the Express dashboard built by Stripe, which works perfectly, looks beautiful, and that's what we'll use that. So let me click on the Express dashboard and let's click on continue. So now we have right here again an overview, so we can review our setup. So again, our funds flow right here, buyers will purchase from us, and then sellers will be paid out individually. The industry is e-commerce, then the products will be actually offered not over $10,000, and I'm not sure if actually we have similar products. Then the account creation is actually hosted by Stripe, and then the account management, you'll see right here, you'll redirect sellers to the Express dashboard to manage the Stripe account. So all of this looks beautiful. So what I can do now is click on continue, and by that we actually confirm that we actually agree to all of the rules right here. So now we actually get redirected, as you see, and now it tells us right here to set up connect. So this is actually for now fine. We can click right here on continue to dashboard. It's not relevant for us. And now you have your dashboard right here with no accounts. Cool, I guess that looks good. We don't see anything, but now we can actually get started with actually implementing Stripe Connect. And now to actually make Stripe Connect work, we first of all have to create something called an account ID. So the user which signs up to actually sell a product has to actually right now first of all create a connected account. So what we'll do is actually first of all go to our schema.prisma, and then inside of here create a new field to actually store our connected account ID. So for that we have to go inside of the user model, and then under the profile image I have to get the connected account ID. Now this right here will be of type string, and actually this will be also of @unique, since actually the custom ID or the connected account ID is always unique, which is also provided by Stripe. Another thing which I'll do right here is actually create a boolean which will be called Stripe connected linked. Now this for now will be just a boolean, and we'll also do an @default, and the default will just be false. Now for now we'll actually not use that, but later on when we actually create our flow, this is a very important boolean which we'll actually later on propagate using webhooks. But now we actually created that. We have our connected account ID and our Stripe connected linked boolean. So what we can do now is open our terminal, and then inside of here let's open a second terminal tab, and then right here let me just do an npx prisma db of push. Now what you see right here is that we actually get a warning or an error, and that's that all our data will be lost if we continue. Now, of course, that's not quite what we want, but we don't actually have an option, because again, what we want to do now is create a connected account ID. And for that, I first of all have to delete right here my account. And with that, I will also delete all of the other products. So I will click right here on yes, and then we'll actually reset our database with that, and then just again start from fresh. So let's see, this is now currently loading, and this should also reset and then be successful in a second. Again, we have some warnings, so let me again click on yes to actually reset everything, and then this should go away and we'll see what will happen. Okay, so this was successful. I hope it worked. So what I'll do right here is an npx prisma studio to see if our database is now empty or if we have something else. And then what you see now, we have 0 products and 0 users, so it actually worked. So now I can actually again close this. Our Prisma studio is done, or I guess our Prisma schema. And what I want to do now is go to our route.ts file. So inside of our creation route, and then inside of here, you already see we get an error. And the error is that we actually have to pass right here, which is the connected account ID. Now to actually get first of all our connected account ID, we first of all actually have to create a user, or I guess not a user, but inside of Stripe, we have to create an actual account. So above this db user equals to await, we'll now do in Stripe query or API call. So let's try to do a constant account account, this will be equal to await Stripe. Stripe is imported from our lib folder. Then let's do an .accounts, not accounts link, but accounts, and let's do an .create. Now inside of here, we have to pass a bit of information. So first of all, let's do an email right here, and the email will be equal to user.email. Now you already know we get the user right here from the top. We fetch it to check if it exists, and also we get an error. So let's mark it as string because currently it does not know if it's in string or undefined, but we know it's in string. Then let me now continue. Underneath this, we will have something called a controller, and now we'll give it all of the actual options that we need for our Stripe Connect. So first of all, right here, we'll get our losses. So if we actually get losses, who will actually pay them? We'll say right here for the payments, let's get that. This will be actually paid by the application. Then what else do we have? We will also right here have the fees. So each actual payment has fees, as you know, who will actually handle them. So let's right here get the payer, and we'll say application. And then what else do we have? We now also have the Stripe dashboard. So let's get our Stripe dashboard. And then inside of here, we have to now say what type it is. It could be either Express, it could be full, or it could be none. But we'll use Express. If you can already remember from our quick start guide, we said that we want to use the Express dashboard. So now we've actually created our account at Stripe. And now if I go back to our DB user query, I can now right here click on Control Spacebar, get my connected account ID, and then this will be equal to our account.id. I can now save that, all errors are gone, and now this also looks great. So I guess we can now test out if everything worked. So let me again open my terminal. Let me stop Prisma Studio. I don't need that anymore. Let's go to our dev server. I have to restart that since I did a new schema change. And then inside of here, let's do an npm run dev to restart our dev server. Okay, so now you see our database has been reset and our dev server also now runs. And as you see, we don't have any products. So what we could do now is first of all create a few products. But before I actually do that, let me first of all log out. So let me click on log out. You see we have our fav icon, it spins, and we got redirected. So now we have our login and register button. Let me again click on log in. We'll now again get redirected to kind, and then we have to again log in. I'll choose again GitHub, and now we should again get redirected to our API route, and then our API route will actually redirect us back to our index page. So let's see, and as you see, we got redirected. So what I'll now do is actually go back to our Connect dashboard. Let me actually refresh that, and then inside of here, we should now have a user. Let's see, or I guess not a user, but an actual account, so a connected account. Okay, so what do we have now? We have one account, and the important thing right here is that we currently have in status, and the status is restricted. Now, why do we have in restricted status? That's actually quite simple. That's because we now also have to link our account. That means that we have to link our bank information, our name, and everything like that. So this will now be the second step of actually our Stripe Connect journey, I guess. Let's call it like that. So let me again go back from here. We currently don't need this anymore. And what I want to do now is inside of our user nav, actually create a new link, which will be our billing link. So let me go right here. Let me first of all close my terminal. Let's go to our user nav, and then inside of the user nav, instead of saying test item, let's right here just say billing. Let's also right here mark this drop down menu item as child, and I'll also have to wrap this billing inside of a link component, again provided by next/link. And for the href, this is quite simple. It will be /billing. Let's again save that. Let's again go back. We'll now get an error. Let's refresh that. And if I go back to the user nav, we have now our billing link. If I now click on that, you will see we'll get redirected, and we'll also get in for not found. And that's because we haven't created the route right now. So let's again go back. Let me again close everything, and then let me open my Explorer. And then what we want to do is go in the app folder. Let's create a billing folder. And then inside of the billing folder, let's create a page.tsx. Now, since this is in route, we have to do an export default function. So let's right here do an export default function. We'll just name it billing route, and let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Then let's create a return statement. Let's do a div, let's say h1, and let's say hello from the billing route. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let's do a hard refresh. And now you see hello from the billing route. Now, of course, this is not quite what we want. We want to now actually show a Stripe button and everything like that. So let's actually change that. So to actually get started, let me right here delete this return statement. It does not look that good. And let's create a new one. Then for this div, or I guess you could also do in section, let's right here give it in class name, and we'll again say max width of 7XL, max of auto, padding x of 4, and then on medium devices or bigger, a padding x of 8. Then inside of this section, I want to now render a card component from our components, and then inside of the card, let me now get our card header. This is imported from our components, and then inside of here, I'll get now a card title. Now inside of the card title, we'll just say billing, and then let's also right here create a card description. function to give it a small description text. For description, I'll just say find all your details, I guess, regarding your payments. I think this is fine. I'll leave it like that. I think it's good. So let's again save that. Let's go back. And now you see right here this card. And now one thing you probably already guessed is that this route should be in private route. So currently this is in public route. And if I now open localhost 3000 and try to reach this route, so let's go to localhost 3000/billing, you'll see that this route is still actually available to the public. We don't want that, so we again have to protect that. So above the return statement, let's use constant, let's destructure it, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that, and then from here, or I guess where we destructured, let me get the user function. Then let me fetch my user, so let's use constant user, and this will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that. Now we get an error. I guess I don't have to actually explain why we get that. So what we have to do right here is mark our function as async, and now this error is gone. Let's now do an if check, and we'll say right here, if there's no user with an exclamation mark, then let's just open that, and let's right here just throw new error, and for the message, let's just say unauthorized. Let's now save that. Let's see if that works. So let me open again a new incognito tab. Let me paste it right here, and we see unauthorized. So now this fully works, and that's great. Let's now again close that, and now let's actually make our page look good. So what do I want to do right here? So what I want to first of all do right here is fetch data, and I want to actually fetch our boolean. So let's right here do an async function. So above our export default function, let's do an async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke that. Let's open that, and then inside of here, let's do constant data, which will be equal to await Prisma. This is imported from our lib folder. Then let's do a .user.find unique, and then let me just open that, and then inside of here, I want to find a unique user where the ID actually matches the ID which we provide. So to get our user ID, let's go to our params, let's get a user ID, and then this will be of type string. Then for our ID, I can now pass our user. And let's also now do a select statement. So let me get in select, and what I want to do right here is just get our Stripe account linked boolean. Let's set that to true, and now I'll just get an answer which would be either true or false, and the default is false, but again we now fetch that, and that's good. Let's now right here do a return statement, and let's just return data. So we have to now get it in our front end. So under this if user check, let's do a constant data, which will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke that. Now you see we get in one error, and that's because we have to pass an argument, which is the user ID. So right here we can do user.id, and now this error is also gone. And what I want to do now is right here under our card description, or I guess under our card header, render our card content, and then we'll do right here and check. So if our boolean is false, so if we haven't linked our account to Stripe, I want to redirect to Stripe to make this whole, I guess, linking work so that we can link our bank account. And if this is actually true, so if this boolean is true, I want to render a button to actually redirect the user to view his dashboard of the payments which have been made. So what we'll do is under this card content, let's right here do in data.stripe account linked, and if this is right here false, so I'll do right here in triple equal sign, and if this is true, let's use a double and let's return something, and I'll return right here an empty form for now. Let me delete the action, I don't have one, and then inside of here, let me render a button, so from our components, and then I will say right here, link your account to Stripe. Let's save that. So now you see this looks quite good, but the problem is that this is currently misspelled. So let me again spell that correctly. Let's go back, and now this already looks way better in my opinion. But now if I click on the button, you see nothing happens, or I guess we have a GET request. But again, that's not what we want. What I want to do is actually redirect the user to Stripe. So what you have to do now is actually again go back, and now we have to create a server action. So let's again open our actions file. Let's go into the actions, and then underneath this by product function, we'll create a new server action. So let's right here do an export async function. Then let's just call it, I guess, create Stripe account link. And then let me just invoke that and open that. Now we want to again actually secure this server action. So let's do constant, let's destructure it, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that, and then inside of here, let me get the user function. Let's now do a constant user, and let's do an await get user to actually fetch our user. Since we now have our user, let's do an if check, and let's say if there's no user, let's open that, and let's right here do a throw new error to actually give it a new error. Now for the message, you can again say unauthorized, but I'll now leave it it empty because again, it does not make that big of a difference. So what I want to do now is actually get our connected account ID. So if you again open our schema, we again have two actual fields. This is our, where do we have it? We have our connected account ID and our Stripe connected linked. So one is in string and one is a boolean. And I want to now get our actual account ID. So if I go back to my actions, let's now do a constant data, and then this will be equal to await prisma.user.findUnique, since I want to find a unique user. Then inside of here, let's give it a where statement, and we want to find our user where the ID actually matches our user.id. Let's now also do a select statement, since I don't want to select everything and I only want to get our connected account ID. Let's set it to true, and now this looks beautiful. So let's now actually create our Stripe actually redirect to actually redirect the user to Stripe to actually make this whole account linking work. So what we'll do right here is a constant account link. This will just be equal to await Stripe. So that's an await Stripe dot account link. Now this is not anymore the accounts, but the account link. And then this will be dot create. Let's now open that. And then inside of here, we have to now pass our account ID. So we have our account, and then this will be equal to our data.account ID as string. Let's save that. And then what else do we have? We have now a refresh URL. This is where the user gets redirected if the user is, I think it was 5 minutes not active, and so that we can actually generate a new link. And for now, I'll leave it as an empty string. Then let's also do a return URL. This is where we'll actually redirect the user if he was successful. Let's leave it as an empty string. And then let's also do a type. And then for the type, this is actually the account onboarding and not the account update. So let's use account onboarding. Let's save that. And now this looks beautiful. What's now the last thing which we want to do? Well, we want to now redirect the user to actually Stripe. So let's write here doing return, redirect. Redirect is already imported. And then for the argument, this will be the account link.url. Now this looks all great. We can now save that. Let me copy the name of our server action. Let's go back to our page.tsx, and then right here for our form, let me pass an action, and then this will be equal to create account link. Let's import that from the actions, and let's give our button right here a type of submit. Let's now save that, and let's see if that works. So let me right here click on link your account to Stripe. I will click on that. You see we don't have any pending state, and then you see we get an error right here. So the error is you passed an empty string to return URL. We assume empty values are attempted to unset a parameter. However, return URL cannot be unset. Okay, I guess this is an error. So what I'll do right here is just copy my localhost 3000 URL. Let's again go back. Let's go in our actions file, and then let me just paste that right here for the refresh URL and then also for the return URL. Let's now again save that. Let's again go back. Let's again do a hard refresh, and let's again test out if it works. So let me click on link your account to Stripe. We again don't have any pending state, and now we again got an error. So the error is now you must update your Connect branding settings with your business name, icon, brand color, and everything like that. So what we'll do is right here copy this URL actually, and then let me open that in a new tab. Okay, so I got now redirected again. I'm now again in live mode. This is fine. And now I have to click right here on customize. So let me click on customize. Now we have to create a name. For the name, I'll just say Marshall UI. Then we also have to do right here an icon and a logo and a color. So let me first of all create an icon and a logo, and then we can actually continue. Okay, so I've now created actually a few icons, and if you want to get them also, you can just go to my GitHub repo and click on a public folder. They will be all in there. But let me now right here actually upload my icon and my logo. So as you now see, we have an icon, a logo also right here. Then for the brand color, I want to change that. So let me again go to my themes right here. And then what I'll do right here is just actually copy my color. So let me right here copy this. Let's again go back and let me paste it right here for the accent color. So the color right here is hashtag 2563EB. Now this looks good, and now I can click right here on save. Also, before I do that, you can right here also click on Stripe dashboard. You see this is then this color, and the Express dashboard will also have this color. Let me change the primary color again to this blue color, and now this also looks great. Let me right here click on save. Then we are now done with that, and now we can actually head over back to localhost 3000. Let's do again a hard refresh. And now in theory, everything should now work. So let me right here click on link your account to Stripe, and now we should actually get redirected to Stripe. Let's see that. Yes, you see we got redirected to connect.stripe.com, and then we should now see in a second our Connect onboarding, I guess, dashboard. Okay, so now you see we got redirected. We again have this bluish color. We have my logo, Marshall UI, and then it says a bit of text in German. Don't worry, it's everything fine. But before we actually continue, let me right here click on back to Jan Marshall or to Marshall UI, and we get redirected to localhost 3000. But what I want to actually do is not redirect the user to localhost 3000, but to actually redirect the user to a return URL where we'll actually have a bit of a message, I guess. So what I'll do is open my Explorer right here, then let's go in the app folder, then inside of the app folder, what we'll do is create a return folder, and then inside of the return folder, let's create right here array brackets, and then inside of the array brackets, we'll just say ID. Then inside of the ID folder, what I'll now do is create a new page.tsx. Now for our page.tsx, or I guess for this return URL, what I'll actually do is create the same, I guess, look as our success route or as our payment success route. So let me right here just copy this whole route, or let me actually copy everything in the return statement, so this whole section. Let's go back to our page.tsx right here, and then let's do an export default function. Then let's right here just name it, I guess, return URL stripe, and then let me invoke that, and let's open that. Then for the return statement, let me just paste what I just copied, and now let me right here import our card from our components, and then let's also import our button from our components, and then let's actually also import right here link from next/link. Now right here I'll also import the check icon from Lucid React, but instead of saying right here payment successful, what we'll say is right here, I guess, linking was successful. Then for the message, we'll just say congrats on linking your account to Marshall UI. And then we could just say right here, you can now start selling your products ... or let's do actually an exclamation mark. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and if I now again try to actually link our account, so I will right here again click on billing, and then where we are in billing, let me click on link your account to Stripe, and then once we get redirected to connect.stripe, I will again click on back, and now we should then also get redirected to this route. So let me again click back. We again get redirected to localhost 3000. That's because in my actions I actually didn't update my return URL. So what we have to do right here inside of the return URL is, instead of using first of all strings, let me use right here upticks, and then instead of redirecting to localhost 3000, let's do localhost 3000/return, and then slash right here I want to redirect it to the connected account ID. So let's use a dynamic value of data.connected account ID. Let's now save that. Let's see if that worked. So let's go again to billing, and then once we're on a billing route, let's actually click on the button to get redirected to Stripe. So let me click on that. You should now actually see right here the fav icon spinning, and now we will get redirected to Stripe as you see. Let me now again click on back to Marshall UI, and now I should get redirected to our return URL. So as you see, I got redirected to return URL, and even though it says right here linking was successful, this was of course not true, but the thing is that this return URL will be later on also used to actually redirect if the linking was successful, so I will leave it like that. Then also right here for our refresh URL, where I will actually redirect the users again to our billing route, so let's do localhost 3000/billing. Let's now save that, and now let's actually link our account to right here Stripe. So let me again click on /billing, or I guess in the user nav to billing, and before I click on this button, what I want to do now is actually create a pending state. So if I go back to our billing page, instead of using this button right here, let me get my submit button component from our components, and then right here we have to give it a property. So for the title, I will just copy the title right here, and then let me paste it right here. And now I can save that, I can delete this button again, and then let's actually test out if it works. So let me hard refresh this page just to be sure, and then let me click on this button. We have a beautiful pending state, and now we should get redirected to Stripe. That's what we see right here. We now got redirected, and now we can actually get started. So let me actually first of all change my language to English, that you actually can understand something. So let's use English right here. So I've now changed my language right here to English, and as you see, the email is first of all optional. We don't have to actually propagate that. And for the mobile number, we can right here use the test phone number. So let me click on that. That's just a lot of zeros. Let me then click on continue. Then it will send a fake notification with a code. So let's right here click on use test code. This is again 00. And then let's again continue. And now we can actually get started with connecting, or I guess linking our account to Stripe. So the first thing we have right here is that we have to tell more about our business. So for the country, this will be the US. For the type of business, we'll say individual. Let me click on continue. Then we have to give it a legal name. So I'll just say Jan, and then for the last name, Marshall. Then for your website, you see right here, you can share your website, app, social media page, or any online profile. So what I right now do is just copy right here, I don't know, any URL. So I will just copy the Shadcn URL and then just paste it right here. It really does not make any difference. And now you see the next step step is right here to select an account for payouts, and this is now quite important. So what we'll click right here is on test institution, and then let me actually now see we have a loading state again, and now it will tell us actually to link our account. So let me click on agree and continue, and then inside of here it tells us to actually select our accounts. Let me select all of them, and let me click on connect accounts. Now right here you see I have my email and everything like that. I can now right here save accounts with link. Let me not do that. Let me click on not now, and we again have a loading state, and we have now in success. So let me now actually close all of this. We don't need that anymore. And then right here we can now choose our account for payouts. So I'll just use the first one right here, and then let me click on continue. So now you see all of my data right here. So my website, my name, my email, and the bank account. And now let's scroll to the bottom and let's click on agree and submit. So all of this was now successful. As you see, I got now returned, or I got redirected to a return URL. It tells me linking was successful, and now I guess it worked. But the thing is now that if I go back to actually our Stripe dashboard, let me do a hard refresh right here. And what you now see in the Stripe dashboard, I guess in the connected dashboard, that I have now my account, which is now enabled. Again, it's now enabled because I passed all of the information. So let me again head over to localhost 3000, and now we have another problem. So if you go to our code and open our schema file, you know that we right here have our Stripe connected linked boolean. So what I want to do is, if this is actually true, so if the user actually right here connected the account, I want to set this boolean to true, and default is false if we don't have an actual linked account. But the thing which I want to do, or I guess the thing is now that the question comes, how do you actually link an account? Because there was no step where I could actually do that. And the thing with that is actually that we now have to use something called a webhook. And then what we have to do is actually listen right here for an event, and then actually mutate our database and set our right here boolean to true if our actual account linking was successful. So let's actually do that right now. Let me again open my Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, then let's go in the API folder, then inside of the API folder, let's create a new folder, which will be the Stripe folder. And then inside of the Stripe folder, I will actually have two, I guess, webhooks, one for the checkout and then one for connect. So inside of the Stripe folder, I'll just create a new folder, which will be the connect folder. And then in the connect folder, I can create a route.ts. Now this connect folder will be there as a webhook, and then this webhook will listen for all of the events which are actually regarded to Stripe Connect. So now to actually get started with our webhook, let's right here do an export async function. Then we have to call it post. So let's do uppercase post, and then let me just open that. Now inside of the params, what I can do right here is get a request, and this will be of type request. And now I can actually use that and get started. So what's the first thing I want to do? Well, our request has a body, and I want to get the body. So let's right here do a constant body, and then this will be equal to await rec. I called it rec, as you see, dot text. Let's invoke that, and now I got my body, and now I can actually use that. The next thing which I have to do is actually get a signature from Stripe. So let's right here do a constant signature, and then this will be equal to headers. Now headers is imported from Next.js/headers. Let's invoke that, and now I want to get a specific header, or I guess specific headers. Now inside of here, what I want to do is get the Stripe. Again, please uppercase the S, then write Stripe, then let's do dash, then uppercase an S, and let's do signature. Again, please check that you spell everything correctly, so I will do that also. And as you see, I misspelled something, so let me right here just copy paste it. This is Stripe signature. Again, please make sure that you spell it correctly. Then let's also mark it as string, so this now looks great. And the next thing which I want to do is create an event. So let's do let, and we'll call it event. We will leave it empty, and then later on reassign it. And since we have now our body, our signature, and I guess we have an event right here, what we want to do now is first of all test, or I guess check, if this actual, I guess right here, request came from Stripe and if it's safe to use. So what we'll do under this event is do a try catch statement. So let's do a try, and then let's underneath that also do a catch. We'll catch right here an error. The error will be of type unknown, and then what I can do is just open that, and for now let's just do a console.log, and let's just say something went wrong. Let's save that for now, and then let's start with our actual try statement. So now we'll use our event, so we can now reassign that, and this will be now equal to Stripe. Stripe is imported from our lib folder dot webhooks, so right here webhooks dot construct event, since we want to construct a new event. Then inside of here, I have to now pass 3 arguments. So first of all, I have to pass my body. We get that right here on the top. Then I also want to pass my signature right here. So we right here get that through our headers. And then I want to also pass a webhook secret. So we currently don't have a webhook secret, but later on we'll have one. So what I'll do for now is get in process.env, and we'll just call it right here stripe underscore connect underscore webhook underscore secret, and then let's save that. Now you see we currently get an error, and that's again because TypeScript does not know if it's defined. So let's just mark it as string. This is lowercase, and now let's save that, and now this error is gone. So now you see everything looks good and we don't get any errors. And since we are now done with our try statement, let's actually also change our catch statement. So instead of doing console.log, let's right here do a new return, new response, and then inside of here, let me actually invoke that. Let's right here do for a message, I guess webhook error, and let's also right here do in status, and the status will be of 400. So now we have actually constructed our event, and now we can actually, I guess, listen for the event which we need, and then do our needed actual mutation in our database. So let me go right here under the try catch statement, and now what we can do right here is in switch statement, and as an argument or for what I want to listen for is the event.type. So let me now open that, and now inside of here we can create our cases which we need. So let's create our first case, and the first case, or I guess also the only case which we need, is the account.updated. So what I want to do is actually listen for this event and then create our database mutation. So let me now open that, and then inside of here let's get a constant account, then this will be equal to event.data.object, and now I can use that to create our mutation. So let's right here doing constant data, then this will be equal to await Prisma, and Prisma is imported from our lib folder .user.update, and then let me just open that. Now inside of here I only want to find one user, so myself. So let's write here doing where statement, and I only want to find the user where the connected account ID is equal to the account.id. So we get our account ID from our event, and then we now just check that we get the same user. Then let's right here use our data property, and then what I want to do right here is set our Stripe account link boolean to either true or false. So what we'll do right here is if account.capabilities.transfer changes, so what we'll do right here, if this is equal to pending, or, so we'll use a double or sign, if account.capabilities.transfer is equal right here to inactive, we'll right here use internally some question mark, and we'll leave our boolean as false. If this is actually not true, let's use a colon and let's set it to true. Now if you don't understand what we do right here, let me try to break it down to you. So we first of all right here actually get a body and a signature from actually I guess our request. Then right here we construct a Stripe event, and we right here do it in a try catch statement because it could be a malicious attack, so we want to make sure that this actually comes from Stripe. Then the next thing which we do is create a switch statement, and right here we can now listen for the actual events that we need. And we actually just need one event because I only want to listen for when our actual capability changes so that the user can make transfers. Because if it's true, so if our this right here account.capabilities.transfers is true, then we know that the actual I guess linking of the account has been successful, and that the user got redirected to our return URL. So that's what we do right here, and that's also why I create this ternary, because if it's pending or inactive, then we are still not done. So now this is good, and the last thing which I have to do is of course create a break statement. So let me right here just do a break, and let's do a semicolon, and that looks good. So what's now the last thing which we have? Well, that's of course the default statement. So let's get our default right here, and then right here we'll just do console.log, and we'll just say I guess you could say just unhandled event, whatever. It really isn't that important. We only need to listen for that, and the default is not really interesting for us. Now, what's the last thing which we have to do? Well, we have to return a response that everything was successful. So let's right here do a return new response, and then right here let's just say null for a message, and let's give it a status of 200. So we say everything was successful. So now we have created our webhook for Stripe Connect, and we can now actually listen for that. So to do that, what we have to do is first of all open our terminal. Let me open a new terminal tab, and then inside of here we have to now listen actually for our webhook. So how do we actually do that? So now to actually listen for our webhook, let me open my terminal. I open a new terminal tab, and the first thing which we have to do is actually log in. So let's do in this terminal a Stripe login. To log in into Stripe, let me click on enter. And what you now see is that we get right here in URL. And now let me copy this URL. Let's go to Chrome. Let me paste it inside of here. And now it will actually ask me to authorize this application. So right here it says which account. I want to use Marshall UI. Let me click on allow access. Let me again go back. And now this worked as you see. And now inside of here, we have to actually make a webhook work. So for that, this will now be in command. Now for the command, we'll right here say Stripe listen, since we want to listen for an event. Then we'll do in -- forward, since we want to forward something. And this will be forward to. And then inside of here, we'll say localhost 3000, and then this will be /API, and we'll say /Stripe and /connect. And now this is still not done. We have to do now in -- and we'll say forward connect to, and then inside of here, we can again say right here localhost 3000 /API /Stripe connect. So let me again paste that. And now this is done, and I can now click on enter right here. You now see it says right here getting started, and now we have right here our signing secret. So I can now copy the signing secret right here. Let me open my .env file, and then let me paste it right here down below. So if you go back to your route.ts, right here you will see we have our Stripe connect webhook secret. So let me copy this name right here. Let's go to our env, and what I want to do is actually set this value or this name equal to our Stripe webhook signing secret. So now this is done. Again, in this terminal, please leave that open. This is now your webhook, so don't close that. And now we can actually test out if everything works. So what I'll do actually right now is again open my terminal. So let's do an npx Prisma of Studio. This will now open Prisma Studio, and inside of here I want to now delete my user. So let me click on the user, and then inside of here I can now click on the user and click on delete one record. So let me click on delete. We have now our loading state, or I guess it now deletes everything. So now you see our field got deleted. So let me again close that. Let me stop Prisma Studio. You see it has reloaded the env file. Let's go to the home page. Let me actually first of all log out right here. I want to actually again log in fresh. As you see, I'm now logged out and I got redirected. Let me again click on log in. We'll now get redirected to Kind. And as you see, I'm now at Kind. I can now click on continue with GitHub. We again have a beautiful loading state. And then what we'll do right here is again get redirected to our API route, and we'll also create a new Stripe account in the same time. Okay, we now got redirected as you see right here. And what I want to do now is actually click on billing right here. So let me click on that, and we'll now again get redirected to our billing page. And then I can click right here again on link your account to Stripe. We again have in pending state, and now we should again get redirected to our connect page from Stripe. So you see now we got redirected to Stripe, and what you'll also see right here is that we actually, if I open my terminal right here and open the third terminal tab, you see that our webhook worked. So we got right here a new 200 post, and this is that our account application was authorized. So now we can again go back. Then let's again do our test phone number. Let me again click on continue. Then right here we'll get our code. Let me again use our 000 code. Then let's right here again give it all of the information which it needs. Let me right here click on continue. Then let me get a name of Jan. Then for the last name Marshall. Then for the website, I'll just copy again the Shadcn UI website. Let's again go back. Let me paste it right here. Let's click on continue. Then let me again use our test institution. We again have a loading state right here. Now we'll have to right here click on agree and continue. Then it will right here log in into our test institution. It will retrieve the accounts. Let me click on connect accounts, and then right here let me click on not now. I don't want to link my thing. Then let me click on done. This is now again redirected. Let me choose this account. So the first one, the default one. And then what we have to now is actually again our end screen where we can review everything. Let me click on agree and submit. And now we should get redirected to our return URL. So you see we got redirected. Let's go back to our terminal. And if you open your terminal tab, what you see right here is that we have a lot of webhook events. And we also see right here, for example, account.updated. So what I want to do now is open my terminal tab and see if our Boolean has actually changed. So let's do an npx Prisma Studio. Let's open that. This will again open in the new web browser. And then inside of here, let me open my user. So what you now see for my user is actually that Stripe connected linked. So the Boolean is now true. So why is it true? Well, that's because we listened again to our webhook. So right here we got our webhook, the account.updated. And then inside of here, this webhook, I guess, or the event told us that our capabilities have changed to actually true, so to active. And that's why we right here set our Boolean. So if you go back to our Stripe dashboard right here. So let me go right here and let me refresh my page. So you now see we have 2 users again and the status is enabled, and that's why also our Boolean has changed in our database. So we are now done with Stripe Connect, and if I again go to billing, so let me click on billing, what you'll see right here is that we now have no button. Why is that? Well, that's if you again close our terminal, let's go to the billing route right here, you see that we currently only check for if our Stripe connected link Boolean is false. But now let's actually also check if it's true. So what we'll do right here under this check is again get our data.stripe account linked. If this is right here true, let's use a double and sign, and then let me return that. Inside of here, let's use our form. Let me leave the action for now empty, and then inside of here, I'll again just render our submit button from our components, and then let me right here also give it a title, and I'll just say view dashboard. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now you'll see right here in a second a button which will say view dashboard. So yes, that's what you see, and now this looks good. But if I currently click on this button, you see we do a get request and nothing happens. So what we have to do right now is create a new server action. So let me again go to my actions file, and now let's create a new server action. So right here, let's do an export async function. Then let's just call it, I guess, get stripe dashboard link. I think this is fine. Let's invoke that. Let's open that. And now let's also again protect this server action. So let's do constant. Let's do structured. This will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that. Then inside of here, let's get our user function. Then let's also actually fetch our user. So let's do constant user equals to right here await get user. Let's invoke that. And now I can do an if check. So let's do if there's no user. Let's just open that. And let's do right here and throw new error. So now that we are sure that this actual server action is protected and the user is authenticated, we can now actually first of all get our user, get the connected account ID, and then actually generate a link. So let's right here do constant data. This will be then equal to await prisma.user.find unique, since I want to find a unique user. Now we'll find our user with the where statement, and we'll say the ID will be equal to the user ID. Now we can do right here in select statement, and what I want to select from our database is the connected account ID. So the string with the actual ID. So what we can do now is, since we have the account ID, we can now actually pass that to Stripe to generate our link. So let's do right here const login link, and then this right here will be equal to await Stripe. Stripe is already imported. .accounts.create login link. So let me open that, and then inside of here as an argument I have to pass my actual account ID. So let's get our data.connected account ID and let's set it as string. So now we have actually generated our login link, and now I can redirect my user. So let's right here do return redirect, and I want to redirect the user to the login link.url. Let's now save that. Now this looks good. Let me copy the name of our server action. Let's go again to our billing page, and then for the form, let me give it an action, and this will be right here our get stripe dashboard link. Let's import that from our actions. Let's save that. Let's go back, and now I can hard refresh this page, and in theory, I guess in theory again, this should now work. So let me click on view dashboard. We have a pending state, and now we should get redirected to Stripe. So you see our fav icon spins, and we get redirected right here to connect.stripe.com. So right here, I had to actually log in. I just did in 000 because this is the code that we had. And now we should get redirected to our dashboard. That's what we have. So we got redirected. So you see $0, 0 processing, 0 total earnings. And that's fine. That's because we actually haven't right now created any transactions. But now we see we get redirected to the Stripe dashboard. It looks beautiful as you see right here. But still, we don't have any transactions right now. So let's actually change that. Okay, everyone. So we're now finally reaching the end of the tunnel. We are almost done. My brain already hurts. I'm already so finished, but we'll power through this and we'll finish this project. So, okay, what do I want to do now? So let me go back to VS Code. I first of all have a pop-up that my workday is over. Well, it's not, sadly, but okay. So if you go to our actions file, what do we have right here? Well, we have a few server actions. We have our get stripe dashboard link. We have our create stripe account link. And then we also have our buy product. Now, the thing is, what I want to do now is if the user right here buys some product, I want to get a cut of the actual, I guess, process. So when the user buys something, I want to have a cut of the total price. So we'll then take, I don't know, 10% or $10 or whatever, and then the actual seller will get the rest. So that's how a marketplace works. You facilitate the payment, and then you get a cut for that. And that's what we want to do right here, because currently we don't do anything. We just do a checkout for our personal Stripe account, but we don't do anything with Connect. So let's do that right now. Now, to do that, it's actually thankfully quite simple. So, of course, Stripe thought about that and made it quite easy. So, what we can do is go under this array symbol, so under our line items, and what we can do right here is get the payment intent data. Then this right here is just an object, and then inside of here, I can get the application fee amount. Now, for the application fee amount, you can do whatever you want. You could say $1, $2, or you could say, for example, I want to get 10% of the actual amount of the product. And now, what I want to do, I think we should do something like 10%. So what I'll do is right here, copy our unit amount, so where we do our math.round, then I can paste it right here, and what I'll do is actually right here, wrap this in parentheses, and then we can multiply this by 0.1. So if I now save this, what we will get right here is 1%, or not 1%, I'm sorry, but 10% of the total value as an actual, I guess, commission, if you can call it like that. Then what's the next thing we have to do? Well, we have to do something right here, which is called transfer data. And then inside of here, I can now say, or I can get the destination, and with that, we'll just say Stripe, or we'll tell Stripe where to send the rest of the money. So we want to send the rest of the money to the actual seller. So we can then right here just paste our actual connected account user ID. Now, currently, we first of all have to select that because we don't do that. So right here, we can get our user. So let me get my user object. Then let me just open that. Let's right here use in select statement. And then right here, what I want to select is quite simple. I want to get a connected account ID. So let's set this right here to true. And if I now go back right here, where do we have it? My destination. I can now get my data.user.connected account ID. So now we pass right here the user, and now this looks good. Currently, you get an error right here for the create statement. So let's mark this as string. And if I now save that, the error is gone. So now we right here give it again a fee amount of 10%, and we say that the rest of the money should get deposited in the seller's account. So now I guess we could test out if everything works. So let me go back to our dev server, so to localhost 3000. You see it's currently refreshing for me. And then let me right now go to, I guess, the sell my product route, since as you see, we currently don't have any products. So let me click right here on sell your product, and now we get redirected, and now we are here. Now, one thing which I probably want to do is, if the user hasn't linked his Stripe account, I want to redirect the user to the billing page. So what we'll do right now is, let me go again to our sell route, so our page.tsx and sell, and then what we'll do right here is just do an async function get data, where we fetch the actual current boolean status. So right here above, what I'll do is an async function, then let's do get data, then let's invoke this, and let's open that. Then inside of here, let's do constant data equals to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder, .user.find unique. Then let's right here find now a unique user. Let's open that. Let's give it a where statement. And I want to find a unique user where the ID matches our user ID. So let's get the user ID through the params, and let's mark it as string. Let's now give it right here our user ID. And now let's do a select statement. And what do I want to select? Well, it's actually quite simple. I want to get the connected account ID. Let's set that now to true. And then let's right here now do an if statement. So let's do an if, and if data.connected account ID is equals to right here false, we'll actually right here open that. And what I want to do is return redirect. So let's right here do in return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation. And where do I want to redirect the user? Well, I want to redirect the user to /billing. So let's write that right here, and now we get one error. Let's see what this error is. This comparison appears to be uniliteral because the type string are undefined and boolean have no overlap. So what's exactly the problem? Well, I actually selected the wrong thing. I don't want to get a connected account ID, but I want to get the Stripe connected linked, so the boolean. If I now save that, you see this should now work. So if I right here replace this with the correct type and save that, you see the error is gone, and that's great. So now if this is all true, we can now just do return null at the end, and then we can now actually also fetch this, because currently just in static function, which does not run because it's not called anywhere. So under the if user check, let's do constant data, and this will be equal to await get data, not get user, but get data. Let's invoke that, and now we also have to pass an argument, and the argument will be our user.id. Let's now save this. This now works, and if I now go back and do a hard refresh, the error is gone, and now we are safe that our user first of all has actually linked the account, and then he'll actually right here be able to sell any product he wants. So let's actually now create a product. Let me again do, I don't know, Marshall UI test. Let's say it's a template. For the price, I'll say $99. For the small summary, let's say super cool template I have created in my free time. Please support, thanks, ... Then for the description, I guess I'll just write a bit of gibberish. You could do something else. If you have the time, write something nice. I'll do that at the end. And then let me upload 2 images and a product file. So right here, I have now clicked on upload an image and also upload on zip file. We see we have a pending state right here and a loading state. And now we see our first toast. So your product file has been uploaded. And then in a second, we'll also see a toast for our images that they also have been uploaded. All right, so our images have now also been uploaded. And what we can do now is click on create your product. So let me click on that. We now have a loading state, as you see right here. We get redirected to our index page, but I don't know, I somehow don't really like that. I don't think I want to get redirected to the index page. What I think we should actually do is if I go back to my actions file, where do we have it? Get Stripe dashboard link. I want to go to the first server action. So this one right here, sell product. Instead of redirecting the user, or actually instead of right here returning in state, what I want to do is actually return redirect the user. So we'll do right here in return redirect, and then we'll redirect the user right here to, let's use right here actually upticks, and then inside of here, I want to redirect the user to /product and then /ID. So we can get right here, instead of doing an await Prisma, let's do constant data equals to await Prisma, and then I can do right here a dynamic value of data.id. And since we have now added this, what I can do now is go inside of our cell form, and I could just delete this redirect. We don't actually need this anymore. And now this looks all good. And now since we're also done with that, let's now actually test out if our actual, I guess, checkout works. So let me right here click on my product. We should now have again our suspense fallback. That's what you see right here. Then right here we have our checkout button. Let me click on that. We have a beautiful loading state, as you see, and now we will get redirected to Stripe checkout. Then right here now inside of here, I can give it an email. I'll just do a gibberish email at gmail.com. Then right here for the card data, let me do in 424242. This is the test data of Stripe. Then for the month, let's do in 442. And for the CVC, this will be 424. Then for the name, I'll just say Jan Marshall, and then let me click on pay. We now have a loading state, and I should now get redirected to our success route. So you now see we get currently redirected, and now we're on a success route from my actual web page. So I guess it's now time to see if everything worked. So if the actual seller got his cut and if we got our own cut. So what I'll now do is actually right here click on billing, and now you'll actually get redirected to the billing route. And then inside of here, let me click on view dashboard. We have now a loading state, and we now got redirected to connect.stripe, so the connect dashboard. And then inside of here, we'll now actually see if the user got his cut. Now inside of here, you see it tells me that I have to authenticate, and the code is right here just 000. You already know that. That's our test code. And now we'll now actually get redirected to the Stripe dashboard. And then inside of there, we should see all of the payments. And that's what you see right here. Now for me, you currently see I have 2 payments, not one. So for you, it should just say right here $89. For me, it says 178. That's because my previous recording sadly failed. But as you now see, I have, I guess, 2 earnings. You only have 1, that's fine. And it's in total $180 right now for me if I round it up. But now let's actually see if we got our cut. So we now see that the user got his cut. But what about us? So let me go back to my Stripe dashboard. And what do you see? Well, I have right here my succeeded actual payment. So you see $99. And if I click on this right here, it's again important that you're in test mode, because if not, you'll see nothing right here. You see $99. The payment was authorized by the customer Jan Marshall, which is a guest customer. You see $99 is the total amount. And then if you also scroll down a bit further, what you'll see right here is that the total net amount is $95. So Stripe took a fee of $3.17. And then from this actual, I guess, $99, we took $10. So now what's the net income which we generated right here? We took in $100. We took an actual right here collected fee of $9.90. And we took a fee, or I guess we paid a fee to Stripe of $3. And what we got from this whole procedure is about, I guess, $6 something. And yeah, this is what we got. Quite cool, right? For, I guess, doing nothing. So this fully worked. The user, or I guess the seller, got his cut. And then we actually, as the marketplace, as the one who facilitates the payment, also got our own cut of, again, $10 minus then the fees of actually Stripe, which is right here, $3.17. So now this is done. This looks great. And now the question comes, what do we do now? We are done, right? We have actually done everything with Stripe. Everything looks beautiful. Everything works great. I guess we could now deploy it. Let's do that. I think that's the time. So let's do that right now. Alright, now to actually deploy our application to Vercel, we first of all have to push our code to GitHub. So now at github.com/new to actually create a new repository, and then for the name, I'll just say Marshall-UI-YouTube. I leave the description empty and I'll leave it at public, and then let me click on create new repository. We should now get redirected to a quick start guide, and that's what you see right here. So let's go back to actually VS Code. I'm now in the second terminal tab, and then inside of here, let's do git init to initialize a new Git repository. Then let's do git add everything with a dot, so git add dot, and then let's do git commit message, so let's do git commit -m, and for the message, I'll just say added all files, or I guess we could say finished with project. So as you finished with project, and then let me click on enter. Now this has been all committed, and then the next step is to create a branch. So let me copy this right here and paste it down below, and then let's add a remote origin. So let me copy this right here and paste it then right here. And then the last step is to push our code. So let me copy this right here and then paste that. So now our code right here will be now pushed to actually GitHub. And this will now take a bit since we have a lot of code, as you see right here. And now this is already done. So it was actually quite fast. Let's head over to GitHub. Let's do a hard refresh. And now we will see our code right here. So all of our code is now rendered right here. The app folder, components folder, lib folder, everything is here. And what I want to do now is head over to Vercel and then deploy our application. So let's head over to vercel.com/new. Alright, I'm now at vercel.com/new to deploy our application, and we already have it right here. So let me right here click on import to actually import that. And now right here, before you click on deploy, please wait a second. You have to now add the environment variables. So let's go back to our VS Code right here. Let's open our env file and let me copy everything, and then let me just paste it right here. So let's paste it right here, and then let me click on deploy. This will now take a second, and then let's wait for that. Now there's already one thing which I want to say. We'll get right here errors, and that's fine. I already know that, and then from there, when we get the errors, we'll go further, fix them, and then at the end, at some point, we'll have a functioning web application. So now let's first of all wait on our first error. And it did not take very long, and we get our error right here. And the error right here is in Prisma error. So right here, Prisma has detected that this project was built on Vercel, which caches dependencies. This leads to an outdated Prisma client because Prisma's auto generation isn't triggered. So what we can do right here is learn more. So I'll just copy this URL actually. Let's open that in a new tab, and then what you'll see right here is that they will give you a few solutions. Now the solution which you get right here is in post install script. So what that means is whenever we actually upload, or I guess want to deploy our project, and then when actually I guess Vercel builds our project, it will always right here go to the post install script and do whatever it says. And right here in the post install script we say Prisma generate. So what I'll do is just copy this, then let me go in my package.json, and then right here under the lint command, so under this next lint, I can paste it right here. So now we have a post install script. So let's now open our terminal. Let me clear everything. Let's do git add with a dot to add everything. Let's do git commit -m, so for message, and we'll just say added, I guess, post install script. Then let me click right here on enter, and then what we have to do is in git push. So let's do git push, and this will now push our code to GitHub. And the nice thing is that Vercel will automatically rebuild this whole application. So let me head over to Vercel. Alright, so I'm now at Vercel, and you see right here we're in a building phase. That's again because we just actually uploaded our code to GitHub again, and Vercel automatically now rebuilds our application. So this will again throw an error. I already know that we'll get an error, but that's fine. At least we now fixed Prisma, and then the next error will be actually already the last error, and I also know how to fix that, so let's wait for that. Alright, we got an error. What's the error? Error occurred pre-rendering page API creation? What? Why is Vercel trying to pre-render an API route? Weird. So let me try to explain it to you. So if you're new to Next.js and server components, and with that I guess the app router, you probably didn't know that server components are cached by default. Now what does that mean? So if I right now just deploy this application, so as we just done, Next.js actually, or I guess Vercel, pre-renders all of these pages. Now this is great, we get a static build, everything's very fast. But if we have an API route, we can't pre-render any pages. So what I have to do now is actually tell Next.js, or I guess that with that also Vercel, that I don't want to actually pre-render certain pages. So what I'll do is actually now go in this creation route, so in our API route, and now inside of here I have to somehow tell Next.js that, hey, please leave this dynamic, don't do anything with that, don't cache it, forget this file. So how do I do that? Well, Vercel and Next.js thought of this and they created an helper function. So right here, what we can do is an import statement. Let's do an import, let's destructure it, and then this will be from next/cache. And then where we destructure it, I can get something which is called unstable no store. I can do it as no store just to make it a bit easier. And then whenever I use now this function, I tell Next.js and Vercel in that case to not cache this page. So right here inside of our export async function get, and then just above our constant get user, I can right here call no store, invoke that, and now I told Vercel to not cache this page. Now let's actually continue. What else do we have for routes that we don't want to cache? Let's go in the app folder and let's start from the bottom. So we have our page.tsx. Now for the page.tsx, we don't fetch anything right here. That's why I can't actually mark it as no store right here. Now we have our product rows and we don't want to cache them, but I will actually handle this later on. We'll for now actually leave them cached. Then let's go to our layout file. Is there anything we can cache? No, there's nothing. Let's go in the action file. Do we have to do anything right here? No, we don't. Then let's go right here in the settings route. Is there something right here? Yes, we fetch data right here. So let's right here get our import. So let's do an import. Let's destructure it from next/cache. And then inside of here, let me again get my unstable no store as no store. Then I can now actually use that. So right here above our constant get user, let me just call no store and then let's invoke that. Let's now continue. Let me actually also copy this import statement. Let's now go in the cell page in the page.tsx. Do we fetch anything? Yes, we do. So let me copy right here this import statement. I guess let me paste that. And then above our get user function, let me call no store. Let's invoke that and then let's continue. Let's now go in our return page. Is there anything right here? No, we don't fetch anything. Then let's go right here in our products route. Do we have something where we fetch data? Yes, we do. So let me again get my import, no store, and then let me call it right here above our constant data await get data. So let's get no store and let's invoke that. Then let's continue to our product route. Now I will actually, I think, make this also dynamic because why not? So let me right here import our no store and then right here above our constant data, let me right here invoke no store. Then let's right here continue to our payment page. So for example, for the page.tsx, we don't fetch any data, so we can leave it like that. Then let's go to the my products route, and then inside of here, we fetch data. So let me again get my import statement, so unstable no store, and then right here above our get user function, let me call no store. Let's invoke that and let's continue. Then do we have anything else? I don't think so. Or I guess in the billing page, we have a page.tsx where we fetch data. So let me again copy my import statement or paste that. And then above our constant get user function, let me invoke no store. Let's invoke that. This looks good. And then in our API route, I only have to do that in our actual auth creation folder. And now all of this looks great. And now we can actually push that again to GitHub. So let me open my terminal. And then inside of here, let's clear it. Let's do in git add everything with a dot. Let's do in git commit -m. And then for the message, I'll just say finished caching, I guess. Let's click on enter and then let's do a git push, and this will now push the code to GitHub and Vercel would automatically rebuild our application. Alright, it looks like that we have a successful build. I don't have any errors as you see, and now it just tells me right here which routes are actually, I guess, dynamic and which are static. So now you see everything was successful. I can now again scroll up and then let me again click on our project, on the project right here, and now we have our right here URL. So if this currently loads, you'll see an actual production URL. So now let's actually click on this link and then what do you see? Well, we have our actual deployed version of our website. It looks beautiful. Let me click right here on learn more. So let me click on my product. We have a beautiful loading state. We have my image. We have this subpar description. I can click right here on our slider. Everything loads. Let me click on my category template. You see in loading state. Then we have this. Let me click on login. Let's see if this works. So I clicked now. We have in fav icon. This spins. And I get an error. It redirected to localhost 3000. Weird error. What's that? So if you go inside of our API creation folder, what you'll see right here is that we actually redirect to localhost 3000. Yeah, this is not quite what we want. So what we'll do right here is actually check. So if process.env.node.env, let's check if this right here is equal to development, then I'll use internally and then let's use localhost 3000. But if this is not true, let's use a colon. And then what I want to do is redirect to our production URL. And our production URL is marshall-ui-youtube.vercel.app. So let's paste it right here. And now we checked, hey, if we're in the development, then let's use localhost 3000. But if not, let's use our deployed version. Let's now check where else we use localhost 3000. So I will just copy this right here. Then you can use this magnifying glass and then paste it right here to search where else we use that. So we use this right here also in our actions. So for example, for our success URL. And now I want to do the same right here. So we'll again create a process.env. So let's do process.env.node.env. If this right here is true to development, then what I want to do is use internally and return localhost 3000. And if not, let's use a colon. And then what I want to do is actually return my production URL. So let me again go back right here. Let me copy this production URL. And then let's again go back and paste it right here. And then this will be /payment/success. Let's now actually do also the same for the cancel URL. So let me again get my process.env.node.env. If this is now actually true to development, then let's use internally, let's return this. And if not, let's use a colon. Let me again get my production URL right here. Let me paste that then right here. And then instead of saying right here /payment/success, let's use /payment/cancel. So let me paste it right here. And now this is also done. Let's now continue. Where else do I use localhost 3000? I use it also, I think, right here inside of my refresh and return URL. So let's also right here do an, I guess, a process.env check. So let's right here do if process.env.node.env, if this is equal to development right here, let's use internally. And if not, let's right here use some colon. And what I want to do is now instead of doing localhost 3000, let me copy my deployed version URL. Let me right here paste that. Let's use upticks. Let's paste it right here. And then this will be /billing. So let's do billing. And now this also looks good. Let's also do the same for the return URL. So let me again copy this ternary right here. And then let me paste it right here. So if this is true, if we're in the development environment, we'll use localhost 3000. And if not, let's use right here in colon. And then let's again do upticks. Let me again copy my deployed version URL right here. Then let me paste it in the upticks. And then let me also right here paste and /return /connected account ID. So let's do that right here. And now also this looks good. So now we are done with our localhost 3000s. All of our returns are now the correct URL. And what we can do now is again push everything to actually Vercel. But before I actually do that, let me again head over to actually Vercel. And what I want to do is go inside of the settings tab. And then inside of there, I have to change a few environment variables. There are 3 things that we have to change. So first of all, for example, we have our client site URL in our environment variables. And you see that this is localhost 3000, but we already have a deployed version. So let me actually again copy my deployed version URL. And then I can right here just paste that. So let me delete that and paste my new URL. Now it's very important that you delete the / at the end. If you leave it right here, you'll get an error. So please delete that. Let's now click on save. Let's now continue. We have now kind post logout redirect URL. Let me click on edit. Let me paste my new URL and let me delete the / at the end. And then the last thing which we have is our kind post login redirect URL. Let me click on edit and then instead of localhost 3000, this will be our deployed version. Let's now click on save. And now I also have to go to kind. So let me right here go to the kind dashboard. And then inside of here, I can now click right here on my application, view details. And then right here, we'll have our actual callback URL and logout redirect URL. So the logout redirect URL, let me do an enter and then paste my actual URL. Let me delete the / at the end. And then for the allowed callback URL, let's do an enter, paste that. And then let's also append at the end a /API/auth/kind_callback. So now this all looks good. Let me now click on save. And now we can head over back to VS Code. And then inside of here, let me again open my terminal. And then inside of the terminal, let's again do a git add everything with a dot. Let's do a git commit -m with a message. Let's just say, I guess, finished. Let's click on enter. And then let's also do a git push to push our code to GitHub. And then Vercel will automatically rebuild our application. So as you see, I'm now at Vercel and Vercel is again rebuilding. And if you click on the building stage, you can see what it does currently. But now let's wait for the actual end result and then I'll come back. Okay, as you see, our deployment is complete. Let me again click on my project and then let me click on the URL to check out how it looks like. Okay, so we are now back right here on our deployed version, as you see, and what we have right now is just our screen, and what we have to do now is actually log out and test out if actually everything worked. So if our actual callback URL changes in our environment variables and also at kind actually worked and if everything is now correctly propagated. So what I'll do is right here click on login so that we can actually log in, and now we should get actually redirected to kind, and kind should actually redirect us back. It did not. That's because I have to actually right here log in. So let me right here click on continue with GitHub, since this is with what I actually logged in. And now then I should actually get redirected to my API route. And the API route should not redirect me to localhost, but to actually our production URL. And that's what it did right here, which is great. Now there's actually one thing which I don't like at all. So if I again log out right now, so let me click on log out, and then I'll again click on log in, and we'll now again get redirected to kind. The thing that I don't like right here is that we don't have any logo. So what I'll do right now is actually go to kind. So let me go to the kind dashboard again. And then inside of here, let me click on design. And then in the design page, I guess, we can now actually add logos, as you see right here. So right here for my logo light, I can now upload right here the logo which has in dark text. And then for my logo dark, I can upload the image with the light text. So let me upload that. Again, if you want to go to my GitHub in the public folder, I have all of the logos that you can use right here. So let me upload them real quick. So I've now uploaded two right here images, as you see. So one for my light mode, one for my dark mode. Let me now add also two favicons. Again, in my GitHub repo, we have an SVG and also in PNG, as you see right here, they give you a fallback. So let me also upload them right here real quick. And now you see I added an SVG, I added an fallback. For the theme, this is already the user preference, which is great. For the colors, this all looks good. I think we can leave it like that. And then let me click right here on save. So if I now go back and refresh our page, what we should now see is our logo right here. And on the top left, our fav icon has also changed to our actual logo. Now, this is actually not all. If you want to do, you can even customize it even further. So let me right here again click into our kind dashboard, and right here we are currently in our brand, but now we can actually also right here update our pages. So for example, I can click on my sign in page. This is how it currently looks like, and then I can click on edit. Now if I edit this right here, I can do actually whatever I want. So for example, for the alignment, I could say white, and if I now click on save, what you will see is that this page is now white aligned. But I of course don't like that. Let me again change it actually to the center. Let's again save that, and now let's again at the center. For the email block position, you could do it to the bottom, and if you save that now, you see that this actual I guess OAuth is at the top, and then we get our email. And I think I will actually leave it like that. I like it a bit better. Now for the text, if you want to, you can update that. I think I will leave it like that. I think it's fine. For the button text, yeah, I will leave it like that. For example, you could say sign in. So let's maybe test out this, and this should be lowercase. And then let me again click on save. We again have a loading state. It says sign in. Yeah, I think I like that. I'll leave it like that. Let's again click right here on the top left on design. Let's click on sign up. We could also change a few things right here. So let me click on edit, and then we could add a background image. I don't think we'll do that. The alignment is good. The email block position with bottom is good. I think I'll leave it at register. Do I want to have a subtitle text? I don't think so. I think I'll actually delete this, so I can delete that. And then if I click on save, you'll see that this will be gone. I think I like it actually a bit better. And then instead of saying create your account, let's right here just say sign up exclamation mark. Let's click on save. This should now also change. And yes, I like this also a bit more. So I can now again click right here on my design. Let's again go back. Do I want to change my confirmation sign in? No, it looks good. Our confirm sign up. No, this also looks good. Request access. This all looks good. I can again click on home. And then what we could do now is again click on settings right here. And then in the settings, you could go to multi-factor auth. If I now click this, I could actually now enable multi-factor auth. So what you could do now is either say no. This is the default which we have right now. But I could also say, for example, yes or optional. So what I'll do is actually make it optional. So if the user wants to use multi-factor auth, he can use it. But if not, then I guess not. Then for the additional authentication method, I think Authenticator app is the most, I guess the safest one. So I will leave it at that, and then let's click on save. So I think this is actually all that I want to do. I don't think we have to do anything else. Let's again go back to our sign up page or sign in page. Let's again refresh this. This should now look a bit different. I like it actually more. And now instead of actually right here clicking on sign in, I'll actually create a right here new account with an email which I haven't used, just to test out the flow. So let me right here now use an email which I haven't used before. before. So as you see, I have now used an email which I hadn't used before, and now we get right here a weird page. We haven't had that before, and that's the verify your identity page. So right here, the user could now use multi-factor auth, so with the Authenticator app, and then as already said, use multi-factor auth. So if you want to, you can test this out. This is a very cool feature, and it's great that Kind actually offers that, but we will actually skip that for now, and I'll click on don't use multi-factor auth, since we'll actually not need that right now. So I now click that. We have now again a loading state with our fav icon, and now we are back right here in our homepage. Great, we are signed in, we got redirected to the correct URL, and as you see, everything works beautifully. But what do I want to do now? So if I currently click on learn more, so on our product, I can now actually buy that. So if I now click on buy for $99, we have in please wait and pending state, everything looks good. And right here I now get redirected, and now I could actually buy this. Now the problem with this is if I would actually buy this right here, I actually wouldn't get the product. So what do I mean with that? Let me again, first of all, go back. So right here with my cancel button, I again get redirected. Let me again go to the home page. And the thing is now currently, if the user buys some product, it's all cool, but he actually does not get the product anywhere. That's because we haven't actually created any page for that. And I also don't want to create any page. What I want to do is actually that the user gets an email with the product. So what we have to do now is actually listen to a webhook event. And then after the webhook event, I guess was successful, I want to send the email to the user who bought the product and then send him the actual product link so that he can download his product which he bought. So that's what we'll now implement. This will again take a bit. So let's actually get started. So I'm back in VS Code. Let me actually again zoom in a bit. I think it's not big enough. And what we have to do now is in the app folder, actually create a new, webhook. So in the API folder, we currently have our Stripe folder. And then in the Stripe folder, we have a connect folder. With the connect folder, we listen for the webhook, which is actually related to the connect, or I guess to the connect system. But what I want to do now is listen actually to a webhook, which is related to our checkout experience. So inside of the Stripe folder, I will now just create a new file, which will be the route.ts file. And now inside of this webhook, we'll now listen for everything which is actually, I guess, related to the checkout. Now, this is actually the same code as we already used right here for our Stripe Connect webhook. So what I'll actually do is just copy paste it since I already explained everything. And it's just, again, the same procedure. So I can now save that. And now this looks good. Now, the only thing that we have to change right here is, first of all, of course, the event type. So for what we listen, but also actually our right here environment variable. So as an environment variable, we pasted right here the Stripe Connect webhook secret. But now the thing is, I'll actually get right here another secret, which I'll actually have to paste right here. So instead of right here using the Stripe Connect webhook secret, we'll just create a new one and we'll name it Stripe secret webhook. This will be our new name. I can now copy this right here. Let me open my .env file, and then underneath our Stripe Connect webhook secret, I'll just paste it right here. And for now, I will just set it equal to some gibberish as you see right here. Let me now actually save that. Let's now go back to the route. This all looks now good. And now let's right here actually focus on our actual event. So what do I want to actually listen to? So what I could do now is first of all delete the case statement. I will right here delete also my break statement. So now the question comes, what do I want to listen to? So what I want to listen to is actually when the user has his checkout or when the user actually checks out successfully. For that, the event is actually called checkout. So let me right here go in my strings, and then this is called checkout.session.completed. Then right here I can now just open that, and then let me also add a comma so that I don't get any errors. Or I'm sorry, not in comma, but I actually add nothing. So now we right here have our case for our checkout when it was successful, and what I can do now is get the data from that and then write an email. Now what we'll do now is actually first of all just doing console.log to actually test out if everything works. So let me right here first of all get our session, so I can do a constant session. Then this will be right here equal to event.data.object, since I want to get actually the event data, or I guess the session from that. And what we have to do now is actually somehow get our product file. So let me actually try to explain it to you. If you currently go to our actions file, where we actually have right here our buy product server action, then we have right here our checkout session. Now the thing is, when the user checks out, we somehow have to pass the actual product link of the actual product that he bought. And what we'll do is actually use the metadata object right here. So under our array, I can get our metadata object, and now inside of here, I can pass whatever I want to. So what I want to pass is my link, so I can say right here link, and this will be equal to data.product file. Now what you have to do is actually go to your Prisma query, and then also select the product file right here and set that to true. So let's again go back. You now currently get an error right here. That's because we have to mark it as string. Then let's add a comma right here, save that, and now this looks great. So what I can do now is go back to my route.ts and actually get this, I guess, metadata right here and console log that. So what we'll do is actually go under our session, and then I can say constant link, and this will be equal to event, or not event, but session dot metadata dot link. Now, why is it dot link? That's because if you go back to the actions, we named our metadata right here link. Now we currently get an error, and the error is just that session.metadata is possibly null. So we can add right here in question mark. With that, we just tell TypeScript, hey, this could be defined, but it could be also not defined. So now this looks beautiful, and what we have to do now is actually, I guess, test it out. But how do you test it out? Well, it's actually quite simple. We again have to right here create our development webhook. So what you have to do again is open our terminal. Now we already logged into Stripe. So if you can remember, we right here did in Stripe login. That's because you have to link your actual Stripe account to your right here code. We already did that. So what we have to do now is actually use our Stripe listen. So let's right here do Stripe. Then this will be of listen. And then inside of here, we have to do now in -- forward to, since I want to forward our webhook to our actual local URL. And then this will be right here local host, or what I'll do is actually copy that. So let me go just to Chrome, and instead of that, let me copy my localhost 3000 URL. Let me copy this, and then let me right here paste that. And then this will be /API/Stripe. Because again, if you open our Explorer right here, and let me go right here inside of the app folder, inside of the API folder, we created our route, or I guess our webhook, inside of the Stripe folder. So that's why we have right here localhost 3000 /API/Stripe. So what I can do now is actually click on enter. That's already all. So let's click on enter. Right here, we now get right here again our getting started page. And now we have our signing secret. So what I can do now is copy the signing secret right here, go back to my env file, and then right here for our Stripe secret webhook, I can now paste right here my signing secret. So let's now paste that. Let's go back to our actual route right here. And now, in theory, this all should actually work. So I guess let's test it out. Also, currently I had just like one problem. I mixed, I guess, two files. So in the connect folder, I had everything for route.ts, and then in the connect folder, and then in the route.ts file, I had everything for the connect folder. I guess I mixed a few things up. So if you again go into the route folder of our Stripe folder, what you should have right here is our Stripe secret key. And what we'll do right here is listen for the checkout session completed. Please don't mix anything up. I don't know how I got this error, but now everything again looks good. So now inside of this file, we can now again test out if everything works. So one thing I'll do right here is also add a break statement. So let's right here do a break, and now we can actually test it out. So let me also first of all console log it. So let's do console.log, and I want to log our link. Let's save that. Let's again open our terminal. We right here have our webhook running. Let me now also open my, or I guess start my dev server. So in the second terminal tab, let's do an npm run dev. Again, it's very important that you have two terminal tabs, because one is for the webhook and one is for your dev server, and both have to be running. And then we're now again in localhost 3000, and what I'll do now is actually check out. So let me click on learn more. We should now get redirected to the product route, and you see we got redirected. We have our loading state. Let me click on buy for $99. We again have a loading state. I will now get redirected to the actual Stripe website, or to the Stripe checkout page. Then inside of here, I have to give it an email. I'll just do a test email. For the card data, this will be 4242. So this is the card data of Stripe. Then for the month, this will be 442, and for the CVC 424. Then for the name, I'll just say Jan Marshall, and let me click on pay. We should now have a loading state, as you see right here, and we should get redirected to the success page of our localhost 3000 URL. All right, we got redirected, payment successful, as you see. Let's now go back and let's see what our webhook did right here. So we got a lot of events, as you see right here. So checkout session completed. Everything has a status code of 200, so everything worked. Let me again open my dev server right here, and then inside of here, what do we have? Unhandled event, unhandled event, unhandled event. That's all fine. But what we see right here is the URL of our actual file, so of our actual product file. So now you might ask me, why do we get actually this console log unhandled event? Well, it's actually quite simple. We only listen for one event, and that's the checkout session completed. If we don't have this event, we go to the default and just console log this unhandled event. But if we have right here our case checkout session completed, then we right here see our URL, so this UTF-8 URL of our actual product. So we now see that this works. And what we can do now is actually make our email sending work. So now how will we actually send emails? So what we'll use in this video is something which is called resend. So right here, this is resend.com. This is the URL, and resend makes actually emails and I guess sending emails very easy. They also say right here, email for developers, and that's just because it's actually very easy to send emails with resend. Now they have a lot of SDKs which they support right here, anything from I guess Next.js to Remix to Next, whatever there's in the world. They support everything. And also one nice thing with resend is actually that they are the creators of React Email, and with React Email you can create beautiful emails as you see them right here. So what we can do now is actually get started. So what you have to do is first of all install that package. So let me open my terminal, let me open a third terminal tab, and then inside of here let's do an npm I, and I want to install resend. Let's click on enter, and now right here we have the resend package, and I can now use this to actually make sending emails work. Alright, since we have now installed actually the resend package, we can now actually get started with I guess signing in. So if you have an account, click on sign in. If not, click on get started. But since I already have an account, I'll click on sign in. Then once you're signed in to actually resend, what you have right here is your API keys, and what we'll do is right here click on create API key. Then right here we'll give it a name. I'll just say a Marshall UI, then full access, and then let's click on add. Then inside of here we have now our API key. I can copy that. Let's go back to our code. Let's open a env file, and then let me just paste it down below. So now we have our API key, and now I can actually use that. So I can now right here click on done, and then let me click right here on the docs. So now we'll have our docs right here. Then we're in quick start, we have to use Node.js, and then right here let me click on Next.js. So we already right here installed resend, so this is the first step, and now the second step is to create an email template. We'll for now also actually skip that. We'll just right here go to the third step, and that's actually how to right here I guess initialize resend. So this is how you initialize it. You set constant resend, and then this will be equal to new resend, and then as an argument you pass right here your resend API key. So right here copy this, then let's go back and let's go right here in our route.ts for our actual checkout. And then right here above our export async function post, let me right here just actually paste what I've just copied. Now right here I have to now actually import resend, and I will actually do that right here. So I will copy this and I just paste it right here. Now right here, as you see, we have now the name for our environment variable. So I can go to my env file and then paste it right here, and this will be now equal to our API key, which I already pasted right here. So let's now again go back, and now we can actually get started with creating, or I guess sending our email. Now the thing with actually resend is that you can actually use React templates, as already said. Resend is the creator of React Email, and what you can do is go inside of Google and search for React Email. This will be right here the first link, and they are the creators of React Email, which actually makes it very easy to create beautiful emails. So let me right here click on explore components. This will now redirect us right here, and then what I can do right here is click on automatic setup. Now this right here will just create an automatic setup. So what I'll do is right here copy the installation command. Let's go back, let me open my terminal, and then let me just paste it right here. This will now create the I guess create email, or I guess React email folder. So if you open right here your Explorer, what you'll see right here is that we now have a React email starter folder, and this is for everything which is React email related. Then what we have to do now is open our terminal. I'll right here clear everything, and then we have to cd into the React email starter folder. And then inside of here, let's do an npm I to install all of the packages which are actually inside of this folder. This will then install everything, and then we can actually use this and actually start in dev server. Alright, what do we see now? Everything is installed. That's great. We currently right here get an error. That's for Git. Then don't worry about that. We'll fix everything as the time comes. For now, we'll just focus on this. So what I can do now is start our dev server. So let's do an npm dev again inside of this React email starter folder. This will now open localhost 3001 since localhost 3000 is already in use. And then let me open that right here in a new tab in Chrome. So now our dev server for React email is working. And let me actually first of all show you what we have right here. So right here on the left sidebar, we see all of, I guess, the pre-rendered templates. Can you name them like that? So this is what you see right here, and this is what you can create with actually right here React email. So what I'll actually do for now is actually delete them all. I don't need them. So let me again close my terminal. You get right here a few warnings. This is not important. Let's again go open inside of our Explorer. Let's right here go inside of the, where do we have it? React email starter folder. Then let's go in the emails folder. And then inside of here, I don't need all of these emails, so I can just delete them. So let me right here click on delete. And now we can actually get started with creating our own email. So let me again go back inside of the React email starter. Let me close the emails folder. And inside of this folder, what I'll now create is a new file. And now the name for this file will be actually right here, I guess, product email.tsx. Let's now right here open that. And how do we always start? Well, we have to do an export default function. So let's right here do an export default. Let me spell it correctly, default function. And then we'll just name it product email. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement. And now we actually have to get started. Now the thing is, when you use, for example, JSX, you could just write in div h1 and write everything like that. Now this sadly does not work with React email, and you have to actually use the components provided by them. So to get started, we have to get the HTML component. And now this is actually not imported from Next/document, but this should actually be imported from React email. So sadly does not import for me, so I have to do that manually. So on top, let's do an import, let's do structured. And now this will be from how is it called? React email/components. Then inside of here, I can now get the HTML component, and now I can actually use that. So now let's open that. Inside of here, I'll get the head component. This is imported from React email. This is self-closing. And underneath this, I can now get my preview component from React email. And inside of here, I'll just say, your product is here, ... I think this is fine. This is just in preview. And then underneath the preview, I can now get the Tailwind component from React email. Now the Tailwind component is there to actually be able to write Tailwind CSS. And if you don't use that, it won't work. Then inside of the Tailwind component, I can now get my body component from React email. Let's open that. Let's also actually give it in class name. And I'll just say BG of white. And then let's also do in font of sans. Let's now save that. Let's actually go back. And if you right here refresh our page, do we see something? And as you see, we don't see anything. Why is that? Well, it's actually quite simple. If you again open your Explorer and go in the React email starter, so what we have to do right here is actually just drag this product email inside of the emails folder. So let me click on move. So now we can actually click right here on save. Let me actually go back and we don't see anything. It's just in white background. Not quite what I want. So let's again go back, and now inside of our body, what I want to first of all render is a container, which is imported from our components. And I also want to actually right here style that, since I want to center everything in the middle. So for that, we'll actually create in separate style, so in separate CSS style. So let's right here do a constant. So let's do constant container. This will be equal to an object. And then inside of here, I can now style that. So let's right here give it first of all margin, and then margin will be equal to 0. And then also auto. So with that, I say top and bottom should be margin of 0. And then left and right should actually center it in the center. Then let's right here also do padding. And then this will be equal right here to a string with 20 pixels. Then let's do 0 and let's do 48 pixels. I can now actually save that, and then I can go back to my container, give it right here in style, and this will be equal to container. Then inside of the container, we can now render our first text. So let me get right here the text component, and then right here, we'll just say, I guess, hi friend, comma, let's save that. Let's again go back, and we should now see it right here. Yes, that's what you see right here, and that looks great. Let's also style that. So let's give right here our text a class name, and this will be text of 2XL, and then let's do also a font of, I guess, semi-bold. Let's save that. Let's go back. This should now look better, and yes, I will actually leave it like that. Then the next thing which I want to do is like create a small description text. So let's again go back. Let me go under the text. Let's again use the text, and then what I'll just say is let me spell it correctly. Thank you for buying your product at Marshall UI. Let's save that. Let me also uppercase the I. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And yes, this looks already quite good. Maybe we could make it a bit smaller and also give it a bit of a different color. So let's go back. Let's go to the text. Let's get in class name. Let's say text of LG. And let's also do a text of gray 600. I think this should be fine. Let's again go back. And yeah, that's bigger and has now a grayish color. And I think I'll actually leave it like that. Then what's now the next thing which I want to render? Well, I want to now go under the text. And then inside of here, let me now get in section, again from our components, or I guess from React email components. And then inside of here, let's create a class name. And let's just say width of full, flex, and let's do justify of center. Then inside of the section, I want to now render a button. So let me right here get a button component from React email. From React email, be sure not from the components. Let's click on enter, and then inside of here, let me also get in class name, and then this will be of text white. Let's do BG of blue 500. Then let's also do a rounded of LG, a padding X of 10, and a padding Y of 4. Then for the button, let me just say your I guess download link. Let's save that. I think I misspelled that. download link. Let's save that. This now looks good. Let's again go back. Yeah, this looks quite nice. Maybe we could give it a bit of margin. So right here for the section, let's just do a margin top, I guess, of 7. Let's save that again. Let's again go back. Yeah, I'll leave it like that. And then the last thing which I want to say is under the section, let me again get my text right here. And then we'll just say best, comma, let's use an BR tag. So BR, this is self-closing. And we'll just say Marshall UI team. Let's save that. Right here, we should get text, not text. Let's save that. Let's again go back. We right here get right here best, comma, Marshall UI team. Let's also style that. So let's give our text a class name of text LG. Let's again save that. Let's go back. And now I think this actually looks beautiful. The last thing which we have to do right here is actually pass an href. So what I'll do right here is in the params, the structured, we'll right here get a link. And then the link right here will be just, I guess, equal to a link, which will be of type string. Let's now save that. And now for our button right here, where do we have it? I can now get an href right here. So let's get an href. And then this href will just be equal to our link. So let's get our link. And now everything is done. So this is the React email template, which we'll send to the user. And I can now leave it like that because it looks beautiful. So let's now actually use that. Let's first of all maybe see how it looks like on a mobile screen. So I can right here click on mobile. And yeah, I think this is fine. We can leave it like that. Let's again go back to desktop. So since we're now done with that, we have to now somehow use that. So the thing with now resend and I guess React email is that you can't really deploy that. So what we have to do is actually, let me open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. So let's go in the app folder and then in the components folder. And then inside of here, what I'll now do is actually just copy paste the file. So let me again go into the React email starter in the emails folder. And then let me copy the product email. Let me copy that. Let's go again in the app folder, components folder. And then inside of the components folder, let me just paste that. Now right here you see we currently get an error. And that's because we did not install React email components. Now this is weird, right? We just created this folder for React email and then now we don't have this package. Somehow it's all weird. Well, if you open your Explorer, this React email right here starter is its own, I guess, code base and we can't deploy it to Vercel. So what I'll do right here is click on delete. We won't need it anymore. So let me click on move to trash. And what we can do now is first of all, right here install our React email components. So if I go back to the React email documentation right here, I can right here click on any component and right here you already see how you can now install that. So I will right here copy the installation command. Let's open the terminal. Let's paste it right here. And if I now save that and go back, this should, or I guess this error should now be actually or go away. And then we can actually use right here this component inside of our React email, or I guess our resend package. So now you see the error is gone. And if I now go back to our route.ts, I can now actually use this React component and send an email. So now how do I do that? Well, let me first of all delete the console.log. We don't need that anymore. And now we can do in constant. Then we can destructure it. And then this will be right here equal to await resend. We already initialized resend dot emails dot send. Let's now open that. And inside of here, we have to give a few properties. So first of all, we have the from. And now right here, this is quite interesting. You can't just type any email, but you have to use the onboarding email provided by resend since our account is not actually, I guess, verified. So if you want to use your own domain, you have to verify your domain and then you can use your domain. But what we have to use right here is this onboarding at resend.dev URL. So right here, copy this and paste it then. And what we'll change right here is just instead of saying Acme, we'll say Marshall UI. Now the from is done. Then the next thing we have is the to, and then this to will be right here actually an array. So let's right here get an array. And right here you have to now actually type the email with which you created your resend account. Now I won't type it right here since this email is private, but for you, you have to write the email with which you created your resend account. Then let's add a comma. The next thing we have is our subject, and then right here we'll say your product, let me spell it correctly, from Marshall UI. Let's add right here at the end a comma. And then the last thing we have is right here React. So now right here I can now use it. So let me right here now get my product email component from our components. And then I can invoke that. And then inside of here, I have to now pass the link. So the link right here will be equal to link. And right here you currently get an error. Why is this? Why do we get an error? Well, that's because type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. So we can just say as string and then the error is gone. And that's great. So now let me actually type my email right here and then I will close this file so that you don't see anything further. But right now everything should already work. The only thing you could do maybe right here where you destructured, you can get now the data and the error. And if you want to, you could do now a bit of error handling. I won't do that. I think that's all fine. So what I can do now is type my email again. So let me do that real quick. So I now right here wrote my email, everything is good. I can again open my terminal actually. Let me check if my webhook is actually still working. Yes, as you see, it's still working. Let me close the dev server for actually React email. We don't have that anymore. So let me stop that and I can actually delete this terminal tab. And again, check that your actual webhook is working and your dev server is working. And then let me again go back to localhost 3000. Let me do a hard refresh and let's again buy a product and let's see if we get an email. So let me right here take the first product which we have. Then let me click on learn more right here. Then we'll click right here on buy. So let's click on buy for $99. Now we should get redirected to the Stripe checkout page. And then inside of here, I can now give it an email. So we'll just say some gibberish at gmail.com. So let's do gmail.com. Then for the card data, this will be 4242. This is the test data from Stripe. Then for the month, this will be 442. And for the CVC, this will be 424. For the name, I'll just say Jan Marshall. Let me spell that correctly. And then let me click on pay. We'll now have our beautiful loading state. And then we should get redirected to our actual success page in a second. All right, we got redirected to our success page. And if I go back and go to my actual, where you have it, webhook, you now see we had a lot of right here webhook events. And in theory now everything should have worked, and in theory I should also have gotten an email. So let me now actually go to my email and let's see if we got an email. Alright, what did I get right here? Hi friend, thank you for buying our product and Marshall UI, your download link. Okay, let me click on that, and what do you see right here? We have the link and it downloads our product file. So this worked beautifully, exactly as we wanted it to. And that's again great. We are now done with that. I can now close this again and we can now deploy it. So this is so great. I'm actually quite happy that this all worked without any problems. So let me again go back to VS Code. I can, I guess, stop my webhook. I don't need that anymore. Then I can stop right here our dev server. We don't need that anymore. I can right here clear everything, and then let me open my terminal again. Then right here we can do a git add everything with a dot. Then let's do git, I guess, commit -m. Then let's say for the message finished with project. Let's click on enter, and then inside of here, let's now do a git push. This will now push our whole code to GitHub, as you see right here. So it's currently writing everything, and then Vercel will automatically rebuild everything. Let me first of all go to GitHub to see if everything looks good. And yes, it looks fine, but I somehow got this React email starter node modules. I'm not sure why we have this right here. I thought I deleted that. So let me again open my Explorer. Let's see what we have right here. Yes, we still have the React email right here. This is incorrect. So let me again delete the React email folder. Let me click on add to trash. Let's again open our terminal. And then inside of here, let's do git add everything with a dot. Let's right here do git commit -m. Let's right here just say, I guess, deleted folder. Then let's click on enter, and then let's do git of push. This will now push again our code to GitHub. And if I now go back to our GitHub code, you see now that this is gone. And in theory, Vercel should not throw an error anymore. So let me now head over to Vercel. Okay, we got an error. And what's the error? Well, missing API key, pass it to the constructor new resend. So what's the problem? Well, inside of our environment variables, so if you go to the settings and then also to environment variables, we haven't actually added right here our recent API key. So let me actually go back to our code. Let's open our env file right here. And then right here for the env file, what I'll now do is copy the recent API key and also the Stripe secret webhook and then also the Stripe connect webhook secret. Let me all copy them. Let me go right here, paste that, and then let me click on save. This has now added all the environment variables. Let me now go back to the deployments, and then let me right here click on the 3 bars and let me click on redeploy. I won't use the existing build cache, and then let me click on redeploy. This will redeploy everything with the correct environment variables, and in theory also everything should now work. So let's now actually wait for that. Okay, Vercel has built our application and everything was successful. So what I can do now right here is I can click on my project. Let's click on our URL, and as you see, if I now click and open that, everything works, which is great. Now, the only thing that we now also have to do is actually go to Stripe and now add our new webhook URL so that we actually get webhooks in our production site right here. So let me now head over to Stripe and then let's change our webhook secrets. All right, I'm back in Stripe. Let me click on test mode. Let me click on developers, and then right here, I will now click on webhooks, and then in the webhooks, we have to now add right here our hosted endpoints. So let me click right here on add endpoint, and what I have to do now is first of all get our production URL. So let me right here copy this, paste paste that, and then this will be /API/Stripe, and we'll leave it like that. Then what we listen to is actually an event from our account. So we want to listen to Stripe checkout, and now I have to add an event. What do we want to listen for? Well, I want to listen for session.checkout, or was it checkout.sessions.complete. So this is how it's called. So checkout.session.complete. Let me click on add event, and now we listen for that. So I can now click on add endpoint, and then inside of here, we'll now get a signing secret. I will leave it for now right here. We don't need that. Let me again click on developers. Let's again click on webhooks, and then let me now add another webhook. So I add endpoint. This will again be our production URL. So I will again copy this, then let's paste that, and then this will be /API/Stripe/connect. Now this will be for the connected page, and then inside of here we want to listen to events on connected accounts, and then inside of here we want to have the event which is the account.updated. So let me click on add event, and now I can also right here click on add endpoint. So now we have right here 2 endpoints, and we have also our 2 secret keys, or I guess signing secrets. Let me now click right here on reveal for our connect key. I right here now copy this. Let's go back to Vercel. Then in Vercel, let me click on settings. Let's then click on environment variables. Let me actually zoom in a bit for you guys, and then let's search for the Stripe connect webhook secret. Let me click on edit, and then let me right here paste our new signing secret. Let me click on save. Let's again go back to the developers, and then inside of here I want to now get the signing secret of our normal Stripe URL, or I guess webhook, for our actual checkout experience. So let's again click on signing secret. Let's click on reveal, and then let me get that and go to the Stripe secret webhook environment variable, and let me paste it right here. And now I can click on save, and now this is also done. All right, now this is fully done, and what we can do now is click right here on deployments, and we have to now again redeploy our application since we have now changed our environment variables. So let me right here click on redeploy, and now this will again take a bit. And you know what, while our actual right here code deploys, let me head over back to the Stripe. Then what I can do is click right here on settings, and then inside of the settings right here we can use our search field, and let me right here search for branding. Then this is the settings business branding. Let's click on that, and then inside of here we can now brand our account. Then inside of here I can now click on live mode, and inside of here I can now change everything which I want. So let me right here upload first of all my icon and my logo. So I've now added right here my icon. I also added my logo, as you see right here. Then for the brand color, I think I'll just leave it like that. That's fine. Let's also, for example, click on the customer portal. Yes, this looks good. Let's click on email receipt. This also all looks good. I think I can leave it like that. So let's click right here on save changes. And now we're done with Stripe. I can now again click on the test mode. We can again go back to our deployed version. So let me click on that. Then let's go to our project. And then inside of here, let me click on the actual URL. And now you see we got actually redirected to our production build. Let me now actually again buy in product, and let's see if it actually works. So let's see if we actually get an email. Let me click on buy for $99. We have again a beautiful loading state. As you see, we will now get redirected. We should now have our blue theme. That's what you see right here. So we see our logo now right here. And now let me right here give it an email. Again, just some random test email. Then for the card data, you already know this will be 4242. This is just the test data of Stripe. Then for the month, this will be 442. For the CVC, 424. And for the name, Jan Marshall. Let's now click right here on pay to actually pay. We have now a beautiful loading state. And now we should actually get redirected to our success route. Also, you see right here on the top that we have a fav icon. That's also quite cool. So we now got redirected. And now let me open Gmail and let's see if we got an email. Okay, great. We got an email right here. Hi, friend. Thank you for buying your product and Marshall UI, your download link. And if I click on that, I actually download our package, or not package, but our product. So we see that this fully works, and that's great. And now let's actually test out if everything works. So let me right here click on sell your product. And we got redirected to billing. That's because I'm now signed in with a different account, as you see. And this account hasn't actually right here gone through the actual, I guess, steps to actually connect or link the account. So let me click right here on link your account. We have a loading state. We'll now get actually redirected to our connect page from Stripe. Let's see. Yes, that's what we see right here. So let me right here click on test phone number. Then let's click on continue. Then for the code, we'll get right here in test code, as you see in a second. Then let me click on use test code. Again, that's just the 00. Then we will now get again redirected. Now inside of here for the country, this will be the US. For type of business, let's click on individual. Let's click on continue. And then inside of here for the name, I'll just say Jan. For the last name, Marshall. Then for the website, I'll just copy right here this website. It does not make any difference. And let me right here click on continue. Then right here for the actual institution, let's use a test institution. Let me then click on agree and continue. Then let me click on connect accounts. Then let me click on not now. And as you see, this was now a success. Let me now click on done. And now we right here have to select an account. So let me click on continue. And now you see all of the private data. And now I can scroll down and actually submit everything. All right, this is now done. We'll now get redirected and it tells me right here, linking was successful. Great, it fully worked. Let's now click on back to your homepage. Let's now actually click on sell our product. So let me click on sell your product. We have our loading state. And as you see, our webhook also worked in the background because I can now actually sell a product. Let's right here give it just, I guess, a bit of test value. So let's just say test product. Then let's choose the template category. For the price, $55. For the summary, super cool product. Then for the description, it's just some gibberish. For the product images, let me upload something. Then I have now clicked right here on upload, and now we'll have right here a success message in a second. And now I can click right here on create your product. We have now a loading state, and I should now get redirected to the product. All right, everyone. So we're now done with the video. We created a product. It's right here. The webhooks work, and that's great. So now I actually already filmed an outro for you guys. So let's now actually roll the outro. And from my point of view, I will now already say bye. Okay, everyone, we are done with this video. 8 hours, 8 whole hours to create one digital marketplace, but we are done. It's beautiful, it works great. It's deployed on Vercel, everything is fast, everything is cool. We have our whole Stripe Connect workflow, so the user actually can sign up, sell something, we get a fee. It works beautifully. And you know, it took a lot of hours to create that. You spent probably, I don't know, 20 hours to code everything for my video. I spent about, 150 hours just to create this whole video. And you know what? I'm quite happy that it's now finally finished, that you're finished and that I'm finished. And I'm just happy that it actually works so good because, let's be honest, we're web developers and we're just a one-man team, and that we can create something so good and something so fast and something so, I guess, great with just, I guess, by ourselves, with our head. It's quite cool. We don't have a team, we don't have millions in funding, and still we can create something so good, and also something with which you can actually make a lot of money. So yeah, everyone, I thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you could actually learn a lot, because honestly, I learned a lot. Stripe Connect is something where you don't find many resources on the internet, but you see, we made it work. So yeah, everyone, I hope you could learn a lot, because as I said already, I learned very, very much. And I hope I can see you in the next video. I hope you also liked and subscribed. It would mean a lot to me. And now I hope I see you in the next video. So enjoy your day and bye.